Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Activate the Emperor system and summon Dian Wei at the beginning of the game. Chapter 61. Congratulations to the Master for completing the task, building a pig farm. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining the task reward, potatoes 1000, sweet potatoes 1000, and the blueprint of the agricultural artifact curved plow. After system evaluation, the task rating is A level, and you will get one advanced lottery draw. Ning Fan, who was running towards the pig farm, suddenly heard the system prompt sound. He subconsciously opened the system page, and another system prompt sounded. The Master has implemented the military farming system, achieved achievements, and obtained 500 merit points. Another 500 merit points. Ning Fan smiled. It seems that the method of obtaining merit points is not difficult. System, use advanced lottery. The Master is driving dangerously. The use fails, please dismount and try again. Ning Fan was stunned for a moment, then he realized that he was galloping on his horse. Shen gradually slowed down and pointed to a factory building in front and said, "Your Highness, it's in front." Yes, Ning Fan nodded slightly. This pig farm covers an area of nearly 100 acres. Now Lin Yang has sent people to deliver the purchased piglets one after another, and pigs can be heard from afar. Wan-san, I have written down the details of pig farming on this paper. Please study it carefully after you go back. Remember to clean up the feces regularly and disinfect with quicklime. Looking at the pig farming manual handed over by Ning Fan, Shen Wan-san's eyes lit up. Your Highness, can castration really remove the fishy smell? Haha, you will know after you try it. If so, it will really benefit all the people. Looking at Shen Wan-san's excited face, Ning Fan pondered and said, there are many ways to eat pork. After you go back, recruit some chefs from the people who specialize in pickling pork. Cooking method, after the wine shop opened, we started to plan the restaurant. Yes, Ning Fan walked around the pig farm and asked softly, how is the salt mine going? Hearing Ning Fan's question, Shen Wansan showed a trace of difficulty on his face, and said in a deep voice, Your Highness, the barren mountain in the east of the city is the land of the Ma family of Jingzhou Prefecture. I have visited several times, but I was turned away every time. Ma family. Ning Fan's mind couldn't help but emerge with the information of the Ma family of Jingzhou Prefecture. The Ma family is also a powerful family in this capital. Ma Ziwan took the position of Jingzhou Prefecture and was on Ning Fan's list of confiscated property a few days ago. However, considering the importance of the position of Jingzhou Prefecture Ning Fan was not in a hurry to take action against the Ma family. Go to Jinyue to find Zhongli and ask him to send you a few Jinyue to come out together. Tell Zhongli that if Ma Ziwan is willing to talk about business, he should get the land deed of the barren mountain as soon as possible. If he is not willing, let Zhongli directly raid his house. Yes, Shen Wansan's face showed a touch of excitement. He looked at Ning Fan with awe and whispered, Your Highness, the wine shop will open the day after tomorrow. I wonder if you have time to go there to take charge. Well, let's talk about it later. Ning Fan did not agree at once. Now that the seeds are in hand, there are also the drawings of the curved plow, and the game with the Chen family. These are the top priorities. Wansan, the business layout is left to you to steer. As long as you think it can make money, you don't need to ask this king for instructions, you can make your own decisions. Thank you, Your Highness. Shen Wansan's face showed a touch of emotion. This is the deep trust of Your Highness in him. Okay, you take care of things here, I will go back to Beijing first. Yes, seeing Shen Wansan nod, Ning Fan walked towards the purple lightning flying dragon and silently opened the system. System, use advanced lottery. Use successfully, please wait. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the full essence of hidden weapons Grandmaster level. A system prompt sounded. Ning Fan only felt his hands become extremely itchy, and after a moment, they returned to normal, and his knuckles became extremely dexterous. Amazing. In other words, now I have become a master of hidden weapons. Hiss. Ning Fan's face was full of surprise. If the 13 deadly guns could also reach the maximum level directly. I want to see how powerful this master-level hidden weapon is. Picking leaves and flying flowers. Ning Fan suddenly remembered a martial arts magic from a TV series in his previous life. He waved his hand to pick a leaf from the tree next to him, and with a flip of his wrist, it suddenly shot out. A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the green light directly hit a hair in the grass. After the grass and trees rustled, the hair was silent. Dian Wei, who was standing by, was full of shock. His Highness was actually a hidden martial arts master. You practice the hidden weapon technique of picking leaves and flying flowers, and your experience value +5. Awesome. Ning Fan was also very shocked. You know, martial arts are divided into 5 levels: entry, minor, major, master, and perfection. Now that his hidden weapon skills have not yet reached perfection, he can actually kill the hair with soft green leaves. I didn't expect that it would trigger the martial arts auxiliary function. So, as long as I practice this hidden weapon technique diligently, one day I can also practice to perfection by myself. Interesting. Ning Fan's face was full of joy. He quickly opened the system and checked his attribute page to see if there were any changes. Name: Ning Fan. Identity: the second prince of the Dayu dynasty, King Xuanyang, the iron-blooded commander of the Jinyue, the nemesis of corrupt officials, a master of house confiscation, the chief instructor of the 100,000 new army. Force: 54. Intelligence: 81. Command: 73. Politics: 67. Magic weapon: none. Mount: purple lightning flying dragon. Skills: photographic memory, calligraphy master level, hidden weapon grandmaster level. Items: Luwei Dawang pills, Suiyang Gujing pills, Jingkui Shinqi pills, Wuzi Yanzong pills, ancient body quenching recipes, refined salt purification method, ancient winemaking technology, Sun Tzu's art of war, 36 stratagems, potato seeds 1000, sweet potato seeds 1000, curved plow manufacturing drawings. Unique skills: 13 deadly guns minor success, leaf picking flying flower beginner. Summon heroes: Dian Wei, Shen Wanson, Qin Chong, Zhuan Zhu, Jia Shu, Zhu Liang, Yu Fei. Summon troops: 18 riders of Yanyan. I didn't expect the force value to increase by 10 points. Intelligence didn't change much, and the command also increased by 3 points. The political attribute increased by 5 points. It seems that these early court sessions were not in vain. Ning Fan turned over and mounted the warhorse, smiling at Dian Wei. Eli, take the hair back. We'll go back to eat braised rabbit heads tonight. Dian Wei smiled and nodded, picked up the rabbit's ears with one hand, turned over and mounted the horse. Seeing a green leaf pierced into the rabbit's body, his pupils shrank immediately. His Highness actually used a leaf to hunt a hare. With such means, he must be a martial arts master at least. His Highness is so well hidden. After returning to the capital, Ning Fan dived straight into his bedroom. The climate in the capital had already entered early winter. Whether it was potatoes or sweet potatoes, it was difficult to survive in large-scale planting. And if you build a greenhouse, the cost will probably increase greatly. However, thinking of the terrifying yield of potatoes and sweet potatoes, Ning Fan finally made up his mind. What should we replace the plastic film with? It has to have thermal insulation effect, and its light transmittance must also meet the requirements. Is there such a material in this era? Ning Fan couldn't help but have a headache. He had read many time travel novels in his previous life. The protagonist wanted to cultivate seeds and easily built a greenhouse, but the article never detailed the materials used to build it. You know, Ning Fan was born in a farm family in his previous life, and his family also had a greenhouse. If he wanted to maintain the temperature of a greenhouse, he only needed to light a fire and connect a thick iron pipe to achieve the warmth-keeping effect. But the plastic film needed to build a greenhouse cannot be manufactured in this era. Is it really possible that we have to wait until next spring? That's all, let's build the Kuiwanli first. Ning Fan pondered for a moment, took out the manufacturing drawings of the Kuiyuan plow from the system space, examined it carefully, and couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity and exquisiteness of the ancient farming tools. This plow is made up of 11 parts, and the manufacturing process is not difficult. However, it may take some time to promote it. After Ning Fan thought for a while, he heard from Lin Yang. Uncle Lin, send a few craftsmen to build this plow for me before tomorrow morning. Yes. Lin Yang looked at the sketch in Ning Fan's hand with a look of surprise on his face. Second master, is this a plow? Good. Are you preparing? It's nothing. I found that the plow used by Dayu was a bit laborious, so I created this curved shaft plow. Hey, second master, are you sure this fancy plow is better than our Dayu's plow? Nonsense. Ning Fan met Lin Yang's questioning gaze and said angrily, what do you mean by bells and whistles? Haven't you noticed that this plow is much smaller than the plow passed down by our ancestors? Yes. What the second master said is true, I admire you. I'm going to do it right away. I'll get this plow out before tonight. Etc. Seeing Lin Yang about to leave, Ning Fan said softly, I asked you to transfer the guards of the house, have you ever transferred them? Master, what are you doing? Those evil spirits in the dark are just worried that they won't find a chance to attack you. The guards in the house have been transferred. Who will protect your safety? Follow the king's instructions, Ning Fan said in a tone that was unquestionable. Of course I won't make fun of my life. We must be dismissed before tonight. Yes, Lin Yang had a look of helplessness on his face and silently exited the lobby. Ning Fan smelled a strong fishy smell on his body, ordered the maid to prepare hot water, and took a hot bath. After putting on a neat set of clothes, he took Dian Wei and walked towards the palace. Now that the farming system has been implemented, the matter of borrowing grain from the Imperial court has not yet been discussed with the Emperor. Moreover, the position of Minister of the Ministry of Revenue and the candidate for the right minister must be discussed with the Emperor first. Although Ning Fan is very sure about this matter, he does not dare to overstep it. My son, please see your father. Haha, if you are not busy investigating the case, how come you still have time to see me? Emperor Yu didn't even raise his head, he kept waving his wolf hair, reviewing the memorial in his hand, and frowning from time to time. Ning Fan had long been accustomed to Emperor Yu's attitude. He strode forward, took a lychee from the fruit plate on Emperor Yu's dragon case, put it into his mouth, chewed it and said, Father, my son, I came here to ask for something. Oh, Emperor Yu looked startled. He raised his head and saw Ning Fan sitting down unceremoniously on the side. He suddenly said angrily, is there anything in this world that you can't do? Hey, father, there are so many things that I can't do. However, fortunately, I have the solid backing of my father as my son. Stop talking nonsense and tell the truth. There was also a hint of curiosity in Emperor Yu's eyes. With this boy's current status and power, no matter what he did, he almost always had to open his mouth. Even the ministers in the court did not dare to touch his troubles, but now he actually asked for help. Reporting to my father, I want to borrow money and food from you. Emperor Yu's brows suddenly frowned. Why, your Prince Xuanyang's mansion can't have enough food. No, Ning Fan shook his head slightly and explained softly, during this period, I have implemented military training methods in the military camp, and the combat effectiveness of the soldiers has been greatly improved. However, after repeated high-intensity training, the physical fitness of the soldiers cannot keep up, and now the farming system is about to be implemented again. Therefore, I want to change the food for the 100,000 new troops to 3 meals a day. What? A look of shock appeared on Emperor Yu's face, and he said solemnly, do you know what it means for 100,000 troops to have 1 extra meal a day? Certainly, I have already thought carefully about it. Faced with Emperor Yu's question, Ning Fan was already prepared. First, the farming system can be implemented in the border army of Dayu. The soldiers can reclaim wasteland and plant it themselves, and they can get 40% of the income, harvest. Secondly, father, if you want to train an invincible iron army, physical fitness is the first factor. Moreover, if the soldiers can't even fill their stomachs, how can they achieve the desired training effect? Third, this time I borrowed grain on behalf of the West City camp from the court. After the spring plowing and autumn harvest next year, I will return the principal and interest in full. Listening to Ning Fan's words, Emperor Yu's face also fell into deep thought. After a long time, he looked at Ning Fan and said, I agree, but I heard that there will be a big competition in your army in 3 months. I will go to see the training effect in person. Thank you, father. Ning Fan bowed slightly, watching Emperor Yu focus on the memorial in his hand again, and couldn't help but step forward and take a glance. Seeing Ning Fan was so bold, Emperor Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, but he was not angry. Father, are you going to establish a right prime minister? Yes, Emperor Yu nodded slightly, seeming to be quite annoyed. He glanced at Ning Fan and said, "The position of right prime minister has been vacant for a long time. Now the court officials have submitted memorials every now and then, asking for the establishment of the right prime minister. But looking at all the civil and military officials in the court, most of those who have the qualifications of prime minister are from aristocratic families. I don't have a suitable candidate, and those beasts who are secretly disobeying the order actually brought out the ancestral system to pressure me. HMPH, when the matter in the East Territory is settled, I will settle accounts with them." Looking at Emperor Yu's angry face, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, Ning Fan whispered, "Father, I want to recommend a suitable candidate." Yes, when Emperor Yu heard this, his face suddenly condensed, his eyes became extremely deep, looking at Ning Fan, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Could this kid also be aiming at the right prime minister? Did I misjudge him? It seems that no one in the court has had much interaction with him. Emperor Yu's face was as calm as water, his eyes were calm, but he was emitting an invisible imperial aura. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became much heavier. Ning Fan had a faint smile on his face, and he seemed not to be frightened by Emperor Yu's aura at all, and he looked straight at him. Wei Ying, who was standing aside, buried his head deeply, not daring to breathe, looking at the father and son in front of him. Emperor Yu slowly picked up the teacup on the dragon table, put it to his lips and took a sip, looking at Ning Fan's expression calmly. He was very curious. The second child had never been involved in government affairs in these years, and now he wanted to intervene in the position of right prime minister. Who would he recommend? Is it possible that the second brother is still hiding a power in the court that is difficult for him to detect? Let me know who you want to recommend. Reporting to the emperor, my sons and ministers want to recommend the former Teifu Shen Li, Mr. Shen. Emperor Yu's hand holding the teacup trembled suddenly, and he looked at Ning Fan with a look of disbelief on his face. Who are you talking about? Former Teifu, Shen Li. Ning Fan repeated the words again, and Emperor Yu's face showed a complicated look. It seemed that he had wrongly blamed him. I thought that the second child also had a hidden agenda in the court, but now it seems that he is really dedicated to the court and is completely sincere. After all, Mr. Shen has been away from Beijing for many years, and it is absolutely impossible for him to have any interaction with the second son. Besides, Mr. Shen will never do anything casual. Thinking of this, Emperor Yu's expression softened a lot and he looked at Ning Fan. Do you know where Master Shen is now? Reporting to my father, I have found out that the old gentleman is now living in seclusion in a small town in the south of the Yangtze River. Master Shen is old and may not want to leave the mountain anymore. Emperor Yu sighed leisurely. Shen Li was indeed a good candidate, and even said that if Shen Li could come, he would be able to ease his dilemma in the court. But Shen Li had been away from the temple for many years. When he succeeded to the throne, he made several inquiries about the whereabouts of Master Shen, but in the end there was no news. Now that this kid suddenly mentioned Master Shen, is it possible that he is sure to invite Master Shen out of the mountain? Father, there is a scholar under my command who has been friends with Mr. Shen for many years. Now he has personally gone to the south of the Yangtze River to invite Master Shen to come out. Oh, a hint of curiosity appeared on Emperor Yu's face, and he said softly, then how sure do you think you can surprise Master Shen? 80 to 90%. Good. Emperor Yu's face also showed a hint of joy, and he kept tapping the table with his fingers, and said in a deep voice, if you can invite Master Shen to the capital within 3 days, he will be the right minister. It's a deal. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled, and after slightly cupping his hands, he was about to excuse himself and leave. Second brother, have you ever found out who was behind the assassination last night? Reporting to my father, those assassins are all dead men, and I haven't found any important clues. Why? Emperor Yu also sighed softly and said solemnly, now that you are regarded as a thorn in their side, you must not take it lightly and bring more guards when you go out. Father, don't worry, I'm ready. Well, go ahead. Ning Fan strode out of the hall. Emperor Yu looked thoughtful for a long time and said softly, have you found anything? Reporting to your majesty, these 8 are the dead soldiers that Marquis Xuanwu brought out from the Blood Demon Pavilion 3 years ago. Marquis Xuanwu. Emperor Yu looked surprised and sneered. I didn't expect that he would be involved in it. Send someone to protect the second child secretly. If he makes any mistake, I will hold you accountable. According to the order, Ning Fan returned to his house and had nothing to do, so he started practicing the 13 deadly spears. After experiencing an assassination, he was even more thirsty for power. I miss you forever, but I miss you forever. Lovesick. Ning Fan's figure stagnated in the void, and he stabbed out a spear. The gun barrel trembled, the wind rustled, the momentum was like a rainbow, and cold light shot out. You have practiced the first style of 13 deadly spears once, and your experience value plus 10. You have practiced the first style of 13 deadly spears once, and your experience value plus 10. You practice. System prompts sounded one after another. For more than an hour, Ning Fan became more and more proficient in the use of the first form. If he had been practicing in the past few days, he had already achieved a certain degree of lethality today. At least, it's not a problem to fight against a few ordinary strong men. System, check the martial arts support page. 13 deadly guns. Xiaocheng 221. 300. Picking leaves and flying flowers. Getting started 5. 100. Seeing that there was another martial arts attribute page, Ning Fan's face also showed a hint of expectation. Now the master level hidden weapon method is his trump card. When caught by surprise, even some martial arts masters may find it difficult to guard against him. Lin Bo, second master, what are your orders? Go get me some darts, silver needles, steel balls and the like. Okay, Lin Yong went to prepare with a smile, while Ning Fan sat on the bluestone pier to rest. Grandmaster level hidden weapons are not only throwing methods, but also include the manufacturing process of hidden weapons. However, if you want to create a real object, you must invest a lot of effort and energy. Ning Fan obviously does not have time, and he is not very interested. For him, hidden weapons are just a way to save his life, so he has no intention of studying hard. Night fell quietly. After what happened last night, the entire capital was much more vigilant. The patrolling Imperial guards held lanterns and walked in the empty alleys. As a group of forbidden troops left, a ghostly figure appeared in front of a glorious mansion. Xuanhuo Mansion. Zhuanzu looked at the golden plaque on the door, with a disdainful smile on his lips, and with a movement of his body, he rushed directly into the house. For the task personally assigned by the master, he did not let his men do it, but prepared to cut off the head of the son of Xuanwu Marquis himself. As far as I know, Xuanwu Marquis has 3 legitimate sons, and the eldest legitimate son should live in the East Wing. After finding the target, Zhuanzu almost completely merged with the night with his strange body movements, wandering between various houses. Try to hide from me again. Strip naked and crawl over here. Otherwise, I will kill your whole family, believe it or not. An extremely arrogant voice sounded from a bedroom, accompanied by a cry and the sound of clothes being torn. Master Ji, please let me go. I kneel down for you. Woo woo. Zhuanju's eyes were filled with a cold murderous intent, and he slowly took out the smoke that had been prepared long ago from his arms, pierced the window paper, and slowly reached in. Not long after, it became unusually calm inside. A moment later, Zhuanzu walked out calmly with a black bag, flew to the main courtyard, and knocked Xuanwu unconscious with smoke, hanging his head on his bed. My lord. When Zhuanzu walked out of Xuanwu's mansion, a figure appeared in front of him and said respectfully, we have found the whereabouts of the Blood Evil Pavilion. Notify everyone, and start the assessment of the black and white impermanence in 3 days. Yes, sir. The two of them disappeared into the darkness almost at the same time, and Ning Fan's counterattack finally began. Qingyu City was the capital of Yu the Great. At dawn, the traveling men and soldiers came from all over the city carrying poles to enter the city. Shops have also set up stalls one after another, people are cleaning the streets in front of their doors, and bun shops have hung up their signs early. Have you heard that I, the Great Yu, wiped out 170,000 enemies on the battlefield in the east? Hey, this news spread in the capital yesterday. Did you just know about it? That's not what I'm talking about. I heard that a few days ago, His Majesty convened the civil and military forces to discuss peace. Zheng Zan, the Minister of Rights, actually suggested that the two states should be ceded to Dongwai to negotiate peace. Is this happening? On the street, several shop owners gathered in groups, discussing the rumors in recent days. Did this official's head get kicked by a donkey? Who knows, I also heard that His Highness King Zanyang severely humiliated Mr. Zheng with his words in front of the court. Oh, how humiliated, hee. The thin man chuckled, looked around, lowered his voice and said. King Xuanyang pointed at Zheng Zan's nose and cursed, today I offer the land of the 2 states, will you give away your wife and daughter tomorrow? Do you want to offer it too? Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed loudly when they heard the words, and a burly man said loudly, King Zanyang scolded him well. He is a dignified official of the court, and the national crisis is at hand. To seek peace before fighting is simply stupid. But isn't this King Zanyang a famous dandy in the capital? It doesn't seem like these words came from him. That was before, the thin man said with a look of admiration. Now His Royal Highness King Zanyang, who holds the post of commander of the royal guards, led people to ransack the homes of more than 10 corrupt officials a few days ago, confiscating millions of silver taels. Nowadays, when the people in the capital mention His Highness King Xuanyang, who doesn't praise him? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and saw a government servant flying towards the city gate, holding up a roll of imperial edict as he walked. Your Majesty has enacted the motto of you the Great. From now on, all the emperors who come after me, the Great You, will not make peace with each other, pay tribute, cede territory, or pay indemnity. They will rather subjugate their country than seek peace. The prince guards the gate of the country, and the monarch and his ministers die for the country. Hereby declare it to the world. The government officials Pegasus roared past, and the people along the street stopped to watch, with a look of shock on their faces. A white-faced scholar looked dull and kept muttering, no marriage, no tribute, no land, no compensation. The prince guards the gate of the country, and the monarch and his ministers die in the country. Big win. I, the Great You, have such a wise king, why should I worry about uncertainty in all directions? A strong man next to him shouted in response, how tough. Your Majesty is really right about my temper. Since the founding of the country, I, the Great You, have been in constant wars and have been victorious and defeated. But if you think about it carefully, I have never been submissive to a foreign country. This Minister of Civil Affairs is really a coward. That's right, even though we can win, we still want to cede 2 states to Zheng Zan. Isn't it a trick of Dongwai? Overnight, Mr. Zheng, the Minister of Civil Affairs, seemed to have become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up in King Yu's city. Xuanhuo Mansion. Bedroom. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Bits and pieces of crisp sound hit the ground rhythmically, and a figure on the bed squirmed and slowly opened its eyes, which were empty. Tick-tock. Ji Hong sniffed, heard a ticking sound, and stood up suddenly. When he saw a bloody human head hanging in front of the bed, his body trembled instantly. Here comes someone. A horrified shout instantly alerted the guards at the house. Ji Hong finally saw the disheveled face clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank, he felt dizzy and almost fainted again. Master Hu, what happened? A man dressed as a butler hurried in and looked horrified when he saw the human head hanging in front of the window. Zonger. Marquis Xuanwu let out a shrill roar, pointed at the steward on the side and shouted angrily, why are you still standing there, why don't you take off the bell? Yes. The housekeeper was also frightened. There were guards in front of the door. Ji Hong strode out and asked, who is it? What do you do for food? Who killed my son? When was my son's head hung in? What is going on? Who can tell me? Marquis Xuanwu's expression was extremely furious. He carried one of his guards and punched him. Master Hu, please calm down. Calm down your anger. Ji Hong's eyes were scarlet and he said solemnly, how do you ask me to calm down my anger? My son's head was hung on my bed, and you didn't even notice it at all. How did you ask me to calm down my anger? Quote, if that person attacks me, will there be another one of my heads on the bed today? Ah, a bunch of drunkards, if the murderer can't be found, you will all die. Ji Hong waved his hand and walked away. Suddenly, the news of the assassination of Marquis Xuanwu's eldest son spread like wildfire, and there was another undercurrent in the capital. In the palace. When Emperor Yu heard the news from the secret guard, he immediately looked startled. Xuanhuo Mansion. Exactly. What do you think about this? Emperor Yu's eyes were flickering, and the leader of the secret guards, Jian Nan, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, Your Majesty, there was no movement at the Jinhe Guard's office last night. After hearing Jianan's words, Emperor Yu calmly asked, How did Marquis Xuanwu react? All the guards were beaten to pieces and have gone to Jingzhou Prefecture to report to the authorities. In your opinion, was this done by the second son? This. Jianan showed a tangled look on his face and bowed his head without saying a word. Forget it, you go down first. Keep a close watch on the Xuanwu Marquis mansion and report immediately if there is any news. As ordered. After Jianan's figure disappeared, Emperor Yu's face became extremely deep. His second son had become something he couldn't see through. The day before, he was assassinated in his mansion, and the next day, the head of the son of the man behind the scenes was hung on the head of the bed. This force has reached the point that Emperor Yu is afraid of. Second son, I hope it's you, but I don't want it to be you. Don't let me down. Chen Mansion. Ji Hong changed into a black robe and entered quietly from the back door. Third Master, I've heard the news. Chen Rui sighed softly, looking at Ji Hong's bloodshot eyes and clenched fists, and said softly, My lord, please accept my condolences. What do you think, Third Master? I can't see through it. Chen Rui shook his head and said softly, You usually keep a low profile and have long been away from the government. It shouldn't be done by people in the court. Have you ever offended anyone? No. Ji Hong also tried to calm down his mood and said in a deep voice, For the sake of the big plan, I don't go out of the door, and I have cut off contact with all the friends in the court. If you say offending someone, King Xuanyang. Chen Rui's eyes also condensed suddenly, and he said in a deep voice, King Xuanyang controls only one Jinyue. But this kind of behavior doesn't seem to be done by Jinyue. Brother Ji, is there any news from the Blood Evil Pavilion? Quote. Ji Hong nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, I have already handed over the generous gift from the Third Master to the Blood Demon Pavilion. The leader of the Blood Demon Pavilion seems to be interested in relying on the Chen family. He has sent 3 gold medal assassins and 10 silver medal assassins to Beijing to listen to the Third Master's orders. Ha ha ha, good. In front of Jingzhou Mansion, Shen Wanson came again, but this time he was followed by several burly men, wearing flying fish suits and carrying embroidered spring knives on their waists. Jin Yiwei, the yamen servant in front of the house, looked at the 4 figures behind Shen Wanson. His face suddenly turned pale, and his legs could not stop shaking. I have met all of you, adults. Ha ha, little brother, we meet again. Shen Wanson stepped forward to say hello with a smile, cupped his hands slightly and said, Excuse me, Lord Fuyin, Shen Wanson is here again. The officer couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded dully. Sir, please wait a moment. I will go in and report. Seeing the yamen servants running into the yamen in a panic, Shen Wanson couldn't help but sigh to himself, there really was someone in the court who was easy to do things with. Jingzhou Mansion, Haotang Mansion. Sir, Shen Wanson has come to see you again. Shen Wanson. Ma Ziwan frowned slightly, as if he was recalling who Shen Wanson was. Not see. Didn't I say that? No one else will be seen. There was a look of embarrassment on the yamen servant's face, and he said weakly, This time Shen Wanson came to the door with 4 royal guards. What did you say? Ma Ziwan's face suddenly turned extremely pale. Jin Yiwei. Exactly. Quickly, please come in, Mr. Shen. Prepare good tea. Ma Ziwan hurriedly ran towards the outside of Jingzhou Mansion, and saw 5 figures standing in front of the drum of injustice. He quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, slightly cupped his hands and said, Master Shen, I hope you will forgive me for missing the welcome from afar. Master Ma, you're welcome, I finally meet you. Shen Wanson laughed and said, Sir, there is no need to be nervous. I am not from the Imperial Guard. These 4 are my friends. Ahihi, Mr. Shen was joking, please come in. Well, let's go in and talk about it. The group of people strode into the main hall of Jingzhou Mansion. After some greetings, Ma Ziwan asked cautiously, I wonder if Master Shen is here in person. What orders do you have? I don't accept the orders, I just want to ask for something. Master Shen, please tell me, if I, Ma Ziwan, can do it, I will never refuse. Ma Ziwan also breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was here to do something, so it would be much easier to handle. Haha, Mr. Ma is indeed a man of temperament. Shen Wanson did not continue to beat around the bush and said softly, That's right, I am a merchant. I heard that Mr. Ma has a barren mountain in the east of the city. I happen to want to build a horse farm in the east of the city, so I came to pay a visit to Lord Ma. Racecourse. Ma Ziwan was shocked and said softly, Master Shen, I'm afraid this matter is a bit. Before Shen Wanson could speak, the Jin Yiwei behind him frowned slightly and interjected lightly. Mr. Shen, Commander Chang ordered before leaving that Ma Ziwan, the governor of Jingzhou Prefecture, has an unclean buttocks, but I heard that Mr. Ma is somewhat similar to you. Friendship. For your sake, Jin Yiwei is going to be open-minded. Whether to investigate or not, please give me a word. Hearing Jin Yiwei's words, Ma Ziwan's legs softened and he almost knelt down. Jin Yiwei actually had his own handle. Master Shen, I'll give you the wasteland east of the city. The land deed is in my house. I will send someone to get it right now. Please sit down for a moment. Someone is coming. Ma Ziwan panicked for a moment, broke into a cold sweat, and looked at Shen Wanson with eyes filled with fear. Who is this person? He can actually invite the royal guards to stand for him. Haha, Master Ma is joking. I'm here to discuss business, not to rob. As far as I know, Master Ma spent a huge sum of 30,000 taels to capture this barren mountain. Shen doesn't dare to take advantage of you. I'll pay you 50,000 taels to get the land deed from you. When Ma Ziwan heard this, his expression suddenly froze, and he quickly shook his head and said, Mr. Shen, you are too polite. I would like to help you build a racecourse, which is my whole heart. I will send someone to prepare the official documents for the construction of the racecourse, Mr. Shen. If Mr. Shen needs any help in the future, just send someone to give him instructions. Haha, Mr. Ma is so polite. Shen Wanson sat in the hall for a while, and Ma Ziwan sent someone to get the land deed and handed it over personally. Master Ma, I don't have 50,000 taels of silver in hand right now. Why don't you write an IOU first? This, Ma Ziwan cursed in his heart, but said with a smile on his face, Master Shen is joking, I still trust Master Shen's character. There is no need for an IOU. You can pay back the money whenever you want. Haha, in that case, thank you so much, Mr. Ma. Shen Wanson unceremoniously put the land deed into his arms, looked at the guards behind him and said, Guys, I have some important things to do, please take your leave first. Mr. Shen, walk slowly. The 4 Jinyi guards nodded politely, and Ma Ziwan panicked when he saw Shen Wanson leaving alone. Master Shen, snort. The leader of the Jin Yiwei snorted coldly, stared at Ma Ziwan coldly and said, Master Ma, you have a good relationship with Master Liu, the former Minister of Household Affairs, Liu Hao. This. Your Majesty, the commander said that since you have done some practical things for the people of Beijing over the years, you will not handle the case for the time being. Over the years, all the huge sums of money Mr. Ma has embezzled has been sent to the Jin Yiwei Yamen. Let this matter be forgotten. Hearing Jin Yiwei's words, Ma Ziwan felt a sudden pain in his heart, but he also felt the pleasure of surviving the disaster. He knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you, Your Highness, the commander, and thank you all. If even a word of what happened today is spread, the Japanese officials will personally lead people to level the threshold of your Ma family. Yes, I will never reveal a single word about what happened today. Take care of yourself. The 4 Jin Yiwei strode away. Ma Ziwan seemed to have lost all strength and slumped down on the chair, with cold sweat dripping on his forehead. The whole family has saved a life. Most people really can't stand these evil gods coming to their doorstep. King Zanyang, it seems that he is looking for an opportunity to get closer to that person. Prince Xuanyang's mansion. Ning Fan holds a long spear in his hand. The spear is like a swimming dragon, dancing in the air, flipping and charging, and the sound of breaking through the air is endless. You have practiced the first style of 13 deadly spears once, and your experience value plus 10. You practiced the 13 deadly shots. Congratulations, Master, the first move of the 13 deadly spears has entered the realm of Dacheng. Do you want to check the martial arts support page? Check. 13 deadly guns. Dacheng 10. 1000. Seeing that the first form of the 13 deadly spears has officially entered the realm of perfection, Ning Fan can feel that his marksmanship has obviously undergone a qualitative change. Even if he has only learned the first form now, he can clearly feel the force of it. Improvement. Ning Fan couldn't help but click on the system. After checking it, he found that the force value had increased by 5 points again, reaching 59. Although he is also a scumbag, he has only practiced martial arts for less than a month, and his force value has directly broken through from 39 points to 59 points, an increase of 20 points, which is already extremely impressive. Second Master, Princess Lei Yao wants to see you. Not see. Ning Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead and refused. Second Master, you'd better meet me. I can't afford to mess with this little ancestor. Ning Fan also had a headache when he heard this. Ning Yao has been an eccentric girl since she was a child. When she was a child, she often followed Ning Fan's behind and did some sneaky things. Even the trick of drugging the predecessor was learned from this girl. Therefore, many people stay away from this little witch. Go, send someone to send a message to the palace, saying that Ning Yao has sneaked out of the palace again. Yes, Lin Yong's eyes suddenly lit up and he strode out of the yard. Ning Fan was just about to think about how to build a greenhouse when he saw Jia Shu walking in with long strides. See, my lord. Why are you here? My lord, my subordinates have carefully selected hundreds of elite soldiers and are ready to attack the south. As soon as Jia Shu finished speaking, a look of concentration appeared on Ning Fan's face. He pondered for a moment and said, "Is there any news from Jin Yiwei?" Reporting to my lord, we have people in the Huainan prince's mansion. During this period, the Huainan prince is in contact with the south. The ancient southern barbarian country. Exactly. Jia Shu's eyes also revealed a hint of deep thought, and he mused, the king of Huainan has been dormant for many years and has long been rebellious. However, he did not dare to act rashly due to the great power behind him. Now, they are in contact with the south and want to use the ancient southern barbarian country to contain Dali. My subordinates also learned that during this period, the Chen family has become more closely connected with Huainan, and I'm afraid they have already started planning. Ning Fan looked deep in thought for a long time, and then Yu said, on the side of King Huainan, it is impossible for my father to be unprepared. Immediately launch an infiltration into King Huainan, and order the Jin Yiwei on the Huainan side to fully cooperate with Haibingtai's actions. I want to set up a dragnet in Huainan. No matter what trouble they have, they must be under our surveillance. Promise. Jia Shu nodded heavily. A cold look appeared in Ning Fan's eyes, and he said softly, tell Zhang Jiyu that we can take action against Shuzhou, and capture all officials who are involved with the Chen family. Lord. Jia Shu's expression suddenly tightened, and he reminded in a deep voice, the Chen family controls the largest horse farm in Dayu, as well as the ordnance and pig iron needed by our frontier army. They are all in their hands. If they take action rashly, will it happen? What are you afraid of? There was a hint of disdain in Ning Fan's eyes, and he said lightly, if the eastern territory is unstable, I may not dare to provoke them, but now that the Duke of Zhen is about to leave, how can the Chen family dare to quarrel with the imperial court? Quote, the racecourse can be taken away at any time, and the iron ore can be snatched at any time. As long as I hold my butcher knife on his neck, I can't do anything I want. Jia Shu's expression froze when he heard this. After thinking about it carefully, he nodded in agreement. What the Lord said is true. Let Zhang Yu go to Zhongnan in person. Yes, Ning Fan had just finished meeting with Jia Shu when another figure strode over. It was Shen Wanson who had just come out of Jingzhou Mansion. See, Your Highness, did you get the land deed? Shen Wanson nodded slightly and took out a land deed from his arms. Ning Fan took a look at it and said softly, from now on, we will immediately organize manpower to mine salt mines and purify refined salt. Your Highness, when will it be released? Not in a hurry. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he said softly, this refined salt is prepared by me for the Hu family. Hu of the frontier fortress? Exactly, Ning Fan said with a smile. The Hu family controls the world's salt channels. With one thing, it ranks among the 4 most prominent families of Dayu. Now that I, the king, have mastered this method of purifying refined salt, I am quite worthy of it. You caught the Hu family's weakness. First reserve 3 million stone salt, wait for the opportunity, and defeat the Hu family in one fell swoop. Yes, Shen Wanson's face also showed a touch of excitement. In his eyes, this refined salt is a commodity that can quickly make money. But in the hands of His Highness, this refined salt is actually a sharp blade that can defeat a large plutocrat. This is the pattern. Your Highness, the wine shop will open tomorrow. In the past few days, my subordinates have hired some storytellers to promote 3 kinds of fine wines. Now it has been widely circulated in Beijing even before it has been released. Ning Fan smiled and said, in that case, I will seize the opportunity and make my wine shop famous in one fell swoop. Don't worry, Your Highness, I will definitely live up to expectations. Ning Fan taught some more marketing tips, and Shen Wanson left with satisfaction. He looked at Lin Yong beside him and asked softly, Uncle Lin, is there any news coming out of Beijing in the past 2 days? Second Master, don't tell me, the capital is really lively today. The story of your angry attack on Mr. Zheng, the official, in the court hall the day before yesterday has already spread throughout the capital. Nowadays, when men in Beijing mention you, Second Master, they all give you a thumbs up. This is the first time in these years that a big girl has been put on the shelves. Seeing the proud look on Lin Yong's face, Ning Fan said softly with a smile on his face, is there more? And one more thing, I heard that early this morning, the head of the eldest son of Marquis Xuanwu was hung on his bedside. Marquis Xuanwu was so frightened that his face turned purple. After Ning Fan heard the news he wanted to hear, he nodded with a smile and asked again, how did Marquis Xuanwu react? Of course I went to Jingzhou Mansion to report to the official. However, Jingzhou Prefecture sent several yamen runners to the Xuanwu Marquis's mansion, but they didn't find any clues. Now, many people are secretly speculating that this matter was done by someone in the Xuanwu Marquis's mansion. Interesting, Ning Fan was thinking in his heart, should he frame the Xuanwu Marquis's sons and let them stage an internal fight among the rich? However, after thinking carefully, it is obviously unnecessary. Let Xuanzu go to the Xuanwu Marquis's mansion every night, and after killing his sons, I don't believe that Xuanwu Marquis can still sit still. Uncle Lin, go and find out if there are any craftsmen in the capital who are good at papermaking. In addition, let the craftsmen in the mansion go to Shen Wanson. We will make arrangements at that time. Yes. After Lin Yong went down, Ning Fan sat in the yard. This has become a habit he has developed in recent days. He tasted the hard-to-swallow boiled tea, with a chess game in front of him that he didn't quite understand, and quietly pondered the complex situation in the court. My lord, as a figure appeared, Ning Fan finally smiled, why are you so late today? My lord, Zhuanju's face showed a solemn expression, and he said in a deep voice, I have received news that the Blood Evil Pavilion has sent a group of assassins, the exact number is unknown. Are they coming for me? That's right. Zhuanzu took out a secret letter from his sleeve, handed it over, and said in a solemn voice, this time, the Blood Evil Pavilion has sent out gold medal assassins, each of whom is a first-class assassin, at least 3. They should have entered the city one after another in the past 2 days. Have you found the lair of Blood Fiend Pavilion? Reporting to my lord, it's on a barren mountain east of King Yu's city. The barren hills east of the city. Ning Fan looked a little surprised, it couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Exactly, that barren mountain is inaccessible. Over the years, the forces of the Blood Demon Pavilion have often been active in the extreme north or south of the Yangtze River. No one thought that they would set up their headquarters in the capital, and it was in the city of King Yu, outside. How are your preparations going? My lord, the bull-headed horse-faced horse has entered the capital, and the wheel-turning king of Yama of the 10 palaces will arrive tomorrow. My subordinates are ready to take this opportunity to return black and white to their throne. After listening to Zhuanju's explanation, Ning Fan nodded slightly. As the only outstanding Chinese person under his command who came into the world with memories, his methods and strength are in a sense stronger than those in his previous life. Zhuanru is now in charge of the Underworld and has set extremely strict rules. According to the Underworld Divine Mansion in the previous life, each killer in the Underworld can inherit a Divine Mansion, such as the Divine Mansion codenamed Niatu and Horse Face, as well as those who have returned to the Underworld. The Wheel-Turning King, one of the 10 halls of Yama. These 3 are the top combat forces in the Underworld today. According to Zhuanzu, everyone has already entered the ranks of top assassins. Anyone who enters the Underworld is called a ghost. Above the ghosts, there is the God's Mansion. From the lowest level of ghosts, to the day travel god, night travel god, bull-headed horse-faced, black and white impermanence, 10 halls of Yama and so on. Every god's mansion needs to pass Xuanzhu's assessment. Now, the power of the underworld has just begun to take shape, and only 3 gods have returned to their positions. In this action, Xuanzhu is preparing to assess the position of black and white impermanence. Those who pass will be regarded as black and white impermanence and rank in the middle level of the underworld. Ning Fan pondered for a moment, then spoke softly. From now on, there will be 10 halls under the underworld, and the 10 halls will be divided into the central planes. The rest, such as the 5 ghost emperors, the 10 yin commanders, etc., will be in charge of the headquarters. Since the bull-headed horse-faced man has arrived, at midnight tonight, we will go with this king to the barren mountains east of the city. Since the King of Wheels can't arrive, there is no need for him to come. Now my underworld is at a critical moment of development and growth. There is no need to go all out to deal with a blood-evil pavilion. Xuanzhu, I hope that within 1 year, the underworld team will be complete. Yes, Xuanzhu nodded solemnly. His Highness was supporting him greatly now. If he could not strengthen the underworld, he might not have the shame to come back to see His Highness again. Go back and prepare. See you at midnight tonight in the barren hills east of the city. Promise, In a quiet courtyard, Ku Hongshou sat in the pavilion, staring blankly out of the window. Princess, any news? Report to the princess, we are defeated. Ku Hongshou suddenly frowned, with a look of disbelief on his face. Failed. Exactly. Qing Wan'er also looked extremely disappointed, and whispered, after General Cheng received our news, he retreated 10 miles, but Deu took the back road. Under attack from 3 sides, he could not care about the end, and the army retreated. Our elite army suffered a loss of 170,000. General Cheng died in battle. Boom. Qing Wan'er's words were like a thunderbolt in Ku Hongshou's heart. In an instant, the pear blossoms were covered with rain, her makeup was wet with tears, and she sobbed softly. Princess. Qing Wan'er had a worried look on her face and hesitated to speak. Ku Hongshou said softly, you go down first, I'll sit alone for a while. Princess, I can't blame you for this. It's really King Zanyang's thief who is too treacherous. In the past 2 days, for some unknown reason, the guards of Prince Xuanyang's mansion have withdrawn. Don't worry, Princess, we will definitely find an opportunity to take you out. That's all. Ku Hongshou's face returned to calmness, and she looked sad, sighing softly. My half-year plan in Dongwei collapsed in an instant. How can I go back to see my father? It's okay to live here in seclusion, wait for the opportunity, and make atonement for your sins. But, okay, Wan'er, you and Shower must not act rashly. Ku Hongshou's eyes shone with a spark of light as he muttered, King Zanyang is not a petty person. He has a deep scheming mind, acts strangely, and is extremely treacherous. There is also room for tolerance. He probably won't attack us in a short period of time, and you must not provoke him. Yes. Is there any news about our people? No. Qing Wan'er's expression darkened, and she whispered, the Jinyiwei Yamen is heavily guarded, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach, and the information inside is even more airtight. I'm afraid they are in danger. However, it seems that Deu has not been peaceful these past 2 days. I heard that Ning Fan was assassinated the day before yesterday. Hearing this, Ku Hongshou looked startled and asked softly, did you just say that all the guards of Prince Xuanyang's mansion have withdrawn? Exactly. Qing Wan'er thought that Ku Hongshou wanted to leave, so she quickly said, Princess, do you want to make a plan and find an opportunity to kill her? Don't act rashly, Ku Hongshou said in a serious voice. This must be a trap set up by Ning Fan, and we must not be the ones to get involved. Yes, Ning Fan asked Lin Yang to prepare some hidden weapons such as darts and silver needles. He tempered the hidden weapons with poison and carefully put them away. Although he was not planning to take action tonight, since he was personally involved in danger, he had to make more preparations. Evil is coming. Exist. You also go and get ready. Let's kill someone tonight. Murder. Dian Wei's face first showed a trace of surprise, and then his eyes were filled with bloodthirsty light. He laughed and said, My lord, I don't need to prepare. 2 halberds are enough. Ha ha ha. Ning Fan laughed and kept playing with a bone flute in his hand. He asked curiously, Dian Wei, your martial arts are better than Jing Li, the commander of the Imperial army. My lord, I have never fought with Jing Li. How about I go and fight him? Ahem, there is no need. Ning Fan shook his head slightly, and saw Zhong Li's figure hurriedly coming, his face full of deep color. Greetings, Your Highness. Zhong Li, why are you here? Ning Fan's face was a little surprised. Jia Shu had just left, and Zhong Li arrived right after him. Your Highness, our people have monitored the assassins from the Blood Evil Pavilion entering the capital. Half an hour ago, they entered the Chen mansion. Are you sure? Ning Fan's expression suddenly changed, and there was a hint of solemnity in his eyes. He looked straight at Zhong Li. Are you sure? Your Highness, several assassins are now under surveillance by our people. They must be in the Chen mansion. The Chen mansion. Ning Fan paced back and forth, his eyes changing. This might be an opportunity to shock the tiger and startle the snake. As long as the assassins from the Blood Evil Pavilion can be caught in the Chen family, then the Chen family will be convicted of colluding with the forces of the Underworld to assassinate the current prince. At that time, it will be a great blow to the reputation of the entire Chen family. But the Chen family is one of the four great families after all. It is difficult for Ning Fan to guess how terrible the power base is. However, since they let Ning Fan catch the handle, he will never let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This time, you guys brought it upon yourself. If you can do it on the first day, don't blame me for doing it on the 15th. I just don't know if my father's little heart can bear it. Ning Fan's face gradually became extremely grim, even Dian Wei beside him felt a chill that penetrated his bones. Zhong Lin, gather people immediately and closely monitor the movements of the Chen mansion. Yes, sir. Imperial Palace. Emperor Yu sat in the hall, while the left Prime Minister Lin Chushi, the ministers of various ministries, and several civil and military officials stood respectfully. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue has accumulated a lot of paperwork and official business in the past 2 days, which needs to be resolved urgently. However, the position of the Minister of Revenue has been vacant until now, and the accounts forged by the former Minister of Revenue Lu Hao and the Assistant Minister of Revenue Xu Pengzhan have never been connected. I think, Your Majesty, please appoint the Minister of Revenue as soon as possible. Yes, Emperor Yu nodded in agreement. The Ministry of Revenue is an important institution at the center of the court. Now it has been shut down for several days, and a lot of official business has accumulated. So, who do you think is the right person to take over the position of Minister of Revenue? Yu Huang's eyes swept around. Lin Chushi hesitated for a moment, and asked tentatively, Your Majesty, how about Guan Cheng, the Minister of Personnel? Humph, the Ministry of Personnel can't even understand its own little piece of land. Your Majesty, why not promote Zhou Zan, the Minister of Revenue? Lord Zhou has been in the Ministry of Revenue for many years, and has not been involved with Lu Hao, Xu Pengzhan and others. I think Lord Zhou Zan is the most suitable. Minister of Personnel Zheng Zan also spoke in time. Yu Huang glanced at a nervous figure in the crowd and said lightly, Lord Zhou is still inexperienced, let him train for a few more years. Your Majesty, since there is no suitable candidate in the court, why not select an official from the local county governor? Quote. Hearing Ji Sui's words, Emperor Yu thought for a moment, nodded in agreement, and looked at Zheng Zan and said, My dear Zheng, which county governors have been evaluated the best over the years? Your Majesty, Li Hong, the governor of Dongyang, and Sun Gongfu, the governor of Pings, have been in the local area for many years and have a very good reputation. Well, go back and send me the official documents they submitted over the years. Not just these two, but all the official documents of the county governors in the past 3 years must be sent here. Yes. After everyone finished speaking, Emperor Yu looked at the Minister of War and said, I have received a letter from the Duke of Zhengguo. Now that the eastern border has been pacified, the army will return to the court. Now that Zhao Rui has gone to Huainan, King Xuanyang will welcome the soldiers back on my behalf. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights will fully cooperate. As ordered, everyone looked solemn and respectfully left. Emperor Yu was about to deal with the paperwork when Jingli hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, Your Majesty, the Jinyiwei are out again. Emperor Yu was stunned and frowned, saying, Who is this kid targeting now? The Chen family. Emperor Yu's pupils shrank violently, but his face was calm. He pondered for a long time and slowly picked up the memorial on the table. I thought this kid would be quiet for a few days, but I didn't expect that this time he would target the Chen family. He took action against the Chen family at this time. Did he catch something? Forget it, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing to let him fall. Emperor Yu showed a bitter smile on his face. For the four great families, even he had to be cautious, but now Ning Fan brought the Jinwei to the door, which was also a warning to the Chen family. Just to test the reaction of the Chen family. Let him go. The second son has always been steady and won't come to the door for no reason. But the door of the Chen family is not so easy to enter. How many people did he bring? Emperor Yu was a little worried about Ning Fan's safety. Jing Li, who was standing beside him, had a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. He hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, the Jinwei came out in full force, and they brought enough strong bows and crossbows." "What did you say?" "Your Majesty, His Highness went to the Chen family this time not to find trouble, but to confiscate the family." "This fool. Quick, send someone to stop him and let him come to see me immediately." As ordered. Looking at Jing Li's hurried back, the documents in Emperor Yu's hand were almost crumpled into a ball. He took a deep breath. Obviously, he was in a very difficult mood. "Second son, the Chen family cannot be moved now. You must not dig your own grave." Chen Mansion. In a dim hall, 10 figures stood in front of Chen Rui, each of them exuding a hint of coldness and rebellious murderous aura. "Master Chen, I am here to listen to Master San's orders under the order of the Hall Master." "Ha ha ha, good." Chen Rui's expression was full of joy, and he said with a smile, "Don't worry, if you work for my Chen family, Master San will never treat you unfairly." Ji Hong, who was standing next to Chen Rui, glanced at the 10 figures one by one and said to Chen Rui, "Master San, these 10 are the silver medal killers of the Blood Evil Pavilion, and the 3 gold medals have been hidden in Beijing and will not show up easily. When necessary, they will launch a thunderbolt strike to clear the obstacles for Master San." "Well, good." Chen Rui's face was filled with joy, and he said softly, "Since you are here, settle down in my house." Yes. Led by the housekeeper of the Chen mansion, the 10 silver medal killers walking to different rooms, Chen Rui looked at Ji Hong with a smile and said, "My lord, now that I have the help of the Blood Evil Pavilion, these obstacles in the capital can be cleared one by one. The plan now is to get rid of the troublesome King Xuanyang first. I got the news that Zhao Chengqing is ready to return. What do you think?" Although Chen Rui asked Ji Hong, the expression on his face was already beyond words. Ji Hong was suddenly shocked. "My lord is going to take action against Zhao Chengqing?" "Yes, the 3 old guys Zhao Chengqing are the confidants of that person. If we can pull them out, I am afraid that he will not be able to sit in that position without us taking action. My lord, this matter is of great importance and cannot be acted rashly. He, I have sent a message to my family, and they have no objection." This. Ji Hong also showed a hint of hesitation on his face. Zhao Chengqing and the other 2 are not ordinary people. They are all experienced warriors, and they hold great power and are the confidants of Emperor Yu. Now he is leading the army back. How easy is it to capture the 3 of them? Not good. Third master, the Jinwei. Jinwei led people to surround my Chen mansion. What did you say? Chen Rui stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open, but Ning Fan brought people here in person. That's right. Humph, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Chen Rui's eyes showed a deep disdain. Is the gate of my Chen family so easy to enter? Third master, I'm afraid the Jinwei came this time with bad intentions. Emperor Yu would never dare to tear his face with my Chen family easily. I'm afraid that after the news spreads, people from the palace will come. I want to see if the Jinwei dares to rush into my Chen mansion. Go, gather the guards in the mansion. If the Jinwei dare to force their way in, kill them without mercy. Yes. Chen Rui looked at Xuanwu on the side. My lord, you go back through the back door first, I'll go meet Ning Fan. Third master, don't be reckless. Don't ruin the big thing. Don't worry, do I, Chen Rui, have any fear of dealing with a young boy? Chen Rui sneered, and walked towards the gate of the mansion with a group of knife-wielding guards. Listen to me, everyone. If anyone dares to trespass into my Chen mansion, no matter who they are, they will be killed on the spot. This is my Chen mansion, and you are my Chen family's servants. Do you understand? Chen Rui paused, turned around and looked at the guards. His tone was loud and clear, and he was obviously full of confidence. Third Master, the leader is King Xuanyang. The housekeeper beside him whispered. HMPH, so what about King Xuanyang? My Chen mansion, even if His Majesty Emperor Yu comes in person, he has to send a visiting card. Chen Rui's face was full of arrogance, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. He expected that Emperor Yu would not turn against his Chen family at this time. Besides, this time it was not Emperor Yu's instruction, but King Xuanyang's private action. It was just the right opportunity to shock those wavering fence-sitters in the court. Open the door. With a low shout, the two guards rushed towards the door of the mansion, put down the wooden bolt, and the door slowly opened. Gu. Just as Chen Rui was about to leave with more than 100 guards, he saw 3 rows of Jinwei holding strong bows and crossbows outside the mansion aiming at one row, ready to shoot arrows at any time. The leader was a young man in a plain robe, looking at him with a smile. Chen family, Mr. Chen San. Ning Fan's smile was a little playful, and his tone was extremely gentle. Looking at the row behind Chen Rui, he said lightly, "What is this, Mr. San? Are you preparing to rebel?" Humph. Chen Rui was also holding back a lot of anger in his heart, but at this time facing rows of strong bows and crossbows, he suppressed his anger. "I wonder what your highness is doing by surrounding my Chen mansion." "Catch the wanted criminal." Wanted criminal. Chen Rui frowned slightly and said coldly, "My Chen family has always been law-abiding, and there is no wanted criminal as your highness said." "Hee, the assassins of the Blood Evil Pavilion who assassinated me the day before yesterday are now in your mansion. Chen Rui, you colluded with the assassin organization to assassinate the current prince. What a big dog's guts." Ning Fan's face changed immediately, with a cold face and a hint of murderous intent on his body. "Your highness, don't slander me. My Chen mansion has always acted upright, and my father was appointed by the previous emperor, but I can't tolerate your slander like this." "From what you mean, are you destined to protect the wanted criminals of the court?" Ning Fan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. For some reason, at this moment, Chen Rui's heart actually rose a little cold. This famous playboy in the capital actually had such a strong sense of oppression. "Your highness, there are no wanted criminals in my Chen mansion. Since you are not going to hand them over, I will search them myself." "Go." Ning Fan waved his hand and said coldly, "If anyone obstructs, kill them without mercy." "Yes." A line of Jinwei behind him immediately set up strong bows and crossbows, ready to use their bowstrings. Chen Rui's face was uncertain, and he shouted angrily, "Ning Fan, do you still have the law in your eyes? If His Majesty knew that you surrounded my Chen mansion with your troops, you would definitely be punished. What crime has this king committed in arresting wanted criminals of the court? Kill them." Ning Fan gave the order again, and the Jinwei immediately did not hesitate. Zhongli drew his long sword and led a team of people to charge into the mansion. "Go, stop them." Chen Rui was also very angry. He didn't understand why a little prince dared to offend his Chen family so decisively. You know, even His Majesty would be afraid of his Chen family. I mentioned Emperor Yu's name, but he still didn't scare him. Could it be that Emperor Yu was really going to attack him this time? On a street not far away, a team of Jinwei kept looking towards the direction of the palace, until they saw a team of Imperial guards running over, and then they were shocked. The leader was Jia Shu. "Go, block the street, no one is allowed to enter or leave this street." "Yes." A team of Jinwei quickly opened up the formation. Jingli rode over, looking at the team of Jinwei in front of him, his face immediately froze. "Jinwei." "Yes." Jia Shu smiled and bowed, and said slightly, "Jinwei Deputy Commander, Jia Shu, meet the Commander-in-Chief." It turned out to be you. Hearing this familiar voice, Jingli instantly recognized that this was the scholar who discussed the world with His Highness in the Xuanyang Palace that day. "Commander Jia, where is His Highness?" Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, "His Highness has gone to perform official duties." Jing Li's face suddenly froze, and he hurriedly asked, "Did he go to Chen's house?" "I don't know. Quick, tell His Highness that His Majesty has ordered him to enter the palace as soon as possible." Jia Shu's face showed a trace of embarrassment, and he said softly, I am following His Highness's order to block the street here, and you are not allowed to leave without permission. You. Jing Li's face suddenly turned cold, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. He said coldly, Jia Shu, this is His Majesty's order, are you going to disobey it? I dare not, but His Highness has ordered that if anyone passes by here, we will all be executed. Please don't embarrass me, Commander. Jing Li's eyes were shining with a gleam of brilliance, and he understood instantly when he saw Jia Shu's resolute attitude. This team of brocade clothes was here specifically to stop him. That person was sure that His Majesty would send someone to convey the order. Commander Jia, do you know what it means to attack the Chen family? Of course. Then why don't you stop it? Why stop it? You. Jing Li was speechless for a moment, and said angrily, now that His Highness has just gained power, he wants to attack the Chen family. Do you know how powerful the Chen family is? Once the Chen family is really slaughtered, even His Majesty can't save him. Jia Shu looked at Jing Li's earnest face, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. It seems that this commander-in-chief also has a good impression of His Highness. Otherwise, he would never be so earnest. Commander, His Highness knows all the consequences, but he still did it. Do you know why? Hearing Jia Shu's question, Jing Li's expression was stunned for a moment, and there was a hint of speculation in his heart. Could it be that His Highness is sure to get out of this turmoil? How is it possible? Commander-in-Chief, now that it has begun, everything has been settled, you can go and report to His Majesty. I will send someone to convey the order to His Majesty, and ask His Majesty to come to the palace to see the Emperor as soon as possible. Alas! Jing Li shook his head and sighed, looked at Jia Shu with a complicated look, and said lightly, Master Jia, take care of yourself. After that, he turned his horse's head and rode back to the palace to report. Jia Shu looked in the direction of the palace, his eyes gradually became deep, looking at several confidants beside him, and said lightly, Go, do as I tell you, this matter must not be leaked at all. Yes, several Jinhui in plain clothes walked in different directions. Chen Mansion. With Ning Fan's big hand waved, 3 rows of soldiers shot arrows at the same time. The sound of bowstrings breaking was heard, and sparse arrows shot out towards the gate of the mansion. Ah! Puff! The guards of Chen Mansion who were charging at the front fell one after another. Chen Rui's forehead was already wet with cold sweat, and he looked at the gentle figure not far away with a look of fear. He actually dared to kill. Madman! Chen Rui cursed inwardly and kept moving backwards. The guards of Chen Mansion resisted the arrows and retreated to the rear. Kill! Zhang Li's figure swept, and he directly met them with a knife. The Jinhui behind him pounced on them like wolves and tigers. The guards of the Chen family were all elite, but facing the Jinhui, a group of evil gods, they were obviously not good enough. Under the leadership of Zhang Li, the ferocious Jinhui directly killed into the Chen Mansion. Search the assassins of the Blood Demon Pavilion immediately, and don't let anyone go. Yes, at Zhang Li's command, a team of Jinhui scattered. The mansion of Chen Mansion is much larger than the mansion of ordinary officials, and it is not easy to search. However, Ning Fan did not seem to be in a hurry. Now the entire Chen Mansion has been surrounded by him, and no one can slip away from under his nose. Why hasn't the order of Emperor Yu come yet? Did they find out something? Chen Rui huddled behind the guards, cursing, and there was a trace of panic in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this King Xuanyang was so bold and reckless, and he did it without any scruples. Could it be that he didn't know what the consequences would be if he raided the Chen Mansion? Third Master, all the brothers are dying, why don't we surrender? Surrender, go tell the group of people in the guest room to kill them out through the back door. Yes, the housekeeper hurriedly ran towards the guest room. Ning Fan did not stop him, with a hint of teasing on his face. Third Master Chen, I will give you another chance. Hand over the killer from the Blood Evil Pavilion, and I may consider letting your family go. Otherwise, no one in the Chen Mansion will be spared. Ning Fan's tone was very calm, and there was even a hint of elegant smile on his face, as if he was chatting with someone. But Chen Rui could not help but feel a bit of chill, especially the murderous intent hidden in Ning Fan's smile. It's chilling. HMPH, I say it again, there is no killer from the Blood Evil Pavilion in the Chen Mansion as His Highness said. Kill. A low shout suddenly sounded from the backyard, and a series of figures suddenly flew out of the air, and the ghostly figures rushed directly towards Ning Fan and a group of Jinwei. Ning Fan showed a deep surprise on his face. These people actually jumped out by themselves. Are they looking for death? Mr. Chen-san, it seems that you are doomed today. Looking at Ning Fan's playful eyes, Chen Rui's face turned green and purple. He didn't know how Ning Fan tracked down the whereabouts of these killers. As long as he could stop King Xuanyang and wait for someone from the palace to come, the crisis would be resolved. He could even bite back. Put pressure on Emperor Yu through the power in the court. When forced to do so, he could also kill these 10 people and leave no evidence. But he never expected that these 10 idiots not only did not slip away from the back door, but rushed out openly. Walked into the trap. At this point, Chen Rui's eyes also had a touch of ruthlessness. King Xuanyang, don't be too proud too early, it's still unknown who will win. Looking at Chen Rui's resolute face, Ning Fan sneered, it's just a dying struggle. The Chen family colluded with the Blood Evil Pavilion to assassinate the current prince and control the government. All those belonging to the Chen family will be killed without mercy. Catch Chen Rui for me. Yes, Zhong Li responded loudly, holding a knife and killing Chen Rui. Dian Wei and several Jinwei protected Ning Fan in front of him. It must be said that the silver medal assassins of the Blood Evil Pavilion are indeed powerful. Ordinary Jinwei can't even last 10 rounds in their hands. Dian Wei, don't worry about me, you go up and take them down. Yes, Dian Wei responded, holding a halberd and killing the 10 assassins. Ning Fan waved his sleeves, and a dart with a cold light flashed in his hand. He looked at a Chen Mansion guard and threw it. Puff! Accompanied by a splash of blood, the dart hit Ning Fan's throat accurately, and a system prompt voice sounded in Ning Fan's mind. You killed one person with a dart, and your hidden weapon proficiency plus 57. Ning Fan was stunned. Could it be that killing people can also improve proficiency? And it increased by 50 points at a time. Is there a bug in the system or? Ning Fan took out another dart, waved his hand and threw it, and harvested another Chen Mansion guard. You killed one person with a dart, and your hidden weapon proficiency plus 59. Ning Fan couldn't help but exclaimed. He used a hidden weapon to hunt a rabbit, which only increased his proficiency by 5 points. He usually used hidden weapons for training, and at most he increased his proficiency by 5 points. But now, killing one person can increase his proficiency by 50 points. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He flew forward, grabbed a spear from a corpse, and rushed forward. Die! With a sweeping shot, Ning Fan swept away a thin guard and attacked with his gun. He directly used the first shot of the 13 deadly guns, Acacia. You killed one person with the first shot of the 13 deadly guns, and gained 50 points of proficiency. It's true. After killing one person, Ning Fan quickly withdrew, with a look of surprise on his face that was difficult to conceal. It turned out that killing was the fastest way to improve proficiency. The dog system didn't tell him. Ning Fan was immersed in surprise, and the Jinwei next to him was full of surprise. He didn't expect that His Highness also had martial arts. In the battle circle, the guards of Chen Mansion fell one after another. 10 silver medal killers used their strange body movements to sneak attack the Jinwei who were fighting again and again. In just a few breaths, 3 Jinwei died in the sneak attacks of these killers. Dian Wei held a halberd and chopped at a killer. The killer wanted to dodge but it was too late. He could only wave his dagger and resist in a hurry. But Dian Wei's power was so terrifying that he swept the dart across and directly knocked him out, with a cold light accurately entering his throat. You killed one person with a dart and gained 76 proficiency points. System, why are the proficiency points gained from killing enemies different? Master, the stronger the enemy is, the higher the proficiency you gain. So that's how it is. Ning Fan's face showed a hint of realization. He hid behind a group of Jinwei and threw a hidden weapon from time to time, killing the enemy at a critical moment. System, check the martial arts auxiliary page. 13 deadly shots. Great accomplishment, 60. 1000. Hidden weapon. Grandmaster 808. 3000. Picking leaves and flying flowers. Entry 5. 100. Ning Fan madly brushed up his proficiency, and his hidden weapon level was also greatly improved, one step closer to perfection. However, this unexpected discovery today made him excited. He thought that practicing hard over and over again was a shortcut, but he didn't expect that he could directly brush up experience points. Why not find an opportunity to go outside the city and suppress the bandits? Chapter 71. Royal Palace. Emperor Yu sat in front of the case with a serious look on his face. There was no trace of happiness or anger on his face. His eyes seemed to contain an abyss, making it difficult to tell the depth. A rush of footsteps sounded, and a burly figure stepped into the hall, with a look of anxiety on his face. Emperor Yu looked behind Jing Li and frowned. Didn't you stop him? Reporting to your majesty, I have never met his majesty. His Highness seems to have expected that you would send someone to intercept and directly block the streets outside Chen's residence. There was a hint of astonishment on Emperor Yu's face. So, the second brother's attack on the Chen family was not impulsive. Your Majesty, I met Jia Shu from Prince Xuanyang's mansion. This time, His Highness seems confident in his attitude towards the Chen family. Oh, the Chen family he faced is just the tip of the iceberg. I wonder how Shuzhou will react after this. Emperor Yu sighed helplessly. Now he could only wait for news about the traitor. Did you hear that? The Chen family colluded with the Blood Demon Pavilion to assassinate His Highness King Xuanyang. What are you talking about, assassinating King Xuanyang? Is the Chen family going to rebel? King Xuanyang is the prince of the current dynasty. Has the Chen family taken the courage of a bear's heart and a leopard's courage? A piece of news spread like wildfire, and in just a short time, it spread throughout the streets and alleys of the capital and in all the major restaurants and teahouses. The Blood Demon Pavilion seems to be a killer organization in the world. Why would the Chen family take action against King Xuanyang for no reason? Hehe, you didn't know that. A man with a sharp mouth and a round face gave a mean smile and said in a low voice, some time ago, the group of corrupt officials who ransacked the house of your highness were all disciples of the Chen family. Officer. Tell me, how can the Chen family accommodate him? This Chen family is so ignorant that they don't know right from wrong. His Highness is to eliminate harm for the people, but the Chen family actually wants to deliberately retaliate. It is so shameless. After all, he is one of the four most famous families. He is so shameless. The sharp-mouthed man chuckled and said in a mysterious manner, how do you think His Highness fought back? Is it possible that the Chen family's home was ransacked? Impossible. Just now, I saw with my own eyes that the Dian Wei entered the Chen mansion. Now I'm afraid that the entire Chen mansion has been raided and beheaded. Hiss. The people around him took a deep breath, and heard a voice from the crowd, well done. Everyone's eyes were focused on that person. He was a young talented man wearing gorgeous clothes. I know some inside information. I heard that the Chen family failed to assassinate His Highness King Xuanyang once, and asked the Blood Demon Pavilion to send 10 assassins to hide in the house, ready to wait for the opportunity. Fortunately, some chivalrous people got the news. His Highness was so angry that he led the royal guards to surround the Chen mansion. His Highness said frankly that as long as the Chen family handed over the assassins from the Blood Demon Pavilion, they could forget the blame. Who would have thought that Chen Rui, the third master of the Chen family, would have murderous intentions again? I want those killers in the Chen mansion to kill His Highness. The young man in rich clothes sighed with regret. How long has it been since the Jinyi guards were established? They eradicated a bunch of cancers for me, Deu. I didn't expect those corrupt officials to launch a counterattack so quickly. Even if you kill someone, if His Highness is evil, who will investigate and deal with those corrupt officials? Yes, the Chen family actually has so many disciples and former officials in the court, which shows how much His Majesty favors them. I didn't expect that the Chen family actually harbors wolfish ambitions. Jia Shu mingled among the crowd. A smile appeared on his face. He winked at the young talent and the sharp-mouthed youth, and several figures disappeared into the crowd at the same time. The incident in the Chen family caused an uproar throughout the capital, and the reputation of the Chen family plummeted in an instant. Chen mansion. 10 killers left 4 alive, and none of the guards of the Chen family were left alive. The whole house was covered with blood, and there was a river of blood. Chen Rui sat on the ground with disheveled hair, looking at Ning Fan with eyes full of resentment, and said with a ferocious smile, Ning Fan, I, Chen Rui, admit defeat today, but do you think you won? Soon, you will go down to accompany me. You can't bear the anger of my Chen family. Presumptuous, Dian Wei yelled angrily, and the shuchundao was directly placed on his neck. Ning Fan had a smile on his face and said calmly, whether it is the Chen family or other families, in the whole world, is it the king's land? On the shore of Tutu, could it be the king's ministers? The imperial court wants to use your Chen family. The Chen family may be one of the 4 noble families, but if the imperial court abandons you, you will be nothing more than a bunch of lost dogs. A bunch of local chickens and dogs are still trying to threaten the royal family. Today, my king can slaughter your Chen family in the capital, and tomorrow I can crush your Chen family in Shuzhou. Do you believe it? Ning Fan's face showed deep disdain. Chen Rui laughed loudly and said, what a loud tone, I want to see how you can crush my Chen family in Shuzhou. Without my Chen family, Deu couldn't even build a complete armor, nor could he get together enough war horses. How to defend against foreign enemies? Ha ha ha, if you don't kill me today, Emperor Yu will definitely kill you with his own hands tomorrow to apologize to my Chen family. Seeing the crazy look on Chen Rui's face and the unruly look in his eyes, Ning Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said lightly, bring Chen Rui into the Jinyiwei Yamen and let him meet Chen Fang. There are also specific details about plotting a rebellion with the king of Huainan. By the way, I also want to know what role Marquis Xuanwu plays in this. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, Chen Rui's defense was instantly broken, and he looked at him with horror. You are talking nonsense. Ha, take him away. Father must be waiting anxiously for me. Ning Fan looked at Zhongli and whispered, how is the thing I asked you to do going? Reporting to your highness, it has been done. Verified. Yes. After watching Zhongli nod heavily, Ning Fan also showed a deep smile on his face. Zhongnan. In a remote town, outside a shabby room, a teacher and a scholar sat opposite each other. Kong Ming, I have been away from the court for many years. I am old and I am afraid that I can no longer take on important tasks. Alas, Zhuge Liang sighed with disappointment, now my country is facing internal and external troubles. The aristocratic families are in power, controlling the government, forming cliques for personal gain, and disrupting the government. Only you can stabilize the government. If it is not necessary, how dare I bother you? Shen Li's eyes also showed a trance, and the corners of his mouth also showed a bitter smile. Back then, I disagreed with the previous emperor's political views and left Beijing in disgrace. Swear not to enter the court again, and stay away from the temple. But now, my Deu is in turmoil. If there is another turmoil, it may be overturned. For the sake of my Deu people, I will accompany you on this journey, even if I die, I have no regrets. Hearing Shen Li's words, Zhuge Liang was also in awe, and stood up and saluted. Liang, on behalf of the people of the world, thank you sir. I dare not. Shen Li also stood up, bowed his hands and returned the salute, with a complicated look at the young man in front of him who made him admire him very much. Kong Ming, if you enter the court, my Deu's internal and external crises can be resolved in an instant. Why do you have to travel thousands of miles to ask me to come out of the mountain? Sir, Liang is a commoner. Even if he has thousands of means, it is difficult to ascend to the sky in one step. Looking at Zhuge Liang's bitter smile, Shen Li also sighed, when will the poor scholar have a day to come out? Yuwang City, Imperial Palace. After Emperor Yu received the exact news from Chen Mansion, he dismissed everyone in the hall and sat quietly in front of the dragon case with a deep expression. Now that the branch of the Chen family has been destroyed, I am afraid that Shuzhou will stir up trouble again. But he is more curious about where Ning Fan got the confidence from. Why dare to attack the Chen family at this time? Your Majesty. Jianan bowed respectfully, took out a secret document from his arms, and handed it to Emperor Yu. There is news from Zhongnan. The night before yesterday, there was a riot in the 3 private military workshops of the Chen family, and the cast iron technology was suspected to be stolen. I also found out that during this period of time, the iron smelting masters and craftsmen of the Chen family disappeared one after another, as if they had evaporated from the world, and there was no news at all. In the past 2 days, Shuzhou has been in turmoil, but the person behind the scenes has not been found at all. Our people were almost affected. As soon as Jianan finished speaking, Emperor Yu showed a deep surprise on his face. Over the years, the Chen family has been extremely strict in blocking the technology of iron smelting, and you have failed repeatedly. I can tolerate them for so many years because only the Chen family can make the most advanced weapons of Dayu. Otherwise, how can I tolerate him? I didn't expect that someone could succeed. Emperor Yu's face was extremely deep, and he said in a serious voice, "This is not good news." "Who did it? Have you found out?" "Reporting to Your Majesty, I haven't found any clues." "Could it be Dian?" "Your Majesty, this is not Dian's doing. In the past 2 days, not only our people have been investigating this matter, but Dian's Yanlong Guard, Li's Phoenix Terrace, and even the Mansion Temple of the ancient Nanman country are also investigating it secretly." Interesting. There was a deep light in Emperor Yu's eyes, and he said lightly, "Send more people, at all costs, get the Chen family's iron smelting technology, and those Chen family craftsmen, and we must do our best to investigate. If these technologies can fall into our hands, the Chen family will have no need to exist." "Yes, and," Emperor Yu's face showed a grim expression. "Cold murderous intent. Those fleas that jump out of the dark, all must be crushed to death. Over the years, the South and the West have been constantly infiltrating us. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will become more and more unscrupulous. Jonin, from now on, expand the establishment of the secret guards, and all expenses will be allocated from my treasury." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jonin respectfully withdrew, and Wei Ying happened to walk in with small steps, respectfully reporting, "Your Majesty, His Royal Highness Xuanyang King wants to see you." "Humph, let this rebellious son in." "Yes, your son pays homage to the Emperor." Ning Fan strode into the hall, bowed respectfully, and stood quietly in front of the Emperor. Emperor Yu slowly stood up, staring straight at Ning Fan, and walked forward step by step. "Did you enjoy the house search? Fine, tell me, what evidence did you get from the Chen family this time?" Emperor Yu showed a playful look on his face. "It actually made you want to kill without regard for the consequences. Reporting to my father, Chen Rui of the Chen family colluded with the Blood Evil Pavilion to assassinate the current prince." "You mean, it was the Chen family who did it to you?" "Yes. Do you have any evidence?" "There are both witnesses and evidence." Ning Fan's face was filled with confidence. "The assassins who assassinated my son that night were not all killed, but one was left alive. The Blood Evil Pavilion sent another 10 assassins, who were caught in the act in my house. Now they are being interrogated." "Yes." Emperor Yu's face was surprisingly calm. He stopped 3 steps in front of Ning Fan and suddenly looked at him. His face was moved. "Did your people also steal the Chen family's military equipment?" Hee, father is wise." Looking at Ning Fan's sly smile, Emperor Yu was stunned. "Is it really you?" "Father, before I came to see you, I went to the Military Equipment Bureau first, and the iron smelting technology of the Chen family has been sent over. And the craftsmen abducted from the Chen family will arrive in Beijing soon. Father, I have found many spies from the enemy country. Now my Jinyue Zhongnan guard is arresting them. I believe that it won't be long before there will be good news." Listening to Ning Fan's remarks, Emperor Yu's face was full of deep shock. He was just trying unintentionally, but he didn't expect that behind all this, it was really the Jinyue who did it. Have the Jinyue been so scary? Even the secret guards can't find any clues. "Come here," Emperor Yu shouted directly, and Jing Li strode in. "Your Majesty, send someone to the Military Equipment Bureau to ask if King Xuanyang has been there just now and what he has sent." Yes. As soon as Emperor Yu returned to the Dragon Case, he heard Wei Ying report, "Your Majesty, the Chief of the Military Equipment Bureau, Lord Ling Hao, wants to see you." Emperor Yu was slightly surprised, and Jing Li, who was about to leave, also stopped. "Go, let him in. Let the Military Equipment Bureau Ling Hao come to see you." As soon as the voice fell, a man with a straight figure and a dark face strode in, with a look of joy that could not be concealed. "I have just tried to forge fine iron. In 3 days at most, we can forge weapons exactly the same as those of the Chen family." Emperor Yu's eyes fell on Ning Fan, who was standing aside, and the joy on his face could no longer be concealed. Ning Fan could naturally understand Emperor Yu's mood at this time. Daewoo's top iron smelting technology and weapon forging methods were all in the hands of the Chen family. The weapons forged by the court and those forged by the Chen family were more than one level apart. Over the years, the court has repeatedly tolerated the Chen family because of the Chen family's superb forging technology and the technical blockade of the court. When the previous emperor was in power, he hinted to the Chen family to hand over the iron smelting technology, but the Chen family repeatedly shirked and even openly challenged the court, cutting off the supply of weapons to Dayu and almost cutting off Dayu's military equipment logistics. After Emperor Yu ascended the throne, he sent many secret guards to steal the Chen family's iron smelting technology, but each time they returned empty-handed and even suffered heavy casualties. Unexpectedly, the military equipment supervisor has now gotten rid of the Chen family and forged fine iron on its own. How sure are you? Emperor Yu took a deep breath and stared straight at Ling Hao, who patted his chest and guaranteed, "Your Majesty, I am willing to guarantee it with my head." Good. Emperor Yu laughed and said loudly, "The military equipment supervisor has made great contributions this time. After the excellent weapons are forged, if what you said is true, I will definitely reward you handsomely." Ling Hao glanced at Ning Fan and said, "Your Majesty, the smelting methods of these fine irons and the forging methods of weapons are all given by His Royal Highness King Xuanyang. I dare not take this great credit." "Yes." Emperor Yu smiled and nodded. "I know, King Xuanyang has made contributions, and Ling Aiching and the military equipment supervisor have also made contributions. Thank you, Your Majesty." After Ling Hao resigned, Emperor Yu looked at Ning Fan and the smile on his face instantly subsided. "Tell me, what are your plans for the future?" "Father, the Chen family has colluded with the King of Huainan over the years, plotted rebellion, and controlled the government. They are simply guilty of unforgivable crimes. Chen Fang, the fourth son of the Chen family, colluded with the spies of Dongwai, disrupted the new army, and wanted to launch a palace coup. Such an unforgivable family should be confiscated and executed, and all the accomplices should be eliminated." Looking at Ning Fan's murderous face, even Emperor Yu was also shocked and said in a deep voice, "It's easy to destroy the Chen family, but what about after that? Have you ever thought about what the Huainan side will do? What's the reaction?" Quote, "How can the civil and military officials of the court, the scholars of the world, and even the other three families of the four great families stabilize the court?" "Father, I just received news that Mr. Shen is on his way to Beijing." After hearing Ning Fan's words, Emperor Yu also showed a trace of entanglement on his face. If he said that he didn't want to take action against the Chen family, it would definitely be a lie. Among the four great families, the Hu family controlled the salt road in the world, the Shui family controlled the water transport ferry of Dayu, and the Lu family's grain store almost monopolized the grain store in the world and manipulated the grain price. He can tolerate all these, but only the Chen family has grasped the soft underbelly of the court. You must know that Dayu is different from other countries. There are powerful enemies on all four borders. They have been suffering from wars for many years. The demand for weapons, armor and war horses is very large, and there is no room for error. But such important strategic materials are controlled by a family. Even the Chen family colluded with Huainan and conspired to rebel. In any case, Emperor Yu would not tolerate him. But is it too early to kill now? Father, looking at the tangled look on Emperor Yu's face, Ning Fan spoke again. "Tomorrow the three dukes will lead the army back. As long as we can take down the Chen family's private military workshop and horse farm with thunder and lightning, the Chen family will not pose any threat to us. As for the Huainan direction, as far as I know, Huainan is in contact with the south and is not fully prepared. With Lu Kan's character, he will never act rashly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Looking at Ning Fan's solemn face, Emperor Yu pondered for a moment, nodded slightly, and said solemnly, "I don't want you to interfere in this matter." Ning Fan's face also showed a touch of emotion, and his heart couldn't help but warm. As a behemoth, the Chen family, not to mention the disciples and old officials everywhere, just the party members in the court and the reputation among the people are enough to overwhelm him, the prince. What's more, no one knows what kind of power the Chen family hides in secret. Once Ning Fan personally destroys the Chen family, the secret forces of the Chen family will surely launch endless revenge. By then, the offended forces will not only be the Chen family, but the scholars of the world. In this era, the power of these aristocratic families is extremely influential, and no one can ignore it. Father, looking at the entire court now, no one is more suitable than me. This case is not Jinwei, no one can handle it. No one in the court is willing to risk the world's disapproval to destroy the Chen family, because they don't want to stand on the opposite side of the world's aristocratic families. But I don't care. Ning Fan showed a free and easy smile on his face. If he wants to realize his ambitions in this era, he must stand on the opposite side of the aristocratic families. Now, he is not sitting on the dragon throne, so there will be no direct conflict between the aristocratic families and the court. In this way, with Emperor Yu acting as a mediator in the middle, no matter where he goes, there is room for maneuver. Only by severely damaging the Chen family and letting the world's aristocratic families see his methods, can he take advantage of the situation to throw out the Trump bomb and give the world's poor a chance to stand out. Son, I know that you have a lot of ambitions, and you are ruthless and have good plans. You have the shadow of your royal brother in the past, but you are more worldly wise than him, but sometimes you are more violent. I didn't expect that in just a short month, you have been reborn. In a blink of an eye, you can share my worries. I am very pleased. Emperor Yu rarely showed his true feelings. There was a little more warmth in his eyes when he looked at Ning Fan, but he quickly restrained it and sighed. In the past, I hoped that you would become a talent, but now you can really stand on your own, which really makes me distressed. Emperor Yu knew that this time, Ning Fan took the initiative to stand in front of him, and the Chen family had to be eliminated, but if he took action himself, it would inevitably put the world's aristocratic families against the court. By then, the Imperial court will inevitably be in turmoil, but if Ning Fan can stand in front and block the spearhead of the aristocratic families, the pressure on Emperor Yu will be much lighter. Father, a real man has his own way of doing things and his own way of not doing things. I have made up my mind and I have no regrets. Ning Fan's words were so powerful that Emperor Yu paused and nodded slightly. Have you considered the position of the Minister of Revenue? Reporting to Father, I recommend Chen Qinghe, the governor of Nanhe County. Chen Qinghe. Emperor Yu's eyes lit up and he said slowly, I know this person. He was appointed as the Minister of Revenue, but later he offended the powerful in the court and was exiled from the capital by your grandfather. This person has a strong character and is upright. Why? Do you have a close relationship with this person? Reporting to Father, I have never met Lord Chen. Oh, Emperor Yu couldn't help showing a trace of surprise. Then why did you recommend this person? Father, I have sent Dian Wei to investigate the personalities, reputations, and assessments of officials all over the world. Lord Chen has a good reputation and is not afraid of the powerful. I have also heard a little about what happened back then. However, Lord Chen once worked in the Ministry of Revenue. If he can return to the Imperial Court and take charge of the Ministry of Revenue, he will surely help my father. Yes, Emperor Yu nodded in appreciation and said with a smile, how can you bear to hand over such an important position as the Minister of Revenue to an outsider? Your Majesty, you are wrong. Ning Fan shook his head slightly and said with a serious face, this position of the Minister of Revenue is not decided by me alone. Not only must I get my father's approval, but I must also be able to shut up the court officials. The most important thing is to be competent for the position and benefit the people. Otherwise, I will be with those who form cliques and engage in private interests. What's the difference between a minister of Go? Well said. Emperor Yu was immediately delighted, and sighed deeply, I underestimated you before. In that case, you should say hello to Chen Qinghe in advance. 3 days later, the imperial edict will be delivered, and you can enter the capital. Ning Fan knew that Emperor Yu intended to let him do a favor for Chen Qinghe, and bowed slightly, thank you, father. Go down first. Tomorrow the Duke of Zhengguo will return to the court, you and Jisui will welcome him on my behalf. As ordered, Ning Fan strode out of the palace. Emperor Yu looked at the gradually receding back, and murmured, second brother, you are more suitable to take my position than the eldest brother, but it's a pity. The sky was full of red clouds, and the early winter sunset added a touch of warmth to this cold world. There were a few sparse figures on the long street, gathering in groups of 3 or 5 with their arms folded. Ning Fan sat in a carriage, opened the curtains, and his eyes were dazed. Look, it's the carriage of King Xuanyang. I just heard that King Xuanyang led the Dian Wei to raid the Chen mansion, but I didn't expect to see him so soon. The Chen mansion is one of the 4 famous families, and King Xuanyang dared to attack them. Ning Fan didn't hear the discussion of the people on the street. A horse neighed, and the carriage shook. Dian Wei tightened the reins and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, be careful." Ning Fan seemed to have noticed something unusual, and saw a cold light shooting out, and a sharp sound of breaking through the air exploded beside his ears. But Ning Fan had already noticed it, and he leaned back, and an arrow suddenly pierced the carriage, and the tail of the arrow shook, making a trembling sound. "There are assassins." Dian Wei raised the double halberd beside him and whispered, "Your Highness, sit tight." He suddenly kicked his legs and jumped directly onto the carriage. His eyes swept around and looked in one direction. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows were fired in succession. As 2 figures rushed out, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He waved his hand and threw out the window. 3 darts were fired at the same time, accurately knocking the 3 arrows away. 2 more darts were thrown, shooting straight at the 2 black-clothed people who rushed up. The people on the street were already scared to death at this moment. They retreated 100 meters before they stood still. These assassins are so brave that they dared to assassinate the prince of the current dynasty in the street. Hiss. They are simply lawless. It won't be someone from the Chen family again. The movement on the street soon alarmed the Imperial guards. The 2 assassins blocked Ning Fan's hidden weapons, looked at each other, and floated away. Ning Fan's brows were furrowed. The 10 assassins in Chen's house had been wiped out long ago, and now 2 more assassins appeared. Could it be that the Blood Evil Pavilion sent more than 10 people this time? "Your Highness, are you okay?" Dian Wei hurriedly got into the carriage with a look of concern on his face. Ning Fan shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "Keep going, let's talk about it when we get to the yamen first." "Yes." Dian Wei greeted the Imperial guards and drove the carriage towards the Jinwei yamen. The news that King Xuanyang was assassinated on the street spread in the capital in an instant. Many people suspected that these assassins were also sent by the Chen family. In the Jinwei yamen, Zhonglin and Jia Shu also got the news that Ning Fan was assassinated, and directly led a team of people to greet him. "Your Highness, are you okay?" "Nothing." Ning Fan shook his head slightly, looked at Zhongli, and said in a deep voice, "Pull out these 2 fleas for me." "Your Highness, don't worry. Have the 4 survivors been interrogated?" "Your Highness, they didn't get any important information from their mouths, and they are already dying." "In that case, give them a break." Jia Shu looked at Ning Fan and asked tentatively, "My lord, His Majesty." "All right." Jia Shu heard this, and his eyes also flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and he said in a deep voice, "My lord, if the Chen family is destroyed this time, you will be the first to bear the brunt, and you will not be tolerated by the world's aristocratic families. So, we should make plans early. What do you think, sir?" Jia Shu pondered for a moment, and said in a concentrated voice, "This time, in order to obtain the Chen family's iron smelting technology, our manpower in the Chen family has been exposed and withdrawn. However, the Chen family has also lost the soft underbelly of the court, like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. I have 3 strategies. Please speak, sir." "First, destroy their reputation." A shadow flashed across Jia Shu's eyes, and he spoke solemnly, "Aristocratic family values reputation the most. Over the years, the Chen family has killed many people, and they are even more rampant in Shuzhou, causing public outrage. My first strategy is to make all the Chen family's scandals public and stir up public anger. This matter can be handled by plainclothes Jinwei. Now that the Chen mansion has been raided, it is the focus of the people in Beijing. We just need to find a few good people to help. If you spread the news in restaurants and teahouses, it will spread to the capital. Not only the capital, but also Zhongnan, especially Shuzhou, find those oppressed people and report them to the Jinwei yamen. In this way, the Jinwei will definitely attract attention, and then send people to secretly instigate, and the Chen family will be overwhelmed by the overwhelming public resentment." Ning Fan heard this, and a touch of emotion appeared on his face. He was worthy of being the poisonous scholar Jia Shu. This plan would definitely push the Chen family to the forefront. The aristocratic families have always been proud of their integrity, but they also valued their reputation the most. This first strategy can make the Chen family notorious. What about the second strategy? The second strategy. Jia Shu's mouth curled up slightly, and he said lightly, "My lord, the Chen family has many students and old officials in the court. Now the Chen family is colluding with the king of Huainan and plotting a rebellion, which is ironclad evidence. We just need to send people disguised as Chen family members to go to the mansions of these students and old officials to win them over to rebel together. Even threatening their lives will definitely damage the reputation of the Chen family. As soon as Jia Shu's second strategy came out, Zhongli frowned slightly and said softly, "These people are not so easy to fool. How can we make them believe us? If it's exposed, it will be more trouble than gain. Haha, just find someone to forge a secret letter from the Chen family and send someone to deliver it. If the other party doesn't respond, assassinate him on the spot and then reveal a little flaw." Zhongli showed a look of surprise on his face, and sighed, "Although this plan is good, it will hurt innocent people." "Then find a few innocent people," Jia Shu said confidently. "There are many people who deserve to die among their students and old officials, or among their cliques in the court. Kill them. At that time, some people may have doubts, but in the end, some people will be convinced that whether it succeeds or not, it will ruin the reputation of the Chen family and even disintegrate their alliance." Ning Fan nodded in agreement. "This plan is feasible. The third plan is even simpler." Jia Shu raised his teacup, moistened his throat, and continued, "After the Lord takes action against the Chen family, the world's aristocratic families will definitely everyone is in danger. Although they fight each other on weekdays, they are also involved in interests." Quote, "Over the years, the Chen family has offended many people, and there are political enemies in the court and opponents in Shuzhou. The Lord only needs to send someone to contact them, and then someone will take action for the Lord. When the Chen family was there, it maintained the interests of many people, but if the Chen family collapses, more people will benefit. This is the human heart." Jia Shu showed a peaceful smile on his face. "Destroy their reputation, split their power, support their enemies, and the Chen family will collapse in an instant. Let these families take action first, and the Lord will act after planning, so that he will not become the target of public criticism and cause attacks from the world's families." With Jia Shu's 3 strategies, Ning Fan is also at ease. If he was still a little worried before, he is obviously relieved now. Now the 2 Chen Rui brothers are imprisoned in Jin Yui's yamen, and what happened in the capital today will soon reach the Chen family in Shuzhou. At that time, it is still unclear how the Chen family will react, but they have to be on guard. After you finish handling the matters in Beijing, go to Jiangnan in person. As you command. Have you ever gotten any useful information out of Brother Chen Rui? Replying to my lord, Chen Feng is just a waste of food, drink and fun. He knows very little about the affairs of the clan and has not asked for any useful information. And Chen Rui is interrogating him severely." When Ning Fan heard this, he nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "We must pry Chen Rui's mouth open. The Chen family and Weinan are closely connected, and what the court lacks most now is information about Weinan." Yes, Ning Fan took Dian Wei back to his home, while Jia Shu summoned several of Haibingtai's cronies, his expressions changing for a while. "I've met my lord. No gifts." Jia Shu's voice was very cold, and there was a touch of cold blood in his eyes, and he said calmly, "Are you willing to die for His Highness?" "Report to your lord." "I am willing." "Okay, there is something you need to do." He took out a note he had prepared from his arms and handed it to the leading man in black. "Your mission is written here. It is related to His Highness's plan. You must act according to the plan without making any mistakes. Promise." Jia Shu's eyes flashed with cold light, and he solemnly warned, "If the news leaks, you don't have to come back." "Yes, comma." This night was an extremely restless night. Thick clouds covered the moon, leaving only a little white on the dark sky. On the ancient road, 2 people galloped on horseback, heading east. At noon, we arrived outside a barren mountain. "See my lord." Zhuanzhu's figure appeared silently in front of Ning Fan, kneeling on one knee with a look of respect on his face. "No gifts, my lord. The manpower has been gathered and ready to take action at any time." Ning Fan looked behind Zhuanzhu and saw figures jumping out from the shadows not far away. They were all dressed in black and covered with bronze masks, and they were releasing a strong evil spirit. "See my lord. No gift." Ning Fan made a gesture with his hand and nodded slightly to Zhuanzhu on the side, indicating that he could start. Zhuanzhu looked at the 15 people in black clothes in front of him and said calmly, "Today is the assessment for the position of impermanence. In my underworld, those who are capable will always be at the top and those who are mediocre will be at the bottom. Tonight's assessment task is to defeat the Blood Demon Pavilion. The 15 of you are all the elites in my underworld, and if you want to win the God's Mansion, you have to use your own methods. On this barren mountain is the headquarters of the Blood Demon Pavilion. I'll give you 1 hour to hunt the Blood Demon Pavilion. The 2 who kill the most enemies will be unstoppable. All the members of the underworld had solemn expressions on their faces. The Blood Demon Pavilion had been famous in the world for a long time, so naturally they had heard about it for a long time. It is rumored that the master of the pavilion is a first-class master who has been famous in the world for a long time. He is very good at practicing kung fu. I didn't expect that tonight's mission would be to attack the Blood Fiend Pavilion. And, Zhuanzhu's eyes flashed with a cold luster, you must not expose your body. If there are still people alive in the Zusha Pavilion within an hour, then 15 of you will fail the assessment. Hearing Zhuanzhu's words, even Ning Fan couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling that the conditions were a bit harsh. But seeing the serious look on Zhuanzhu's face, he didn't interrupt, but showed a look of expectation. Action. Following Zhuanzhu's order, 15 figures swept towards the mountain almost at the same time. Zhuanzhu looked at Ning Fan and said softly, "My lord, let's follow up and take a look together." Ning Fan nodded slightly and led Dian Wei and followed Zhuanzhu towards the mountain. Each of these 15 people has reached the first-class threshold, and 8 of them have taken the Tianyuan pill you gave them. They are the backbone of my underworld. The King of Wheels has gone to Zhongnan to recruit troops. It won't be long before he will establish a branch of my underworld in Zhongnan. Listening to Zhuanzhu's introduction, Ning Fan nodded slightly and asked softly, "Where is the bull-headed horse-faced one?" Exist. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, 2 figures emerged from the shade of the trees next to them almost at the same time. Dian Wei's face immediately condensed, and he raised his halberds and stepped forward to stop him. Zhuanzhu quickly shouted, "General, please don't do anything. Own people." There was a deep shock on Dian Wei's face. The distance between the 2 people just now was definitely not more than 3 feet, but he didn't notice it at all. Such a body skill is really unrivaled by anyone. An ox-headed horse-faced person, please see the lord. 2 figures knelt down facing Ning Fan. One was thin and the other was strong. The thin man wore a horse face, while the burly man wore a bull head. There was curiosity in his eyes, looking at Ning Fan. "You 2 don't have to be polite." Ning Fan smiled and nodded. Now the underworld is the biggest trump card in his hand. Its level of secrecy cannot be compared with even the Black Ice platform. If this card is released, even Emperor Yu may have to be afraid of 3 points. Although the underworld has only been established for a short period of time, its combat power is not inferior to any martial arts sect or killer organization. Oxhead and Horseface, you go and monitor in person. Anyone who reveals their whereabouts will be eliminated. Yes, sir. After the 2 men bowed to Ning Fan again, their figures disappeared into the darkness. Their movements were very similar to Zhuanzhu's, and it was obvious that they had received the true teachings. "Zhuanzhu, how many martial arts sects like the Blood Demon Pavilion are there in Deu?" Reporting to the master, "There are countless." Zhuanzhu pondered and said, "Some martial arts sects are connected with secular interests, such as some escort agencies, martial arts families or killer organizations. Although they belong to the martial arts world, they are not separated from the secular world. There are also some hidden sects, hidden in the mountains, and do not compete with the world." Oh, Ning Fan showed a look of surprise on his face, and asked tentatively, "Are there any immortal sects among these martial arts sects?" Immortal cultivation. Zhuanzhu was stunned for a moment, and smiled bitterly. "Your Highness, they are all martial arts sects, and there is no immortal sect that the master said." Oh, Ning Fan couldn't help but feel a little lost. It seems that this world is really a pure fictional world. Although some martial arts masters can split mountains and break rocks, they are just mortals after all, and they can't escape the fate of 100 years. The 3 followed the 15 people all the way to a lonely peak. The wind was blowing fiercely, and the roars of tigers and monkeys could be heard in the forest. The 15 assassins from the underworld were also mixed in the darkness, constantly groping towards the pavilions on the lonely peak. I didn't expect that the Blood Evil Pavilion could quietly build pavilions and terraces in this barren mountain. My lord, this place is sparsely populated and has dense forests. It is difficult for ordinary people to find it. I want to use this place as the headquarters of my underworld. Hearing Zhuanzhu's words, Ning Fan also showed a thoughtful look, nodded slightly and said, now the deed of this barren mountain is in my hand, it is appropriate to set up the headquarters here. Thank you, my lord. Zhuanzhu bowed respectfully. Ning Fan waved his hand, a solemn expression appeared on his face, and said softly, Zhuanzhu, there are many masters in the Blood Evil Pavilion, can the 15 of them handle it? My lord, don't worry, these 15 people are all trained by me personally, and each of them has extremely strong assassination skills. Now most of the masters of the Blood Evil Pavilion are on missions outside, with the ox head and horse face looking after them, they will definitely be fine. That's the best. Ning Fan looked at Zhuanzhu's confident face, and cast his eyes on the attics not far away. 15 figures were seen like ghosts crawling out of hell, their ghostly figures almost perfectly blended with the night, shuttling between the attics. These attics were scattered, and almost every one was guarded by guards, holding crossbows and short knives on their waists. Go! The 15 figures looked at each other and rushed towards the attics in different directions. In a high-rise building in the center, several figures gathered here. This hall was very dim, but very spacious. Hundreds of skulls were hung above the hall. Under the flickering candlelight, it looked gloomy and terrifying. Deputy Pavilion Master, there is no news from the capital. Will something happen? Have you sent someone to contact? Not yet. Send someone to investigate the situation immediately. Yes. The speaker was a bald man, with a dark luster flashing in his eyes and a cold breath on his body, which made people afraid. Has the Pavilion Master come out of retreat? Not yet. Alas. The bald man sighed softly. I don't know if it is right or wrong for my Blood Demon Pavilion to join the Chen family this time. These aristocratic families are all ruthless people. Deputy Pavilion Master, the Pavilion Master has made a decision on this matter, so it's better not to mention it. An older man spoke softly to remind him, and the bald man showed a trace of fear in his eyes and nodded slightly. I don't know if the Pavilion Master can successfully take that step. If it can be done, the status of my Blood Demon Pavilion in the world will surely rise. By then, even the Chen family will be afraid of us. While they were talking in the hall, a silent fight broke out outside the hall. On the attic, a man in black stood straight, but his eyes were full of fatigue. He swayed and dozed off while standing. Swoosh! A flash of cold light accurately shot into his throat. The black-clothed guard's eyes slid open, but he couldn't make any sound. He fell straight down, but was caught by another black-clothed man without making any sound. Who? The assassin of the underworld took out a smoke roll from his arms and inserted it into the attic. Several arrows came in through the window, accompanied by several figures flying by. In just half an incense stick of time, all the people in the attic became cold corpses without making any sound. Be careful, the Blood Evil Pavilion is our colleague, and the 5 senses are very sharp, including the sound of flying in the air, the smell of blood, the whistling sound of arrows, and the shadows of people walking by, which may reveal your flaws. There are several masters in the Blood Evil Pavilion who are not inferior to you, so you must not take it lightly. The gentle voice of the horse-faced man sounded, and the eyes of the 15 people were all solemn, and they nodded slightly. Keep going. Watching the 15 people rushing towards the next attic again, Niu Tu said to Ma Mian, let's go, let's deal with the Blood Evil Pavilion Master and several elders first, otherwise it will be difficult to complete the mission with just them. Yeah, the two looked at each other, smiled evilly, and disappeared directly on the spot. The bald man returned to his bedroom, but was not in a hurry to sleep. Now that the Pavilion Master has accepted the gift from the Chen family and even intends to get closer to the Chen family, he feels a strong sense of uneasiness. What surprised him even more was that the target of this assassination was actually the prince of the current dynasty. Due to the prestige of the Pavilion Master in the sect, he did not dare to refute, but for some reason, this feeling of uneasiness became stronger in his heart. Perhaps, after completing this mission, it is time to consider retiring. Alas, the bald man sighed softly, thinking of his wife and daughter at home, and his face also showed a touch of tenderness that could not be concealed. Swoosh! A cold light flashed suddenly, and a figure flew over silently. The bald man's face changed instantly, and his body rolled rapidly, and he felt dizzy. Poison. Death. A man with a bullhead mask held a butcher knife and slashed it fiercely. The sharp blade instantly passed through his neck artery, clean and neat. The bald man widened his eyes, and his face was full of disbelief. The deputy leader of the Blood Evil Pavilion was killed by his colleagues who sneaked into his bedroom quietly. If it spreads out, I don't know how many people will be shocked. Go. Looking at the bull-headed man's skillful operation, the horse-faced man was not surprised at all, as if this method was a sparse and common thing. The two did not stop at all and flew away. Enemy attack. Suddenly, a shout broke the peaceful night. Niu and Ma Mian looked at each other and said, "Finally, someone has been discovered." As expected, if the famous Blood Demon Pavilion could be quietly destroyed by a group of young men under our command, it would be a joke. Let's go and take a look. Outside another pavilion, a black-clothed figure was surrounded by several Blood Demon Pavilion guards, with a strong sense of unwillingness in his eyes. HMPH, who dares to come to my Blood Demon Pavilion to act so presumptuous? It's really like an old man eating loquats and getting tired of living. The leader was the old man who was in the hall just now. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, and he said lightly, "Go, take him down for me. I want to see who is the villain who came to my Blood Demon Pavilion to kill people." Yes. With an order, more than 10 guards around rushed towards the assassin in the underworld at the same time. Kill. Although he was in a desperate situation, the black-clad assassin was not afraid at all. He took a short sword and rushed out to kill. Xiao Wu has been discovered. What should we do? Save him or not? HMPH, the master has ordered that anyone who reveals his whereabouts will be eliminated. Are we going to watch him die without saving him? The examiners in the underworld all showed a tangled look. Zhuanzu, Ning Fan and the other two watched silently not far away, as if they were 3 outsiders. With 2 adults watching over him in secret, Xiao Wu will be fine. A thin man in black said calmly, and turned to continue hunting in the attic next to him. A tall young man with cold eyes next to him also took a step. Kill. With a shrill roar, Xiao Wu held a short sword, and with one sword, he ruthlessly ended the life of a Blood Evil Pavilion guard, and turned around and stabbed again. HMPH, you're looking for death. Disable his arms. The old man in the Blood Evil Pavilion had a cold murderous intent in his eyes. With an order, the guards around rushed forward together, and the old man also took out a dagger and swept away. I can't help it. Kill. In the darkness, a killer from the underworld flew out, followed by 7 or 8 figures flying and killing the Blood Evil Pavilion guards. The ox-headed and horse-faced rhinoceros frowned slightly and said calmly, "They are still very young. Now, my lord will probably be angry." Both of them attacked at the same time, shooting several arrows in a row, taking away several guards of the Blood Evil Pavilion. For a moment, the face of the old man of the Blood Evil Pavilion changed drastically. "Who are you?" "We are ghosts crawling out of the underworld." A hoarse voice sounded in the old man's ears, and a blood flower suddenly bloomed from his neck, and then a residual shadow flew across, and figures fell to the ground one after another. In just a few breaths, the ox-headed and horse-faced rhinoceros killed all the guards of the Blood Evil Pavilion. "Thank you for your help, my lord." All the assassins of the underworld looked at the ox-headed and horse-faced rhinoceros with excitement, but unexpectedly they were greeted with a cold word, "You." All eliminated. After that, without waiting for everyone to come back to their senses, he disappeared in front of everyone. As an assassin, a killer, the last thing you should have is sympathy, emotion, pity and grief. These emotions will influence your thoughts and affect your decisions. Cold-bloodedness is your only synonym. If you can't do this, you can never be called an assassin. Zhuanju's figure descended behind them at some point, and his cold words rang in their ears like a warning from God. "You failed the test, you can go back." Yes. The eyes under the masks were full of disappointment, and the figures flew directly into the jungle until they disappeared completely. Ning Fan hid in the corner and watched this scene silently, with a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Dian Wei on the side looked at the thin figure with fear. He knew that this one was a real assassin. Under the hall, in a dim secret room, a black-robed figure sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Boom! A momentum swept from his body, stirring up the dust around him. The black-robed man slowly opened his eyes, with a calm glow. "This is the Grand Master." The black-robed man felt the abundant internal force in his dantian, and came to the hall with a flash of his body. His nose moved, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. How brave! This is the first time in more than 10 years that someone has come to kill my blood-evil pavilion. The bloody smell in the air made him frown, and he said lightly, "Since you are here, why not show up?" As soon as the voice fell, he slapped out with a palm, and the air made a sound of explosion. Under the surging internal force, it was as powerful as 100 rivers converging into the sea. Grandmaster. The bull-headed and horse-faced figures appeared, retreating several feet in a row, and their faces were all shocked, with a strong fear on their faces. I didn't expect that the master of the blood-evil pavilion would actually enter the realm of the Grandmaster. You know, ordinary hidden sects may not have martial arts masters sitting in charge. Tell me who sent you here, and I'll give you a chance to kill yourself. Nangong Yin's eyes were full of contempt, looking at the two figures in front of him, as if looking down at ants, and his tone was extremely calm. Humph, arrogant, just right, today I will experience the strength of the master. The bull-headed man held a butcher knife, and the horse-faced man held a dagger in his hand, one on the left and one on the right, and killed Nangong Yin. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Nangong Yin glanced at the two coldly, and his figure flashed, and he also turned into a residual image, with a short sword in his hand, and gently swung, and two sword energies shot out. Die. The bull-headed and horse-faced men both changed their expressions, and their bodies swept across at a very fast speed to barely avoid his attack, but Nangong Yin did not stop at all, and chased after him with a sword. Outside the pavilion, Zhuanzhu's expression changed slightly, and he greeted Ningfan, and flew away. Grandmaster. Dian Wei also showed a hint of surprise on his face, and said in a serious tone, "My lord, this time we have met a tough guy." Oh. Ningfan also frowned slightly, and looked at Dian Wei on the side in confusion and said, "Eli, who is stronger, the martial arts master or the peerless general?" "My lord, the internal master and the peerless general are at the same level. The internal family focuses on the skills, and the external family focuses on the physique. The internal family cultivates internal strength, while the external family cultivates brute force." Ningfan's face was more curious. So, can the peerless general and the internal master have the ability to fight? Not so. Dian Wei shook his head and said, "Peerless generals also have strengths and weaknesses, and internal masters also have differences in skills. If you don't fight, it's really hard to compare." So that's it. Ningfan's face showed a look of realization. For example, Wenho Lu Bu and Overlord Shang Yu, both of them should be among the peerless generals, but Shang Yu's strength should be above Lu Bu. In a small blood-evil pavilion, there is actually a master hidden. It's unexpected. My lord, this master should have just broken through. Dian Wei looked in the direction of the attic and whispered, "I have the strength to fight him." While speaking, he waved his double halberds, and a high fighting spirit surged in his eyes. "Haha, you don't need to take action. Even a master can hardly resist Zhuanzhu's fatal blow." Oh. Dian Wei's eyes showed a strong curiosity, but Ningfan on the side smiled and said nothing. He knew how abnormal Zhuanzhu's special attributes were. Ignoring the force value, there was a 90% chance of triggering a fatal blow. It's hard for ordinary people to dodge. Let's go in and take a look. Inside the hall, both the bullhead and the horseface had been severely injured, with a trace of blood on the corners of their mouths, and they looked at the black-robed man in front of them with a serious face. "Not bad. You are only a top-notch cultivator, but you can deal with me for so long. You are quite strong." Nangong Yin's eyes no longer had any killing intent, but instead had a touch of appreciation. "If you are willing to surrender to me, I can spare your lives, and let bygones be bygones. Now that I am in charge of the blood-evil pavilion, there is a bright future." The horse face had a calm face and said nothing. He turned the dagger in his hand, his legs suddenly shot out, and his figure instantly turned into a residual shadow. The bull head was also not to be outdone. He glanced at the gap on the butcher knife, a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth and rushed up again. "You don't know how to live or die." Nangong Yin's eyes were filled with anger, and he said calmly, "If that's the case, you guys should go down and be buried with my people." Puff! Blood flower bloomed in the void. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. An illusory black robe seemed to fall from the sky, and a 7-foot-long sword passed directly through Nangong Yin's chest from behind. At this moment, not only did the bull-headed and horse-faced demon look dull, but Nangong Yin's eyes were wide open, and his pupils were dilated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Assassins are never warriors who face each other head-on on the battlefield. Assassins, the only life creed is to kill, not to fight. The martial arts moves and body movements you have learned are all for one purpose, to kill. Zhuanzhu's cold voice came out. At this moment, even the bull-headed and horse-faced demon felt a chill that captivated his soul. Thank you, sir. The two bowed respectfully, and figures descended in the hall one after another, which meant the end of this hunt. Zhuanzhu's thin body was in the center, facing the burning gazes, and his cold voice resounded throughout the hall. Everyone failed the assessment for this mission, and you will go to hell to be punished. Yes, everyone was stunned, and no one dared to refute. They bowed respectfully, and disappeared in front of Zhuanzhu one after another, leaving only mutilated corpses. My lord, Zhuanzhu saw Ningfan and stepped forward respectfully to pay his respects. All the members of the Blood Demon Pavilion will be destroyed. Ningfan nodded slightly, his eyes smiling. It has only been more than a month since the establishment of the Underworld, so there is no need to blame too much. Yes, Zhuanzhu responded, and Ningfan walked out of the hall and said, now I have a Jinwei in my hand, which has made the civil and military officials of the court extremely afraid. The members of the Underworld must not be leaked at all. Otherwise, it will not only be the civil and military officials who are afraid of me. Zhuanzhu's eyes condensed, and he nodded heavily. My lord, don't worry, the Underworld will not come to the world unless it is on a mission. Okay, to cut the grass, we must root it out. From now on, we will do our best to wipe out the remnants of the Blood Demon Pavilion. All the gold and silver in the treasury are left to you to deal with. Thank you, my lord. Yuwang City. A magnificent mansion, an old man with gray hair sitting in the study, with a lamp in front of the desk, looking dazed. Master Han. A hoarse voice sounded, and a black shadow appeared in front of him without a sound, looking at him quietly. Who? Daughter you. This is a letter from the south, please make a decision as soon as possible, Master Han. The man in black took out a secret letter from his sleeve and handed it over. Han Shu's eyes condensed, as if he had thought of something, and the panic on his face receded. What? The head of the Chen family is preparing to rebel. Han Shu's face trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. The man in black said calmly, the head of the family has been planning with the king of Huainan for a long time. Now he is preparing to start a rebellion. Please help, Lord Han. This is too. Han Shu was frightened and lost his mind. He tightly grasped the secret letter in his hand and sighed. I have been favored by the head of the Chen family, but I am still a minister of Deu. If the Chen family has other instructions, I will do my best. But this matter, I don't want to participate. Please tell the head of the family that Han will never leak anything about this matter. Looking at Han Shu's firm face, the man in black sneered and said lightly, Lord Han, I came here today not to discuss with you, but to follow your orders. If Lord Han disagrees. The man in black showed a hint of threat, and Han Shu's eyes instantly showed a hint of fear. Why do you want to silence me? I have done a lot of dirty things for the Chen family over the years, which is enough to repay the favor of supporting me back then. Are you going to force me to death? Hee, only the dead can keep secrets. The man in black showed a hint of cruelty in his eyes, and Han Shu smiled miserably. Hee, it seems that I have no choice. I promise you. Han Shu collapsed on the chair and responded weakly. That's the best. The man in black chuckled. I hope Lord Han will take care of himself. If you betray the Chen family, I'm afraid your Han family will go to hell before you. After speaking, the man in black left quietly. Such a scene happened in the official residences of Yuwang City. Some surrendered, while others were silenced. In short, the capital was extremely restless that night. Jinwei Mansion. Jia Shu stayed awake all night, watching the figures return one after another, sitting cross-legged in front of a stove, and said lightly, is everything done? Reporting to the Lord, the 3 people I contacted all surrendered. Sir, of the 3 families I contacted, 2 surrendered, and 1 refused to obey, and I killed them and left a flaw. Very good. Jia Shu nodded slightly, his eyes swept over the people in front of him one by one, and said lightly, "Your family members have been taken into the capital by me, and from now on, they will live in the mansion next to my Jinwei. I don't want to leak a word of what happened today." "Yes." Jia Shu nodded slightly, and said lightly, "From now on, keep a close eye on these officials, and use some appropriate means to intimidate them. I will give you half a month to make them completely alienated from the Chen family." "Yes." All retreat. Several people left silently, looking at the burning charcoal in the stove. Jia Shu's pupils reflected a gleam of light. Looking out the window, snowflakes floated down without knowing when. Jia Shu took a document from the table, his eyes fell on the list on it, and a cold light flashed. Early morning. Ning Fan dragged his tired body slowly into the hall, and instantly attracted the attention of a group of civil and military officials. "Meet His Royal Highness King Xuanyang." "Your Highness." Many officials who were on good terms with Ning Fan bowed and saluted, such as the Minister of War Ji Sui, the Minister of Works Xie Xingxian, and so on. Humph. The Minister of Personnel looked at Ning Fan's figure, with a touch of coldness in his eyes, standing quietly aside, ignoring it. The lackeys of the censorate also looked at it coldly, and even had a sneer on their lips. Today's court is destined to be very lively. King Xuanyang provoked the Chen family for no reason, and even slaughtered the whole family, but he did not produce convincing evidence. How could the Chen family's followers in the court let him go? With a shout of, "Long live the Emperor," the ministers greeted him and Emperor Yu sat down. "If you have something to say, please report it. If not, please leave the court." As soon as Wei Ying finished speaking, Ning Fan's face showed a playful look. More than 10 civil and military ministers came out together, including the Minister of Personnel and the Imperial Censor Hu Yu. Ning Fan had a sneer on his lips, wondering how long these people could jump around. "My dear ministers, what do you mean?" Emperor Yu looked at more than 10 civil and military officials coming out together, and asked lightly with a dangerous light in his eyes. "Your Majesty, we jointly submit a memorial to impeach King Xuanyang." "Oh." Emperor Yu raised his eyebrows, and there seemed to be a hint of impatience in his eyes. He said lightly, "Are you going to impeach King Xuanyang again?" "Your Majesty, King Xuanyang used his private power to kill innocent people indiscriminately, disregarding human lives, and without the king's laws, he killed the entire Chen family. This is such a huge disaster. Please seek justice for the Chen family." After Hu Yu's generous words, Emperor Yu's face was filled with a sneer, and he said lightly, "Hu Yu, you sued King Xuanyang last time and framed slander. If you can't produce substantive evidence this time, don't do it. It's my fault for punishing you for deceiving the Emperor." "Yes, Mr. Hu, His Highness is in charge of the Jinyi guards and has the power to monitor the world. By confiscating the Chen family must have violated the national law. Master Hu is so indifferent to right from wrong. He didn't even ask clearly about the cause and effect, so he jointly submitted the petition. Is this to force him into the palace?" Ji Sui and Xie Xingxian stood up one after another to express their grievances for Ning Fan. Emperor Yu, who was sitting high up, couldn't help but look at him. It had only been a short month, but he didn't expect that this guy had managed to win over the 2 ministers of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Industry. Snort. Hu Yu snorted angrily, cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I am sure that King Xuanyang has violated the national law. The Chen family is not an official in our court, and there is no such thing as corruption or bribery. Besides, the Chen family has always abided by laws and regulations. What is the reason that made King Xuanyang do such a cruel thing?" "Yes, Your Majesty, King Xuanyang and his Golden Guard eagles and dogs rely on the imperial power to act recklessly and are murderous. If the Golden Guard is not abolished, I, the Great Yu, may be in danger of subjugating the country. Please ask Your Majesty to punish King Xuanyang." All the civil and military officials who signed the petition knelt down. Emperor Yu had a sneer on his lips and his eyes fell on Ning Fan. "Master Hu, you really can't change your mind and eat shit. Last time you and a group of civil and military officials framed and slandered this king, my father was generous and spared your life. I didn't expect that today, in full view of everyone, you would dare to come forward and force me to marry you. Are you going to rebel?" Listening to Ning Fan's merciless humiliation and labeling him as a rebel, Hu Yu was so angry that he trembled all over and cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, King Zanyang, as the prince of the current dynasty, speaks such foul words. Your Majesty, please punish me for losing your dignity as a prince." Snapped. A slap hit Hu Yu's face hard. Ning Fan waved his palm and greeted Hu Yu's face again and again. He slapped Hu Yu 7 or 8 times in a row, which not only stunned Hu Yu. Even the civil and military officials who were watching and Emperor Yu who was sitting at the head were stunned, with a look of anger on their faces. Presumptuous. Hearing Emperor Yu's words, Ning Fan hurriedly stopped his hand, cupped his hands towards Hu Yu, and said with a serious face, "Master Hu, I couldn't hold it back just now, and I got confused for a moment. Please forgive me, Master Hu. You are such a reckless man." Ning Fan's expression suddenly turned cold, and he kicked Hu Yu's thin body to the ground. "Reckless man. You." For some reason, Ning Fan's elegant temperament seemed to completely disappear at this moment. He punched and kicked Hu Yu on the ground. The solemn morning meeting was disrupted by him, and it was instantly out of order. "Enough." Emperor Yu shouted low and looked at Ning Fan with a hint of anger in his eyes. "How dignified are you in the main hall? Father, I know my crime, please punish me." Snort. Seeing Ning Fan take the initiative to admit his mistake, Emperor Yu's anger also subsided, and he said calmly, "Since the officials from Yushitai and Dali Temple have jointly signed a lawsuit against you, then you can tell them why you want to confiscate the Chen family. The prince breaks the law and is guilty of the same crime as the common people. If you abuse your private power by relying on the royal guards, even if you are the prince, I will never give you mercy." Seeing Emperor Yu's selfless look, Hu Yu and others suddenly looked overjoyed, while Ji Sui showed a deep look of worry. Report to Father. The Chen family colluded with the Zhonghu killer organization Zusha Pavilion to assassinate their son. Oh, is there any evidence? Please allow me to allow my father to bring the captured assassin to the palace. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, the whole hall was in an uproar. Emperor Yu also frowned slightly and said calmly, "Jing Li, bring this person up personally." Yes. Jing Li cupped his hands and clasped his fists, and led a group of forbidden soldiers to carry 5 figures up to the palace. When the officials saw the figures of the 5 people, their expressions changed. Are you a human? Hiss, all the teeth are chipped, and only 1 finger is left on both hands. Look at the one in the middle, why is there still blood on his crotch? Many civil and military officers trembled, and Hu Yu was so frightened that he trembled and jumped out again. "Your Majesty, King Zanyang abuses lynching and loses human ethics. Please punish him." Ning Fan once again grabbed Hu Yu's hair, shrugged him off hard, pulled him in front of him, raised his fists and beat him wildly. "Ah, Your Majesty, help, spare your life, Your Highness, spare your life." There were screams one after another, and even Ji Sui couldn't help but stepped forward to start a fight, and whispered softly, "Your Highness, we can't fight anymore, or someone will die if we fight again. HMPH, this dog official has slandered him again and again, how can I tolerate him?" Hu Yu pointed at Ning Fan tremblingly, not daring to say another word. "Your Majesty, King Zanyang is so arrogant that he beats a court official in front of the court. Please convict him. Your Majesty, please punish me seriously. HMPH, Your Highness is the prince of the current dynasty, but he is so contemptuous of the court and disrespectful to the emperor. It is simply a disgrace to the civilized world." The civil and military officials who had just knelt down bowed to Emperor Yu again and unanimously asked for the punishment of Ning Fan. The veins on Emperor Yu's forehead also popped up. This little fool is simply lawless. The court was messed up by him, and the original reason became unreasonable. King Xuanyang, you despise the court. After the court is dismissed, you will be severely punished with 30 strokes of the board. HMPH, Your Majesty, is this crime too light? Why, do you want me to chop off his head? Emperor Yu stared at the official coldly and said lightly, "Or, punish him with the whole family and punish his 9 clans. I dare not." Seeing Emperor Yu protecting his son so much, some important officials in the court couldn't help but change their faces. They didn't expect that this person had become so important in the heart of His Majesty. Ning Fan raised his lips slightly and looked at the 5 figures being carried up. "Father, gentlemen, this is the assassin who assassinated me for the first time. He has confessed. He was sent by Marquis Xuanwu. Let's hurry up in the morning court. I have to go to the house search after the court. What? Marquis Xuanwu? How is it possible? Marquis Xuanwu has always been humble and has never fought with the world. How could he assassinate your highness for no reason? A group of court officials questioned him, and even Ji Sui frowned and looked at Ning Fan with a puzzled look. Marquis Xuanwu colluded with the Chen family and deliberately rebelled. These other 4 people are all assassins of the Blood Evil Pavilion. I have brought their confessions. Please take a look, Father. Chen Rui has confessed in prison. After hearing Ning Fan's words, the expressions of all the courtiers changed slightly, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the entire hall couldn't help but become much heavier. Seeing how King Xuanyang spoke so confidently, he was obviously confident. It seems that even Marquis Xuanwu is involved. Ning Fan's prepared confession was presented to him. Emperor Yu had already known about it. He just gave it a symbolic glance and asked Wei Ying to pass it on to all the ministers for review. This, Your Highness, are all the above statements true? Here are the witness statements. Besides, if it is true or false, many adults here should know it. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the faces of the ministers, and he said calmly, Father, my son also found many secret letters from the Chen family, which involved many courtiers. Seeing Ning Fan taking out another stack of envelopes from his sleeve, one of the ministers finally lost his composure, sweat dripping from his forehead, and stared at the letter in Ning Fan's hand. Master Hu, now that the king has produced evidence, is your crime of frame-up and slander confirmed again? HMPH. Hu Yu's face was full of resentment, and he said coldly, These evidences are all His Highness's one-sided words. These assassins are now beyond recognition. It is not yet known whether any of them were beaten to death. Now His Highness just took out a few forged letters and randomly picked up a few death row prisoners, and charged the Chen family and Marquis Xuanwu with treason. Your Majesty, I request the Ministry of Punishment to unite with Dali Temple to thoroughly investigate this matter. Hu Yu's tone was passionate, he knelt down and spoke loudly. Forgery. A sneer appeared on Ning Fan's face, and he looked at Hu Yu with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Chen Rui's confession here, I believe you all know better whether it is a forgery or not. There was a lot of commotion in Beijing last night. Ning Fan looked at several ministers one after another thoughtfully. The latter all looked nervous and did not dare to look at them. Master Han, Master Shu. You must know better than me, right? There are also several adults who have been to the secret room of Chen Mansion before. Do you need me to list them one by one? Every word, and every conversation you had in the Chen Mansion is clear to me and has been recorded. Ning Fan had a calm expression on his face, but the next moment, several civil and military personnel stood out from the crowd and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I deserve death for my crime. I am guilty. Your Majesty, I am being forced by the Chen family. Your Majesty, please take a closer look. Han Shu knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. The Chen family put a knife on my neck and held the whole family hostage. My lord, I am really helpless. My original intention was to report it to His Majesty in private after I went to court. Unexpectedly, His Highness King Xuanyang has very good hands and eyes. The minister found out in one step and asked Your Majesty to punish him. Emperor Yu's face was calm and his eyes fell on Ning Fan. The Chen family's rebellion case will be handled by the Jin Yiwei with full authority. Anyone involved in the case will not be tolerated. According to the order. There was a hint of coldness in Ning Fan's eyes, and he looked at Hu Yu who was standing aside. Father, the royal censor Hu Yu has falsely accused my son and ministers several times. Please seek justice. Drag him out and kill him. Emperor Yu didn't even look at him, and waved his hand. Hu Yu's knees instantly weakened, and his face turned extremely pale. Your Majesty, spare your life. Your Majesty, I am guilty. Your Majesty, Mr. Hu, as a censor, has the responsibility to supervise all officials. I am afraid that I have misunderstood His Highness this time. His crime will not lead to death. The one who spoke was none other than Kai Ji, the Minister of Punishment who had never spoken. Master Kai, you mean that being a royal doctor is equivalent to having a gold medal for immunity from death? According to my law, Deu, those who make false accusations and frame-ups will die. Master Kai is the minister of the Ministry of Punishment, but he is excusing him. Where does he regard the law? Ning Fan's face was filled with coldness and he stared at Kai Ji calmly. If, as His Highness said, His Highness just ignored the laws of the court and beat up the court officials, according to the law, His Highness should be punished for contempt of court, and according to the law, he should be executed. Should we also act in accordance with the law? Kai Ji responded tit for tat, even ignoring the warning eyes of his superior Emperor Yu, and looked at Ning Fan coldly. Yeah, then please ask Mr. Kai to kill this king to rectify the law of the country. There was a touch of sarcasm on Ning Fan's lips, and Kai Ji's face instantly turned red, and he was angry and speechless. Two powerful Imperial guardsmen rushed up and dragged Hu Yu down, who was crying and howling. The matter was finally settled. Ning Fan, my son is here. Today is the day of Duke Zhao's triumphant return. You can lead officials from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War to greet him on my behalf. According to the order, Ning Fan walked down from the court, his expression suddenly became extremely deep. Judging from the reaction of his father who came to court today, it seemed that he was not afraid of him yet. Now that he holds the power of the Imperial Guard, his prestige in the court is growing day by day. If he does not take this opportunity to establish a firm footing, once the family is raised and Emperor Yu achieves his goal of purging the government, he may not be able to kill the donkey. He dared to act so wantonly in the court today because he knew that Emperor Yu would never touch him before the family was defeated. Now that Duke Zhengguo has returned triumphantly, it seems to have given my father the confidence. Take this opportunity to clean up the government once and for all. It's time for the Minister of Hubu to return to his post. Just returned to Prince Xuanyang's mansion, I saw that Jia Shu and Zhang Yu seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Lord, the three of them sat down in the hall, and Zhang Li spoke first. Hu Hongshou's identity has been found out. She is the third princess of Dongwai. How could a princess of a country take risks in person? Dongwai's plan, could it be that they are deliberately going to take advantage of a princess? Looking at Ning Fan's suspicious face, Zhang Li explained softly, reporting to the Lord, Hu Hongshou is a concubine's daughter, and her mother is not favored in Dongwai. I came to my Deu this time because I was forced by the Queen of Dongwai. So that's it. Ning Fan's mouth curled up slightly, and he said lightly, let's not talk about Hu Hongshou's matter first. How are the preparations in the south? My lord, our people have collected evidence of the crimes of the Chen family over the years. It has been after sending people to operate. Within 3 days, the Chen family will become notorious. Good. Ning Fan nodded with satisfaction, and Jia Shu said, my lord, I am going to leave Beijing today and go to Suzhou to operate it myself. After 7 days, we will directly attack the Chen family and seize the Zhongnan horse farm and Chen family military equipment in one fell swoop. Yes, Ning Fan nodded slightly and said solemnly, today, the army of the East Border will arrive in Beijing. I will ask my father to let the East Border army move to the south in the name of suppressing bandits. Thank you, Your Highness. After Ning Fan personally gave some instructions, he looked at Zhang Lin on the side. You can take action against Xuanwu, and put all the followers of the Chen family in prison and wait for their fate. Yes. Chapter 81. East of the city. Today, the city gates are wide open. Ning Fan is wearing a python robe and a 5-bead county king crown. Standing beside him are the Minister of War Ji Sui, 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of Rights, and all the officials. Report, Your Highness, the Duke of Zhengguo has led a large army to appear 10 miles away. Yes. Ning Fan nodded slightly, looked at the officials of the Ministry of Rights and said, 2 adults, prepare for the reception. Yes. Dancers in long red skirts walked out of the city. Ning Fan led all the officials to stand under the city gate and carefully tidied their clothes. More and more people gathered around, their faces full of curiosity. Go. A cloud of smoke rolled, and the Black Army stopped 3 miles away, and dozens of flying horses came towards the city gate. The Eastern Border Zhengguo army has returned triumphantly, and reported to His Majesty Emperor Deu. The burly man in the lead was the first to turn over and dismount, holding the tiger talisman in both hands and kneeling on one knee. Ning Fan stepped forward and greeted the emperor in person, saying loudly, Duke Zhengguo, I, under the order of my father, will lead the officials of the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War to welcome the triumphant return of the Eastern Border Army. I, your servant, kowtow to the emperor and thank His Highness King Xuanyang. Zhao Chengying and a group of generals saluted respectfully in the direction of the city and said loudly, "Your Highness, in this battle, our Dayu soldiers fought bloody battles and killed 170,000 enemies, winning a great victory. Request to take off your armor and enter the city." Kai, play music. Take off your armor. Ning Fan shouted in a low voice, and the ceremonial officials of the Ministry of Rites beat drums and played music, and the singers who had been prepared long ago danced outside the city. "Three dukes, I will personally take off your armor." Ning Fan stepped forward, and the Duke Zhengguo was startled, and gratefully arched his hands. "Thank you, Your Highness." In the crowd, two young men in gorgeous clothes stood, their faces full of indignation. HMPH, it's only been a short month, and the second brother has been in the limelight in front of the Emperor. In theory, the prince should come forward to welcome the triumphant soldiers of the three armies. Although the eldest brother is not in the capital now, there are still several uncles above him. It's not the second brother's turn. The two whispered to each other, staring at the figure in the python robe, with envy in their eyes. It seems that we have to guard against this playboy second brother in the future. Haha, don't be nervous. With the pressure from the Western Territory, no matter how much the second brother jumps, he can't make any waves. After a song and dance, the soldiers took off their armor and entered the city, and Ning Fan took the three dukes to the palace to meet the emperor. "Your son, I pay my respects to my father. Your servant, Zhao Chengying pays respects to your majesty. Your servant, Lu Fengping pays respects to your majesty. Your servant, Su Zan pays respects to your majesty." Emperor Yu stood up with a smile, stepped forward personally, and helped the three people up one by one. "My three beloved ministers, you have made great contributions this time, and I am very pleased. Your Majesty, this time our Eastern Territory army was able to win a great victory, thanks to the timely message from the second prince." While Zhao Chengying was speaking, he glanced at Ning Fan and sighed. "If it weren't for your highness sending someone to send a message, I'm afraid the situation would have been reversed long ago. Yes, we dare not take credit for this great achievement. I didn't expect that your highness would make a big splash if he didn't make a sound. Now that our Eastern Territory is stable, your highness should be the first to make a contribution." The three of them were all very happy to Ning Fan. Ning Fan immediately bowed his hands and said softly, "Father, the three dukes are really praising me. This time, our Dayu won a great victory. The three dukes arranged the troops and the soldiers fought bloody battles. They all contributed greatly. And you, father, are in charge of the capital, presiding over the overall situation, setting up the Jinyi guards, and investigating the spies. You are the greatest contributor to our Dayu." Ning Fan's flattery not only made the three dukes laugh, but also Emperor Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth, slippery. "Father, now that the three dukes have returned, my Jinyi guards are also ready to take action." As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, the smile on Emperor Yu's face instantly faded, replaced by a solemn face. "Are you ready? Shuzhou has already laid out its plan, but we have to be on guard against the south." Ning Fan was halfway through his words when Emperor Yu fell silent. When the three dukes heard about Shuzhou, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they all lowered their heads deeply, hiding their expressions of horror. It turned out that His Majesty had repeatedly urged them to return to the army. Was he preparing to attack the Chen family? "Your Majesty," Zhao Chengying pondered for a while, and finally couldn't help but say, "The Chen family's private military workshop has the most elite military forging method of my Dayu. Will it be a pity to act rashly?" Hearing Zhao Chengying's reminder, the other two dukes also reacted, with a solemn look on their faces. "Yes, Your Majesty, the biggest advantage of Dayu to the outside world is a set of sophisticated military weapons and armor. Looking at the powerful people in all directions, only Dian's forging skills can beat us. If we attack the Chen family at this time, from now on, Dayu's advantage in armor and weapons will be gone." After hearing the advice of the three dukes, Emperor Yu smiled faintly, turned around and pulled out a long sword from the side of the dragon throne, and threw it to Zhao Chengying. "Chengying, come and see this sword." Ning Fan looked at the long sword thrown by Emperor Yu, and his eyes lit up immediately. He didn't expect that the military weapons supervisor was so fast, and the longsword was forged so quickly. Zhao Chengying showed a puzzled look on his face, hesitated for a while, and finally held the longsword in his hand, but stepped back a few steps before observing it carefully. It seems to have just been forged. What a good sword. Which master made it? Someone come. Emperor Yu shouted softly, and saw several Imperial guards rushing in. Zhao Chengying's face suddenly changed slightly, and he quickly dropped the weapon in his hand to the ground. Your Majesty. The other two dukes also changed their faces and knelt on the ground. Emperor Yu was stunned, and couldn't help but smile bitterly, saying, "You three old guys, can I still eat you? Leave a sword, and the rest of you retreat." Yes. An Imperial guard took off the sword at his waist and quietly left the hall. Emperor Yu personally picked up the two swords and handed them to Zhao Chengying. Come on, try it. Zhao Chengying and the other two only reacted at this time. It turned out that Emperor Yu wanted him to try the sword. His old face blushed and he coughed lightly. Ha ha ha. Ning Fan couldn't help laughing and whispered, "Don't mind, Duke. Even I thought my father was going to kill me." As soon as these words came out, the three dukes were shocked and looked at Ning Fan deeply. Is he really not afraid of death, or? They secretly glanced at Emperor Yu and saw that he was not angry at all. He just glared at Ning Fan, and they were all secretly shocked. Stop talking nonsense, let's test the sword. Okay. Zhao Chengying also showed a solemn look on his face, holding two long swords and slamming them together fiercely. Crack. Along with a crisp sound, the two long swords in Zhao Chengying's hands suddenly sparked a spark, and a huge gap appeared in the dark sword. But the one handed to him by Emperor Yu only had one-edged curling blade. Hiss. Zhao Chengying had a look of deep surprise on his face. He looked at the two long swords in his hands and said in a voiceless voice, "Your Majesty, could it be that this long sword is not bad?" Emperor Yu smiled and nodded. This sword was just forged by the weapons supervisor. The weapons of our Imperial army are all produced by the ordnance supervisor, and the high-quality weapons supplied by the Chen family have always been given priority to the border troops. Now, our weapons supervisor has also mastered the forging method of fine weapons. Even after some improvements by the weapons supervisor craftsman, it is even better. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Zhao Chengying held up his hand as a salute, with an unspeakable joy on his face. Only generals like them who charge on the front line of the battlefield can understand how crucial a good weapon can be on the battlefield. Now, the weapons supervisor is able to create such a weapon. In other words, he is completely free from the constraints of the Chen family. Snort. Emperor Yu seemed to have been grudged against the Chen family for a long time, and said coldly, "Over the years, the Chen family has become increasingly lawless by relying on its monopoly on war horses and the forging of fine weapons. The wolf of the Chen family has been ambitious for a long time. He colluded with the court officials, controlled the government, disrupted the government, and even secretly delivered weapons and armor to Huainan. I tolerated him in every possible way, but in exchange I became even more unscrupulous. Now, it's time to settle the accounts with them." Seeing the murderous look on Emperor Yu's face, Zhao Chengying and others also had stern expressions on their faces. They had also had grudges against the Chen family for a long time. Deu was plagued by internal and external troubles, and countless men died in battle just to protect the people and defend the territory. However, these people who ate in and out of the country acted recklessly in Deu. Whenever there was a major disaster, they took the opportunity to plunder and exploit the people. They deserved it. Death. Your Majesty, if the Chen family really colludes with King Huainan, we have to guard against the southwest. Ping Guogong Lu Fengping had a deep look on his face and said in a solemn voice, "Over the years, the King of Huainan has quietly accumulated strength to conquer the 16 states of Huainan. The 300,000 elite armors back then were all elites who fought in hundreds of battles. Now, after so many years, King Huainan's power cannot be underestimated." HMPH. Emperor Yu smiled faintly, picked up the teacup and took a sip. The King of Huainan is always cautious in his actions. He will never easily raise an army without being completely sure. If we can use the power of thunder to flatten the Chen family, stabilize Shu County, and wipe out all the forces of the Chen family, the King of Huainan will not dare to move lightly. On the surface, I asked Zhao Rui to go to Huainan as an envoy, but in fact, I asked him to send people to contact Dali secretly. Over the years, the border between Dali and Huainan has not been stable. There was a sparkle in Emperor Yu's eyes. with the restraint of Dali, and the fact that Marquis Qingyan is in charge of the southern border, the king of Huainan will never dare to take risks. Father, Ning Fan suddenly interrupted. What if the king of Huainan does not plan to march north, but leads his army eastward to capture the southern territory of Yu? As soon as these words came out, not only Emperor Yu's expression condensed, but Zhao Chengying and the other two people also frowned. You mean that they will unite with the ancient southern barbarian countries to attack our southern border? Just because it won't happen now, doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. As my father said, King Huainan will never send troops easily without complete assurance. But if he waits until he is fully prepared, he may not be able to march northward. Lu Fengping glanced at Ning Fan in surprise, nodded in agreement and said, Your Highness is right. If Lu Kan leads his army northward, it will directly threaten our capital. By then, if there is danger from the Li River, the army's offensive will be blocked. But if we take action against the southern territory and can negotiate with the southern barbarians, we can attack from both sides and the southern territory is preferable. Emperor Yu nodded heavily, looked at Ning Fan and said, Since everything is ready, let's arrange it. According to the order, after leaving the palace, Ning Fan was not in a hurry to return home. Today is the opening day of Shen Wanson's wine shop. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well join in the fun. Dong, congratulations, Master, for providing intelligence to the Eastern Territory, turning the tide of the war, and gaining 500 merit points. Ning Fan looked startled. He didn't expect that this could be considered a meritorious service. Adding up the previous 500 points, it seemed that he had added up to 1,000 points of meritorious service. However, Ning Fan was not in a hurry to summon him. There was still no trace of Yu Fei and the system was about to be upgraded. It would be better to wait until the system was upgraded. After all, the system mall is about to open. Have you heard? Today is the opening day of Huasha Liquor Store. If you can match thousands of couplets, at least one jar of wine will be given away. Really, could this Huasha Liquor Store be the one that storytellers in major pubs often talk about these days? What a rich spring. Sauvignon Blanc is the best wine in the world. Let's go and join in the fun. Listening to the discussion of the people on the street, Ning Fan had a smile on his face. It was him who came up with the idea of giving away wine in couplets. In just half a day, it became popular throughout King Yu City. Come and take a look. It's the opening ceremony of Huasha Liquor Store. Anyone who can match any of the couplets on the wall will get an altar of wealth and prosperity. This Fugaichun costs 50 coins for 1 jar, and 3 jars for 1 jar. In other words, if you match a couplet, it is equivalent to earning 150 coins for free. Our bank also launched a guessing activity. Anyone who buys a jar of Huasha Commercial Bank's wine can get a chance to guess the answer. If you guess it right, you will get a jar for free. Shen Wanson stood in front of the wine shop and spoke loudly. For a moment, the people around were all happy. Many literati and wanderers gathered here, looking at the wall full of couplets, eager to try. The auspicious time has arrived, and the wine shop is open. As soon as Shen Wanson finished speaking, he saw 10 servants holding jars of wine and striding out of the wine shop and slamming them in front of the door. What is this? As the wine was wasted like this. Hiss, this wine is so fragrant. The spectators around were all stunned. The wine continued to flow out along the steps, and the rich aroma of wine spread far away. What kind of wine is this? Why is the aroma so strong? Ha ha ha, can you make a couplet? I'll go first. This, wealth is like the rising sun, and I'll make, profit is like the spring tide with rain. A young man dressed in scholar's clothes said elegantly with a folding fan in his hand. Congratulations to this guest, you have made a couplet successfully, and I'll give you a jar of our signature wine, Fugaichun. A servant raised his hand to take a couplet from the wall and handed it to the scholar. There was a line of small words on the banner with the couplet, a gift from Huasha Liquor Store. A servant next to him held a jar of Fugaichun and handed it over with a smile. Please take it, sir. Thank you. It actually matched, and I gave away a jar of wine for free. Oh my goodness, if all the couplets hanging on the wall were matched, wouldn't we have to give away 1,000 jars of fine wine? What is the origin of this Huasha trading company? What a big deal. Many people saw the scholar striding away with a jar of fine wine, and couldn't help showing a touch of joy on their faces. Let me try it too. Another handsome young man stood up and said with a smile. The first couplet is green willows welcoming spring and thousands of miles of green. My second couplet is yellow cattle plowing the land and thousands of mountains are gold. Brother, I wonder if it's feasible. The young man smiled and looked at the servant serving in front of the wine shop, and asked in a gentle tone. Of course it's feasible, sir, you are so talented, I will give you a jar of fine wine. Thank you. Another person strode away with wine. Ning Fan stood silently not far away, with a smile on his face. Jingzhou Prefecture Governor, Mr. Ma is here. A loud shout came, and a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes came with a group of people. Shen Wanson heard the call and hurriedly walked out of the wine shop to greet him in person. Boss Shen, I heard that the wine shop opened, so I came to congratulate you. Ma Ziwan bowed from a distance and said with a smile. Hiss, is Jingzhou Prefecture behind this Washa liquor store? Bullshit, didn't you see that Jingzhou Prefecture Governor was polite to that boss Shen? Obviously it's someone else. Shen Wanson was also very surprised by Ma Ziwan's arrival, but he still greeted him with a smile and laughed. I didn't expect that Lord Ma would come in person, which makes Shen extremely panicked. Haha, boss Shen, you are joking. The friendship between you and me is here. Now that your liquor store is open, how can I, Ma Ziwan, not come? Come on, send gifts. Ma Ziwan waved his hand, and several servants behind him carried boxes of gifts. This can't be done. Master Ma, you are already giving face to Mr. Shen by coming here. This gift. Why, could it be that Mr. Shen dislikes Mr. Ma's small gift? I dare not. Shen Wanson's mouth was almost bent with a smile, and he bowed slightly and said, since Master Ma has said this, if Mr. Shen does not accept it, it would be ungrateful. Ha ha ha, that's right. After a brief greeting, the two were invited into the wine shop by Shen Wanson, and Ning Fan showed a playful look on his face. This Ma Ziwan came at the right time. Ning Fan was originally worried that someone would have bad intentions after the wine shop became popular, but he didn't expect Ma Ziwan to take the initiative to jump out. With this shield, Ning Fan can save a lot of trouble. The couplet activity was in full swing. In just over half an hour, hundreds of couplets on the wall had been taken away, which meant that Washa Wine Shop had given away hundreds of jars of fine wine just after it opened. However, the remaining things are getting harder and harder, and the progress is getting slower and slower. Alas, it's a pity that I didn't read 2 books back then, otherwise I would have earned a jar of wine for nothing today. Forget it, I can't help it. Waiter, bring me a jar of Fugaichun. Okay, wait a minute. The people who couldn't match the couplets smelled the rich aroma of wine, and finally couldn't sit still, and lined up to buy wine. In a moment, the front of the small wine shop was full of people, and the people in line even lined up to the other side. Gugu, good wine. I've been around the world, and I've drunk wine from all over the world, but none of them can compare with this Fugaichun. Waiter, bring me 2 jars. A series of hearty voices rang out, and dozens of servants moved jars of wine out of the wine shop. In just half a day, Washa Wine Shop became popular throughout Yuang City. Gentlemen, this Fugaichun is the cheapest wine in our shop. Today we are opening our shop and we are offering 3 kinds of wine. Fugaichun is 50 coins for a bucket, 3 buckets for a jar, 150 coins. Hearing the words of the servant, many people nodded secretly. 50 coins for a bucket, this wine is worth it. Waiter, what about the other 2 kinds of wine? The second kind of wine is called Chong Shong Si. The waiter seemed to have been trained, deliberately keeping the secret, and said with a smile, I believe you have all heard the story of Chong Shong Si. After drinking Chong Shong Si, you will enter the door of lovesickness, and you will not suffer from the pain of lovesickness, and you will be separated from each other. This is Chong Shong Si. As soon as the waiter finished speaking, there was a burst of applause from the audience, and someone stepped forward and said, how much is this Chong Shong Si per jar? Give me a jar first. I want to see if this Chong Shong Si can relieve the pain of lovesickness. Hee, it must be able to. This Chong Shong Si not only contains Chinese medicine, but also has to go through several processes. Each brewing takes a year. Everyone knows the pain of lovesickness, but they don't know how to relieve the pain of lovesickness. Drink this wine today and you will forget the pain of lovesickness. The waiter was like an elite in the pyramid scheme industry, chattering non-stop, and there was also an exquisite wine pot in his hand. Chong Shang Si, 1 pot of 1 liter, priced at 10 taels of silver. Dear guests, this Chong Shang Si shop has only prepared 100 pots today, and it will be sold out. As soon as the waiter finished speaking, it caused an uproar. 10 taels a pot. Why don't you go and grab it? That's right, such a small wine pot, but you actually want 10 taels, are you so filthy? HMPH, I want to see if this 10 liang pot of wine can really relieve the pain of lovesickness. Give me a pot. A man carrying a sword took out a silver ingot from his arms and threw it over. The waiter smiled and handed him a pot of Chong Shang Si in his hand. Bang! The man opened the pot without saying a word and drank it wildly. His expression froze for a moment, and he pursed his lips and said in a lost voice, "There is such a good wine in the world. I will drink it now, and I will have no regrets even if I die. This wine is so fragrant. Waiter, give me a pot to try." A middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes handed over 10 liang of silver, took a pot of wine, took a sip, and his eyes lit up instantly. Yes, this wine is worth it. Not to mention 10 taels of silver, even 10 taels of gold is worth it. Ha ha ha, it's worth the trip. Waiter, give me a pot. I want 1 pot too. Waiter, I want 2 pots. Figures came forward one after another, and the waiter's face was full of smiles. He said loudly, "I'm sorry, sir, the number of Chong Shang Si is limited. In order to let more people taste this kind of wine, each person is limited to 1 pot. There are 84 pots left." As soon as the waiter finished speaking, the man frowned slightly. "Is there such a rule?" "Please forgive me, sir." "Okay, then give me a pot first." Hearing that the sale of wine is limited, the rich people around couldn't sit still, and hurried forward to line up to buy this 10-tael pot of Chong Shang Si. My lord, I didn't expect this wine shop to be so popular. A pot of wine costs 10 taels, but there are still so many people scrambling to buy it. Dian Wei looked at the long queue in front of the wine shop and couldn't help but exclaimed. "Hey, that's not right. My lord, those people look like our guards." "Not guards," Ning Fan corrected him seriously, "they're called shills." "What is child care?" A clear voice suddenly sounded behind the two of them. Ning Fan looked surprised. When he looked back, he saw a slender man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes standing quietly behind him, looking at him with curiosity. Ahem. Ning Fan coughed lightly and said calmly, "The so-called shill is an elegant name for people who like to drink in our hometown." "I see." The young man had a look of surprise on his face, and smiled and nodded to Ning Fan to express his gratitude. Ning Fan looked at the person carefully. His hands were covered with thick calluses and he was holding a spear with the tip wrapped in white cloth. He was obviously a martial arts practitioner. "Your Highness." Shen Wanson walked anxiously towards Ning Fan and bowed respectfully, his face full of joy. "Fu Gaichun has sold 300 altars. I didn't expect that more than 200 bottles of Sauvignon Blanc could be sold. The reputation of our Washa liquor store has grown instantly." Ning Fan nodded slightly and said softly, "We've gotten off to a good start, but the main event is yet to come. Do we have enough in the cellar?" "It should be enough to return to your Highness. During this period, I have recruited hundreds of winemakers. As long as the fermentation of the koji can keep up, the output will not be a problem." Ning Fan nodded, looked at the couplets hanging on the wall, and said softly, "If anyone can correctly identify the 10 absolutes on the wall, please tell me as soon as possible." "Yes." After Ning Fan finished his instructions, he was about to leave, but was stopped by the man with the gun. "Your Excellency, His Highness King Zanyang." Ning Fan had a look of confusion on his face, while Dian Wei looked at the young man warily. "Who are you?" "My lord, Yu Fei, pays homage to His Highness King Zanyang." "Yu Fei." Ning Fan looked startled, with a hint of joy on his face. "Yu Pengju." "Exactly." There was also a look of surprise on Yu Fei's face. He cupped his fists and saluted, and said respectfully, "Your Highness, Yu Fei came to your Highness on the order of his mother, please take him in." "Ha ha ha, okay, I've heard about Peng Ju's name a long time ago. Come on, follow me to my house to talk about it." Ning Fan also didn't expect that this burly gun-wielding man turned out to be the Yu Wumu he had been looking for, and he looked extremely happy for a moment. Your Highness, there are some fellow countrymen in the post house who have come to the capital to seek a future together. I wonder if Your Highness can take them in together. Oh, Ning Fan looked slightly surprised. Could it be that several generals under Yu Fei's Yu family army followed Yu Fei into the world? You go and bring them together. I will hold a banquet in my house to welcome you and wash away the dust. Thank you, Your Highness. Yu Fei's face showed a hint of joy and he bowed gratefully. Kaoman, Yu Fei, Niu Gao, Zhang Xian, Peng Rong, Dong Xian, and Li Dao meet Your Highness. The 6 burly men all saluted Ning Fan, their faces full of respect. He is really the backbone of the Yu family's army. Why is there no fierce General Yang Zixing, and Yu Fei's son Yu Yun? That traitor Wang Gui is not here either. Ning Fan's face was filled with joy. He didn't expect that the system would give him such a big surprise when he summoned a peerless general for the first time. Excuse me, Your Highness, these are all fellow villagers of the common people. Each one of them has extraordinary physical strength and martial arts skills. Good. Ning Fan laughed and looked at Lin Yang next to him. Uncle Lin, wasn't there a cow in our house that was accidentally killed by an assassin the day before yesterday? Go, stew the cow for me, and bring the beef leg over and roast it. Give me another pot of beef offal. Today, I will stay with all the heroes until I get drunk. When Lin Yang heard Ning Fan's words, he couldn't help but nodded in confusion. Second Master, I'll do it right now. Has Shen Wanson's wine been delivered? Sent. Bring them all up here. Ning Fan laughed heartily, and his mood was obviously very happy. Suddenly, the whole palace was bustling with excitement, cattle and sheep were slaughtered, and wine and food were served. By the way, Ning Fan seemed to have remembered something and said to Dian Wei who was beside him, if you are evil, send someone to the west camp to ask Qin Chong to return home. Yes, my lord, Uncle Lin, send someone to tell Zhang Wei to come to the house for a banquet. Promise, Half an hour later, at noon, Ning Fan sat at the head of the hall. Your Highness, Deputy Commander Zhang is searching his house and is not in the government office. Almost forgot. Ning Fan also looked stunned for a moment and looked at Lin Yang. Are Evelai and Xu Bao here? Haha, Lord, we are back. A rough voice came from outside the palace, and 2 burly figures were seen walking in together. Yu Fei and others stood up quickly, and Ning Fan said with a smile, Peng Zhu, this is the general of the new army of the West Camp, General Qin Chong and Qin Shubao. Meet General Qin. Uncle Bao, this is the son of an old friend of mine, Yu Fei and Yu Pengju. After Yu Fei and his party, Qin Chong and others greeted each other, the banquet officially began. There was jade wine and the beef and mutton boiled in salt water on the table became a foil. What a drink! This jade nectar really deserves the name of jade nectar and jade liquid. Dian Wei directly held the wine bottle and drank heavily, and said with a red face, My lord, is this wine enough? Enough. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed out loud. Lin Yang strode in, whispering, Second Master, the Duke of Zhengguo, the Duke of Pingguo and the Duke of Yugo want to see you. Oh, why are the 3 of them here? Ning Fan frowned slightly. It was rare for 3 veterans to visit together. And it happened to be lunchtime. Come on, follow me to greet them. Ning Fan led a group of people to the gate of the mansion, only to see Zhao Chengying and the other 2 standing quietly in front of the mansion. When they saw a group of people coming out of the mansion, they were immediately surprised. The 3 dukes are visiting, I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Ha ha ha. Zhao Chengying laughed and said, I heard that His Highness is hosting a banquet at his mansion, and we 3 old guys followed the smell of wine. Your Highness won't turn us away, right? How dare we? Ha ha ha, please come in. After some greetings, Ning Fan invited the 3 people into the hall and sat together. The old guy Zhao Chengying smelled the wine and his face lit up. He didn't mention the business, but looked straight at Ning Fan. Your Highness, I wonder what this wine is. Yuchongjiang. This wine is the signature of a newly opened wine shop. This small pot is worth 10 taels. What? Zhao Chengying smacked his lips immediately. 10 taels of silver, I'm afraid you're just trying to rob them. I want to see what kind of wine dares to sell for 10 taels. Haha, Duke Zhengguo, this pot of wine is not worth 10 taels of silver, but 10 taels of gold. Hiss. After hearing Ning Fan's words, not only Zhao Chengying was stunned, but even Yufei and others looked at each other in surprise. Zhao Chengying simply picked up the wine pot and drank it wildly. In an instant, his face showed an immersed look, and his eyes suddenly kicked, scaring Lu Fengping and Su Zan next to him. Old Zhao, ha! Zhao Chengying's face flushed red, and he exhaled deeply. Good wine. Not to mention 10 taels of gold, even 100 or 1,000 taels is worth it. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. Zhao Chengying looked at the pots of hard dishes on the table, and his eyes lit up. There's even beef. Zhao Chengying was like a shameless old rogue, picking up a roasted beef leg and eating it in big mouthfuls, and the Duke of Ping and the Duke of Yu beside him were both ashamed. Ahem, Your Highness, the laws of our dynasty forbid the unauthorized killing of oxen. You should be more restrained. If the corrupt scholars in the censorate find out, I'm afraid. Lu Fengping kindly reminded him, and Ning Fan smiled and said, Duke Ping is joking. This ox was killed by an assassin who entered the mansion the day before yesterday. Of course, I know the laws of Deu, and I will never kill oxen without authorization. But this ox, sometimes it hits the wall and dies, sometimes it falls into the pool and drowns. It's really helpless. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, Zhao Chengying couldn't help but shine in his eyes, and secretly gave Ning Fan a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, Your Highness is right. Great. Looking at the shameless faces of the old man and the young boy, Lu Fengping and Su Zan seemed a little ashamed to associate with them, but there was obviously a hint of desire in their eyes. Or, go back and see if their own cows will jump into the water by themselves. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes, the beef and mutton on the table had been eaten up by a group of men. The 3 old dukes of Zhao Chengying looked at Ning Fan more and more favorably, or they were like-minded. Your Highness, come. Zhao Chengying held up the wine glass. His face was already a little drunk. This time, thanks to Your Highness for sending people to help. If you hadn't provided information in time, I'm afraid that my Deu's eastern border would not be saved. Your Highness is too kind. I just provided a piece of information, but the 3 dukes and my Deu's 200,000 soldiers are fighting on the front line. Come on, drink. Ning Fan also picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Zhao Chengying laughed and said, Your Highness is really a man of temperament, and his subordinates are also talented. Are these people generals in the army? No. Ning Fan shook his head. His face was already a little drunk. Only Xu Bao, who has a military position, is responsible for training a battalion of soldiers in the new army. The rest are all my good friends, white clothes, and now they are staying in my house. Hearing Ning Fan's words, Zhao Chengying and the other 2 looked at each other and showed a touch of surprise. I see these guys are all skilled in martial arts, so they are pretty good. Haha, Duke Yu has a good eye. My friends are all good at farming. Zhao Chengying's cloudy eyes were full of shrewdness. He looked at Yufei and whispered, This guy has an extraordinary demeanor. He is obviously a good warrior. He has the air of a great general. Does he understand military tactics? Your Excellency, I have read a few military books and I am good at talking about military tactics on paper. Ha ha ha. Ning Fan laughed when he heard this and said, Pengju is being modest. If we talk about military tactics, Pengju can at least be ranked in the top 10 among all the famous generals in the world. Oh, Zhao Chengying showed a look of surprise on his face. He looked at Yufei and after a careful look, for some reason, he seemed to have more credibility in Ning Fan's words. However, this person has not been on the battlefield and has only read a few military books. If he wants to be ranked among the world's famous generals, I'm afraid. Zhao Chengying chuckled and shook his head, but Ning Fan didn't care. Yu Fei's ability to command troops is ranked among the best even in the past 5,000 years of China. Now, in another world, he is naturally not inferior to others. Boom. Release system task. Show your strength. Task time limit. 1 hour. Task requirements. Shock the 3 dukes and show the strength of the generals of Xuanyang Palace. Task rewards. 10 to 30 favorability of the 3 dukes, memory beads 1. Hearing the system task suddenly released by the system, Ning Fan's face showed a hint of doubt. System, what is the memory rosary? Reply to the master, the memory rosary can awaken the memories of the past lives of Chinese heroes. Ning Fan's face showed a deep sense of shock. Awakening the memories of the past life. In this way, wouldn't the summoned generals be equivalent to living a new life? System, since you can awaken the memories of the past lives of the summoned heroes, why don't you let them be born with their memories? Reply to the Master, sealing the memories of the Chinese heroes can ensure their absolute loyalty and not involve the grudges and disputes of the past lives. Ning Fan's face showed a touch of realization. Just as the system said, the past life memories of the generals were sealed. They didn't know that they were reborn. In the memory set by the system, they would only be loyal to him wholeheartedly. But if the memories of the generals in their past lives were restored, if one day, Guan Yu and Liu Bei were summoned at the same time, who would Eri be loyal to? Or if Guan Eri and Hua Shang were summoned at the same time, both of them would live again with their memories, but they were both under Ning Fan's command. Can the blood feud of life and death in the previous life be let go? Sealing memories has its own benefits, but for commanding generals, without the battlefield experience accumulated in previous lives, it is probably difficult to exert all the command and battlefield adaptability. This is particularly important, but this memory rosary is a double-edged sword. After using it, will the loyalty of the general change? I'm afraid it depends on the person. The drunkenness on Ning Fan's face retreated a little, and his brows were almost twisted into a river. Let alone the memory, should he accept this system task or not? If he accepts it, he will certainly get a system reward, but will it cause doubts from the three dukes if the strength of Yu Fei and others is exposed in front of these three? If the news spreads, will the person in the palace be suspicious? Task reward, a memory rosary and the favorability of three dukes. These three dukes are all people of character, and they are not pedantic. They are all sincere to Deu and the people in the court. If I can gain their favor, it will be 100 benefits and no harm in the future. Ning Fan weighed it secretly and seemed to think of something. System, now we can only summon Chinese heroes after the Qin dynasty, so what about those before the Qin dynasty? Reply to the Master, after the system is upgraded, you can summon people before the Qin dynasty. Warm reminder, all Chinese heroes before the Qin dynasty will be born with memories. Ning Fan showed a puzzled look on his face, and only heard the system's prompt in his mind. Before the Qin dynasty, there were hundreds of schools of thought, and each of them had a very strong personal color. If there is no memory rebirth, the various schools of thought, such as Confucius and Mencius, will never reach the height of their previous lives in this world. The current master has not summoned any figures from the Qin dynasty, and the system is also protecting the master. So that's it. Ning Fan couldn't come back to his senses for a long time, until Zhao Changying bowed to Ning Fan and said, Your Highness, now that all the talents have gathered, we are drinking and having fun, why don't we invite a few singers to help? He. Looking at Zhao Changying's obscene smile, Suzan, Duke of Yu, couldn't help but tease, You old guy, you are disrespectful to your age. You have the nerve to say such words in front of a few juniors. That's right, I want to see singing and dancing, go back to your house and see. Ha ha ha, with that tigress in his family watching at home, how dare old Zhao do that? Listening to the two dukes' jokes, Ning Fan couldn't help but look at Zhao Changying deeply. He didn't expect that this famous Zhengguogong was actually henpecked. Ahem. Zhao Changying glared at the two of them fiercely and gritted his teeth and said, Who said I don't dare? I, Zhao Changying, am a duke, standing tall and upright, commanding hundreds of thousands of elite armors of Deu. I didn't even blink when someone put a knife on my neck on the battlefield. How could I be afraid of a mere woman? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, and Ning Fan took the opportunity to say, Now that the three dukes have come to my humble home, how can there be no singing and dancing? Come on, go and ask Miss Ku to play a song. Find a few more dancers. In the main hall, the music of the piano was playing, and the graceful dancers were twisting their enchanting bodies. Behind a screen, a figure was looming. He was playing the piano with his jade fingers, but his face was very sad, his eyes were dull, and his whole person seemed to be lifeless. Hu Hongshou looked at the figure above through the screen, feeling extremely complicated emotions in her heart. Miss, please bear with me a little longer, this thief Ning Fan has ulterior motives for you. If you don't agree to him, he might do something outrageous. Now it's just playing a piece of music, but it's not too much. This slave has contacted our informant and will come to contact us in 2 days at most. Qing Wanner served beside Ku Hongshou, looking at the sad look on her princess's face, she comforted her softly. Ku Hongshou shook his head slightly, but said nothing. He only heard a clear voice from outside the screen. Everyone, now that you have eaten and drank enough, Pengju and others have arrived in the capital for the first time. I will take this opportunity to find a job for you. How about showing off your skills to the three princes? Perhaps some prince will take a fancy to your martial arts and take you under his wing. Hearing Ning Fan's sudden words, Yu Fei and the others all looked startled. Zhao Chengying and the others were also stunned for a moment. Their eyes fell on Yu Fei and the others, and they seemed to be a little moved. Yes, now that we have eaten and drank enough, why not let's compete in martial arts? I haven't fought with anyone for a long time, and my hands are itchy and tight. Dian Wei also joined in the fun with excitement in his eyes. Yu Fei looked at Niu Gao and his entourage, and said softly, since His Highness's golden mouth has been opened, we should be respectful and obey your orders. Niu Gao, Zhang Xian, Peng Rong, Mr. Dong. You go and show your strength to His Highness and the three princes. Remember to stop at the end of the order. Okay, big brother. Several people responded, and Ning Fan also turned away from the dancers, with a look of anticipation on his face. After traveling for more than a month, apart from seeing Dian Wei make a few moves, I have never seen a master fight against him. Nowadays, these people under Yu Fei are not easy to deal with. Each one of them is a general who can stand alone. Naturally, his skills are not bad. Please. After several people greeted each other, they started to stand up. Following Ning Fan's order, the three of them faced each other in twos and fought together. A look of surprise flashed across Zhao Chengying's face. As the saying goes, an expert will know when he makes a move. He could tell at a glance that each of the four in the battle circle was not simple. In terms of martial arts alone, in the army, he is at least a partial general. Hi! Niu Gao shouted loudly and slashed horizontally and vertically with the long knife in his hand, exerting his brute strength to the extreme. However, Zhang Xian, who was fighting with him, knew it thoroughly and held a Yanling knife in his hand, but did not challenge him hard. The two fought for dozens of rounds, and they were still inseparable. Okay. The three veterans Zhao Chengying sat aside, their eyes filled with excitement, and they kept clapping and applauding. Pengju, I have heard that your spear skills were passed down from a generation of masters, and it just so happens that Shu Bao is also good at using spears. How about you two competing against each other? As you command. Yu Fei didn't say much, but there was a high fighting spirit in his eyes. Qin Chong raised his head, the two of them looked at each other, smiled, and held their hands slightly. Please. The space inside the palace is small, so why not go to the outer courtyard? Zhao Chengying suggested. Good. How are you two preparing to fight? Fight on horseback or on foot? Qin Chong thought for a moment and said softly, Qin is good at horse fighting, but I don't know brother Yu. Can. Yu Fei nodded slightly. Ning Fan sent someone to mount the two of them and presented them with 2 pieces of armor. Niu Gao and the other 4 also stopped, panting heavily, and looked at the 2 people in the field. As expected, all of them are heroes and upright men. Lao Lu, what do you think? Zhao Chengying watched the 2 men, each wearing armor, facing each other dozens of meters apart, with a look of curiosity on his face. Lu Fengping's eyes were deep and he said in a serious voice, forget about everything else, the armor on these 2 people, the good horses on their crotches, and the weapons in their hands are all extraordinary. Yu Fei's aura is reserved, not deep enough, he is not surprised by changes, and his demeanor is even more different from ordinary people. He has the air of a general. With this huge aura, if you look at me, Deu, only Duke Jingguo and the one who were there more than 10 years ago can he has such aura. And Qin Chong's aura is exposed, with a sharpness soaring into the sky. His eyes seem to be inclusive of all things, and he is obviously not an ordinary person. I didn't expect that His Highness would have such talented people hiding under his command. After hearing Lu Fengping's words, both Zhao Chengying and Su Zan showed a look of surprise. Lu Fengping was the deepest of the 3. He had an extremely ruthless vision and was very accurate in judging people. He had promoted many good generals in the army, and each one of them became the mainstay of Deu. But throughout the past 10 years or so, no one has been able to achieve this praise. Zhao Chengying and Yu Fei are also shrewd people. Although they cannot tell the difference between Yu Fei and Yu Fei, they can detect something unusual just from their temperaments. I'm quite looking forward to it. If it is true as Lao Lu said, these two are not pure warriors. With a little training, I'm afraid I can be on my own. Su Zan said with emotion on his face. Lu Fengping took a deep look at Ning Fan, with a strange color in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. The two people in the field were constantly gathering their strength, and they seemed to have realized that each other was strong, and neither of them had the heart to underestimate the enemy. Especially Qin Chong, holding the spear tightly in his hand, his eyes were full of solemnity. The aura of this Brother Yu was really too strong. Brother Yu, be careful. After all, Qin Chong lost his temper first, holding the tiger-headed golden spear and slapping the yellow-headed dragon under his crotch, and the flying horse rushed towards Yu Fei. Come on. Yu Fei's eyes were also filled with excitement, and the white dragon horse under his crotch neighed, raised its front legs, and rushed forward suddenly. Ding, ding. Qin Chong took the lead in launching an offensive, and the two people's spears kept hitting and colliding, sparking sparks. Hiss, so strong. Ning Fan's face showed a deep surprise, and his eyes were also shining with excitement. Yu Fei is a peerless general, with a martial arts value of 101. If the title is added, it reaches a terrifying 104 points. Although Qin Chong has not entered the peerless ranks, he also has 98 points of martial arts with the blessing of special attributes. It can be said that they are all masters among masters. Ning Fan is now considered a half martial artist. His martial arts value barely reaches 60 points with the blessing of hidden weapon attributes. But if any one of the people on the field is replaced by him, I am afraid he can't even take 3 moves. You know, the higher the martial arts value, the greater the difference of each point. For example, a peerless general with a martial arts value of 100 points fights against 2 ordinary people with a martial arts value of 50 points. It is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. System, if 2 people have different martial arts values, will the one with the lower martial arts value lose if they fight alone? Ning Fan looked at the 2 people fighting fiercely in the field, and a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. Not necessarily. Master, the system can digitize the attributes of civil officials and military generals in 4 dimensions, but the physical condition, enemy ability, and martial arts of the warriors are all related to the outcome of a battle. Martial arts value can play a certain reference role at certain times. The greater the difference in martial arts value between the two, the more difficult it is to defeat the person with higher martial arts value. Especially among the peerless military generals, every point is very different. So that's it. Ning Fan's face showed a hint of realization, and he roughly understood what the system meant. That is, a person with a higher martial arts value may not be able to defeat a person with a lower martial arts value 100%. But if at certain times, such as when injured, physically injured, or restless, or exhausted. In short, humans are creatures with miraculous attributes, and everyone can burst out unexpected terrifying energy at a certain moment. Looking at the 2 people in the field, for a whole stick of incense, Qin Chong waved the tiger-headed golden spear like a storm, and launched a fierce attack on Yu Fei. But Yu Fei was like a towering mountain, and he could always easily resolve Qin Chong's offensive with the spear in his hand. Awesome. Such a spearmanship seems to have become a school of its own, and it as a whole. Yes, Qin Chong intends to fight quickly, and his spearmanship is like a storm, and the offensive is very fierce. But Yu Fei can resolve them one by one, and even seems to be at ease. The young are formidable. The 3 veterans also showed a sigh on their faces, and Ning Fan and Dian Wei also silently looked at the 2 people in the fierce battle, with a glittering look in their eyes. Eli, if you fight with Peng Ju, what are your chances of winning? My lord, I am good at fighting on foot. If it is a foot battle, I may be slightly better, but if it is a cavalry battle, I can't last more than 30 rounds. Hearing Dian Wei's words, Ning Fan also showed a trace of surprise on his face and nodded slightly. Shu Bao is going to lose. Dian Wei watched Qin Chong's offensive gradually slow down, while Yu Fei turned defense into offense and took every step carefully, and sighed softly. Dang! In the battle circle, Qin Chong forced Yu Fei back with a spear, turned his horse's head and shouted in a low voice, "Let go of the mace." Yu Fei looked at the mace that suddenly flew over. His expression changed slightly, and he swung the long spear in his hand, swinging away Qin Chong's flying mace, and then he thrust his spear forward to meet it. Awesome! Even Qin Chong couldn't help but exclaimed. He had never met someone who could break his killer mace. I didn't expect it to be easily resolved today. After another 20 rounds, Qin Chong was already losing and took the initiative to admit defeat. Brother Yu, Qin is defeated. General Qin, I am grateful. Yu Fei bowed slightly, with a humble smile on his face, and Zhao Chengying also greeted him with a smile. It is true that heroes produce talented people. We three old guys are really old. Young people are formidable. Zhao Chengying sighed again, but his face was full of excitement. Your Highness, I heard that General Qin is serving in the West Camp. That's right, Ning Fan said with a smile. I am training the new army under the order of the Emperor, and now Shubao is my capable general. Haha, Shubao, are you willing to serve under me? My Zhengguo army has been fighting for 20 years and has rarely been defeated. If you come to my Zhengguo army, I will directly promote you to general. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Guogong. I am now burdened with a heavy responsibility and I am afraid it will be difficult to obey your order. You kid. Zhao Chengying did not seem surprised, but cast his eyes on Yu Fei, Pengju, and all the heroes. Are you willing to join the army and make achievements? Seeing the current duke throwing an olive branch to himself, Niu Gao and others were all happy, but Yu Fei's face was not the slightest wave, but his eyes were on Ning Fan. Zhao Chengying seemed to realize something and looked at Ning Fan meaningfully. A real man should hold a 3-foot sword and make great achievements. Pengju, it is your honor and opportunity to be invited by the Duke himself. If you really join the National Defense Army, with these 3 great backers, with your talent, you will surely stand out in every battle. How can I refuse? After hearing Ning Fan's words, Yu Fei nodded slightly and bowed slightly to Zhao Chengying. I am willing to join the National Defense Army. Thank you 3 adults. Ha ha ha, good. Zhao Chengying's face was instantly overjoyed, and he said excitedly, with your talents, in time, you will definitely become the pillars of my Dayu army and protect my Dayu's century-old foundation. National Defense Army, you were right. No matter where you are, every man has his share of responsibility for the fate of the country. We all serve Dayu and our father. Pengju, and you. Ning Fan looked at Niu Gao and his party. Remember, since you are wearing military uniforms, you must guard one side and take the world as your responsibility. Although you are my close friends, once you enter the military camp, your first identity is the soldiers of Dayu. You should take military orders first and your family and country first. Do you understand? Yes. Yu Fei and others all looked solemn and saluted respectfully. Zhao Chengying and the other 2 also looked at Ning Fan in surprise, nodded with satisfaction, and their eyes were full of admiration that could not be concealed. Today's trip has greatly changed their views on this famous playboy in Beijing. Congratulations to the master for completing the task. Show your strength. Congratulations to the master for receiving the task rewards. 30 points of favorability for the Duke of Zhengguo, 20 points of favorability for the Duke of Pingguo, 20 points of favorability for the Duke of Yugo, and 1 memory rosary. After system evaluation, the task rating is A level, and you will get 1 advanced lottery draw. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Ning Fan also breathed a sigh of relief and silently asked the system, what is the meaning of this favorability? Reply to the master, the favorability will be converted into loyalty after the other party pledges allegiance to you. When the favorability reaches 30, you will be regarded as a friend. When the favorability reaches 50, you will be regarded as a friend, and when the favorability reaches 70, you will be regarded as a close friend. Generally speaking, if the favorability reaches 30, it will not do anything that is not good for you. Hearing the system's explanation, Ning Fan's eyes also flashed with joy. So, in just 1 day, he has established a relatively solid relationship with the 3 dukes. System, can I check the favorability of the 3 people? Yes. Zhao Chengying. Favorability 47. Lu Fengping. Favorability 35. Su Zan. Favorability 36. Seeing a new page appear on the system, Ning Fan was very surprised. He didn't expect Zhao Chengying's favorability towards him to reach 50 points with only 3 points. In other words, Zhao Chengying almost regarded him as a friend. Interesting. If that's the case, then the Minister of War Ji Sui, the Minister of Works Xie Xingxian and even the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Guard Jing Li all have a certain degree of favorability towards me. Pengju, you and your group should go down to rest first, tidy up, and then go directly to the military camp with the 3 princes. Promise. Yu Fei and others bowed respectfully and retreated silently. Ning Fan also had a look of contemplation on his face. Now that the three princes came to visit, it was obviously not as simple as thanking him for the Eastern Territory. Now that Yu Fei and his party can be placed in the national army, I believe that it won't be long before they can grasp a certain amount of real power. With Yu Fei's talent, if he is given a chance, he will be able to soar directly into the sky, and he will definitely become his most powerful arm in the army in the future. Although Emperor Yu had shelved his position as crown prince, with the eldest brother of the emperor from the west pressing down on him, these cheap brothers in the capital would never show up rashly. After all, no one could be sure that he would do something secretly in the capital without telling Emperor Yu's eyes and ears. Seeing Ning Fan taking the initiative to push away Yu Fei and others, Zhao Chengying and the others couldn't help but look at him. "You three, let's go in and talk." "Good." The three of them nodded slightly, no trace of drunkenness on their faces. Ning Fan walked into the hall, and there was no one behind the screen. "Are the three of you here today about Zhongnan?" Ning Fan stepped directly into the topic. Zhao Chengying nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Before I came, I really came for Zhongnan, but after I came, I found that this trip was worthwhile. Not only have I found some good generals for my Dayu, but I have also gotten a glimpse of His Highness's true appearance. I didn't expect that half of the people in the capital were deceived by His Highness's dandy appearance. Only when I saw him today did I realize that His Highness has the appearance of a hidden dragon." Old Zhao. Hearing that Zhao Chengying was speaking more and more unscrupulously, Lu Fengping couldn't help but remind him. Ning Fan glanced at Dian Wei next to him, who nodded slightly and strode out of the hall. "Ahem, please don't blame me, Your Highness, for talking nonsense after drinking. Ha ha ha, the Duke of the Kingdom praised you so much today. If my father knew about it, he would definitely praise you for your insight." Hearing Ning Fan take the initiative to mention Emperor Yu, Zhao Chengying couldn't guess Ning Fan's thoughts for a moment. "Three of you, Zhongnan is ready to go. Our deputy commander, Mr. Jia Zujia, has personally gone to Zhongnan to take charge. 7 days, no, it's already 6 days later, then we'll attack the Chen family. I would like to ask the three of you to arrive at the southwest border 2 days in advance to suppress the bandits and eliminate the bandits." As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, Lu Fengping exclaimed, "So fast? Your Highness, can the Chen family be defeated by the Jinyi guards alone? After all, they have hundreds of private soldiers in their house, and they don't even know how many fine armors are hidden in secret. Yes, the Chen family has the largest horse farm of my Dayu, and also masters the method of forging armor and weapons. If you say that you don't have thousands of private soldiers hidden in your hands, I will never believe it. Your Highness must not take it lightly." After hearing the reminders of the three people, Ning Fan nodded in agreement and said in a deep voice, "This is the second point I want to discuss with the three of you. Now we have not only 30,000 forbidden troops stationed in Gyeonggi, but also 100,000 new troops. If the Chen family is really hiding private soldiers, they will never dare to send their troops northward. They have been colluding with the king of Huainan for a long time. Maybe he won't move south with his family business." Zhao Chengying nodded in agreement. "Then what are your Highness's plans?" "I have made a complete plan. As long as the three princes are on guard against the southwest, no matter how much trouble the Chen family makes, they will not be able to escape from my grasp." "Good." All three of them nodded solemnly, and Zhao Chengying spoke again. "Your Highness, there is one more thing I would like to ask you for advice." "Sir, please speak." "Earlier in the Eastern Territory, I heard from Jin Yiwei Zhao Yu that we have many spies in the army in Dongwai." "Exactly." Ning Fan nodded slightly and said, "This matter is the top secret of our Jin Yiwei. At the critical moment, it can completely reverse the occupation, so the three princes must treat it with caution. Don't worry, Your Highness, we will naturally know the pros and cons. I just hope that one day, if we meet Dongwai again on the battlefield, I am sure that the Jinyi guards under His Highness will do their best to help. The battle for intelligence can determine life and death on the battlefield." Ning Fan nodded solemnly and said solemnly, "Don't worry, you three. I, the Jinyi guards, have the responsibility of infiltrating the outside world and spying on military intelligence. If there is a war, I will naturally not stand by and watch." "So good." The three of them nodded with satisfaction, and Ning Fan said with a smile, now that there is a great victory in the Eastern Territory, I am afraid that within 3 to 5 years, the Eastern Territory will be stable, right? Not necessarily. Zhao Chengying shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, although this battle was a great victory and the 170,000 Dongwai army was destroyed, compared to me, Dayu, I still have a huge advantage. Oh, there was a trace of doubt on Ning Fan's face, and Lu Fengping sighed softly, Your Highness, you don't know. My Dayu borders Dongwai to the east, and there are big enemies on the other 3 sides. Although the country's military strength is far greater than that of Dongwai. But Weihai is connected to the mountains to the east, Jedi to the south, and the East China Sea to the east. On the 4 borders, I, Dayu, am the only one who has been at war with them all year round. Although Yizhou Island in the East China Sea is invaded by foreign barbarians, it does not pose a threat to them. In other words, Dongwai can use all the strength of the country to attack me, Dayu, but I, Dayu, have to disperse their forces to fight against Dongwai. Such advantages and disadvantages may be difficult to reverse in a short time. Now that Dongwai has been hit hard, it just gives us a chance to breathe. Hearing Zhao Chengying's sigh, Ning Fan's eyes also showed a complex color. It seems that Dayu's foreign invasion is more serious than he thought. It's getting late. I'm sorry for bothering you today. Your Highness, we should say goodbye. The 3 of you go slowly. Ning Fan stood up and saw them off until he was outside the mansion. He watched the 3 of them leave with a gleam of brilliance on his face. System, use the advanced lottery once. Congratulations, Master, for getting the master level cooking skills. Cooking skills. Ning Fan's eyes showed a touch of surprise. After traveling for more than a month, he had already adapted to the eating habits of this era. There are only cooking and boiling for all kinds of ingredients. Meat should be boiled, vegetables should be boiled, and tea should be boiled. As for seasoning, there is only salt. Put salt in cooking meat, cooking vegetables, and cooking tea. His taste buds, which were paralyzed by these boiled meat and vegetables, no longer had too many requirements for ingredients, but he didn't expect to win the master-level cooking skills today. With a dizzy spell, Ning Fan turned into a cooking master in the blink of an eye. Compared with the master-level hidden weapons, this cooking skill seems a bit tasteless, but compared to eating boiled meat and vegetables every day, it is more attractive to me than the throne of the Emperor. Make the seasoning first. The next task is to train a few chefs to improve the food standards of Xuanyang Palace. Ning Fan secretly clenched his fists, throwing all the threats from the aristocratic families and the calculations in the court behind his mind. However, how to use the existing materials and tools of this era to build a greenhouse is still his top problem. After all, potatoes and sweet potatoes are the weapons of the times that are related to the fate of a country. Prince Xuanyang's mansion. Yu Fei stood respectfully in front of Ning Fan and saw a hint of hesitation on his lord's face. Ning Fan rapped his knuckles on the table rhythmically. Now he only had a memory rosary in his hand, and among the commander-in-chief talents, Yu Fei had the highest attributes. Therefore, he wanted to use this memory rosary on Yu Fei. Only, looking back on Yu Fei's previous life, he fought in the south and the north, and 10 years of vicissitudes. In the end, he was convicted of an unfounded crime and died tragically at the hands of a traitor. How sad. System, use the memory beads to awaken the memory of Yu Fei's previous life. Used successfully. Following a reply from the system, a golden light flashed across Yu Fei's brows, and he froze on the spot as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ning Fan had a trace of sadness on his face and sighed softly. From Pengju's point of view, is he willing to think about his past life? Master, don't worry, for him, only the Yu Fei who has recovered the memory of his previous life is the real Yu Fei. Yu Fei, who has no memory of his previous life, can not only be called Yu Fei, but also Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, and Zhao Lu, because he only has Yu Fei's talents, but does not have Yu Fei's experience, Yu Fei's memory, or Yu Fei's story. Like a puppet occupying Yu Fei's body. After hearing the system's words, Ning Fan felt relieved, and Yu Fei in front of him gradually regained his composure, with 2 traces of tears falling from his face at some point. I remembered. Yu Fei, thank you, Lord. Yu Fei knelt down on one knee to salute, bit his lower lip tightly, and choked with sobs. Thanks to my lord, the general will be able to reunite with my brothers again. Pengju, Please get up quickly. Ning Fan stepped forward and supported him with his own hands, with a look of sadness on his face. If you were given a chance to choose again, would you still be willing to unblock this memory? The general is willing. Why? Seeing the serious look on Ning Fan's face, Yu Fei also mused. This world does not have the long history of our country, the saints and sages, the beautiful articles, the two emperors of Yan and Huang, and the Great Wall of China. My lord, China is my hometown, this place is more like a foreign country. Seeing the emotion on Yu Fei's face, Ning Fan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but burst into tears. Yes, to this world, we are all guests in a foreign land. My lord, has General Chen ever recovered his memory? Never. Ning Fan shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, now you are the only one who has recovered the memory of his previous life. I see. Yu Fei's expression became extraordinarily deep, and even his temperament changed slightly. He lost the sharpness of a young man and became more restrained and profound. Today, he can be said to have lived through 2 lives. The experience in his previous life has made him not afraid of any wind and rain, and he is lucky enough to live another life, and he is even more grateful. Pengju, let the past drift away with the wind. God has given you and me the opportunity to live a new life. In this life, China's 5,000 years of civilization and martial arts will gather together in an era to compete with other countries and compete with heroes. It is true that I am lucky in my 3 lives. I, the Deu, am a wise ruler and an upright minister. The sorrow of the Song dynasty will never happen again to me, the Deu. Listening to Ning Fan's resounding words, Yu Fei also nodded slightly and saluted respectfully. Fei, you will definitely live up to your lord's high expectations. Ning Fan nodded slightly, his face full of appreciation. Second master. A soft shout interrupted their thoughts, and Lin Yong walked in softly and slowly, bowing respectfully. Mr. Zug's letter is due to arrive in Beijing today. Mr. Shen is old and is currently in his 40s in the west of the city. Rest in the post house. Mr. Zug. When Yu Fei heard this title, his eyes couldn't help but sparkle, and he looked at Ning Fan suddenly. Could it be that he is Marquis Zug Wu of the Shu Han dynasty? Exactly. Ning Fan nodded with a smile and said to Lin Yong, Old sir, it's been a long journey, go and arrange my carriage and send someone to the inn. Yes. After Lin Yong responded, he strode away, but Yu Fei beside him showed a hint of excitement. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to meet a romantic figure from hundreds of years ago. Haha, I will go with you to greet him later. Mr. Shen's visit to Beijing this time is related to the stability of our court. The luster in Ning Fan's eyes flashed, and it must be over for Zhang Jiyu. In front of the Jin Yiwei Yamen. One after another, shackled prisoners were escorted by Jin Yiwei into the government office, and boxes of gold and silver property were moved into the government treasury. Another group of people gathered in front of the door, watching silently, gathering in small groups and talking in low voices. Marquis Xuanwu's house was also confiscated. I heard that this guy has never been involved in government affairs. Hey, I heard that Marquis Xuanwu colluded with the Chen family in Shuzhou to plot a rebellion. It was he who assassinated His Highness King Xuanyang a few days ago. Oh my god, over the past half-month, Jin Yiwei has killed batch after batch. Aren't you afraid of killing the court? HMPH, it would be better to kill them all. Without these traitors and sycophants, I, Deu, will surely become stronger and stronger. Dian Wei led a team of royal guards and personally escorted Marquis Xuanwu into the palace. Today there was another bloody storm in the capital, and all the cronies headed by the Chen family were completely wiped out. The next step is to wait for the thunder in Jiangnan to rise, and the power of the Chen family will be uprooted. Imprison Xuanwu Hu Jihong and interrogate him strictly. Except for my Jin Yiwei Qinhu, no one is allowed to contact. Yes. Outside the ancient city, in the cold wind, the setting sun shines into the ancient road. The golden ancient road winds through the sky. 3 people and 3 riders rode out of the city, galloping on the ancient road, heading towards a pavilion 10 miles away. Go! Ning Fan rode a 1,000-mile chasing wind purple lightning flying dragon and galloped on his horse. My lord, there is a situation. Yu Fei's eyes condensed, and he swept the Liquan gun in his hand silently, looking at the mountain forest road not far ahead. It looks like a caravan. This place is only 7 or 8 miles away from the capital, and the robbers actually robbed the emperor. Ning Fan frowned slightly, a cold look appeared on his face. He glanced at the two people, and said softly, "Let's go up and take a look." Yes. The two nodded slightly, followed Ning Fan and ran forward. "My dear friends, we are from the Kai family in Zhongnan, why don't you give us a favor?" An old man in a brocade robe bowed to a bearded man with a smile on his face. "What the hell is the Kai family in Zhongnan? I haven't heard of it. What are these carriages transporting?" "This, my dear friends, they are all commercial goods. Ha ha ha, brother, they are all salt, grain, cloth, and a lot of gold and silver." A small minion split the box on the carriage with a sword, and shouted excitedly, "Brothers, pull all these carriages back to me. It's a big feast today, let's go back and celebrate, ha ha ha." The bearded man laughed loudly, waved his hand, and dozens of minions rushed directly towards the Kai family's caravan guards. You, this is the land of Gyeonggi. Aren't you afraid of the government's encirclement and suppression? Everyone, please don't cause any harm to your life. You can't touch these goods." The face of the old man in rich clothes suddenly became a little colder, and his eyes were filled with anger, and he spoke solemnly. "Ha, you're blackmailing me." A look of disdain appeared on the face of the bearded man, and he spat coldly. "You guys are just living the business of licking blood from the edge of a knife, so what about the capital city? What can those government officials do to me? Brothers, be quick in your movements. After this job is done, we can live a leisurely life for a few months." The guards of the caravan fought with the bearded man, but the old man in rich clothes had a tense look on his face and guarded tightly in front of a carriage. "Uncle Chen, what happened?" "Miss, if someone tries to rob you, please don't show your face." The old man in rich clothes had a nervous and anxious look on his face. This time the young lady came to discuss business in person. She stayed in Beijing for a few days. Now she returns to her hometown in Zhongnan, but she brought a lot of goods with her. If this batch of supplies falls into the hands of a strong person, the Kai family may be completely destroyed. Seeing that his minions could not take down the guards in a short time, the bearded man waved his big hand again and shouted, "Come out, hurry up and take care of them. If we really provoke the group of wolves and dogs who came to the government, we won't do it." "Wonderful." Yes. One after another figures jumped out from the jungle, and there were more than 100 people. At this moment, Qin Yuan's heart was completely cold. They left the capital and went to the south of the Yangtze River. They thought that before leaving the capital, they would be very peaceful along the way. When they left the capital, they would find an escort agency and hire some guards. In this way, you can save a lot of money. Unexpectedly, just a few miles out of Qingyu City, a strongman Jia Dao appeared. "Everyone, show mercy. We don't want these goods anymore. Can we let our people go?" After some weighing, Qin Yuan sighed softly, with a look of helplessness on his face. "Ha, let you go. There is no such thing as destroying corpses and eliminating traces." The bearded man laughed, and his eyes suddenly fell on the carriage behind Qin Yuan. "What's in this carriage? Come here, please open this carriage for me first." Yes. Several minions immediately gathered in the direction of the carriage. Qin Yuan had a look of panic on his face and said quickly, "Dear gentlemen, this carriage is driven by my wife. She is seriously ill and cannot see the wind. I beg you all, please accumulate some virtue. Let us live." Hearing Qin Yuan's words, the bearded man showed a hint of suspicion on his face. Looking at his panic, he said calmly, "Lift the curtain." "Useless. I can't do it." Qin Yuan was almost crying. "If the young lady was seen by them, I'm afraid." Whoosh! An arrow suddenly flew out, directly piercing the throat of a minion who was rushing towards the carriage. "Who?" The bearded man was startled. He suddenly raised his head and saw 3 people and 3 horses running towards him from afar. He was instantly relieved. "I was shocked. Someone is coming. Kill them for me." The bearded man looked furious, looking at the 3 men and 3 cavalry rushing towards him, with murderous intent on his face. Ning Fan looked at the hundreds of robbers rushing out of the jungle, and couldn't help but frowning, as the security in the capital region so bad. "Pengju, evil comes, you two are holding the battle for me, just take this opportunity to hone your marksmanship." "Yes." The 2 of them responded. Yu Fei held a long bow and threw the Liquan spear to Ning Fan, while Dian Wei took out a few small flying halberds, his eyes widening. I miss you forever, but I miss you forever. First shot, lovesickness. Ning Fan, holding Yu Fei's Liquan spear, flew up on horseback and stabbed out a robber armed with a broadsword. If you kill one person with the 13 deadly guns, Acacia proficiency will increase by 52 points. If you kill one person with the 13 deadly guns, Acacia proficiency will increase by 57 points. If you kill one person with the 13 deadly guns, Acacia proficiency will increase by 51 points. Every time Ning Fan kills someone, the system will sound a notification sound. Not far away, Yu Fei and Dian Wei Lemma are holding the battle for him from a distance, and arrows are constantly taking away the lives of several robbers. Kill this kid. Seeing Ning Fan rushing up and killing several people in a row, the bearded man suddenly became furious and said gloomily, this kid's martial arts are not very good. Kill the two guys behind him first. Yes. Dozens of minions rushed directly towards Yu Fei and the two of them. The guards of the caravan also silently retracted their defense lines and guarded the carriage with Qin Yuan. When evil comes, leave these people to me and you go protect His Highness. Good. Dian Wei responded, clapped his horse and rushed towards Ning Fan. As expected, the best shortcut to increasing proficiency is to keep killing people. When evil comes, you will protect me by my side. There is no need to take action. Leave these people to me. Now that Dian Wei is guarding him, Ning Fan is not worried about being injured. There is excitement in his eyes, and his gun shoots out like a dragon. Kill. The bearded man finally couldn't sit still anymore and charged straight towards Ning Fan. Evil is coming. Ning Fan saw that this man was coming menacingly, with a burly figure, and the broad knife in his hand weighed dozens of kilograms. He knew that he was no match for him, so he quickly asked Dian Wei to take action. Lord, don't worry. There was a hint of disdain in Dian Wei's eyes. He swatted his horse forward and swung out his halberd. The face of the bearded man suddenly changed and he quickly swung his sword to resist. Puff! With just one blow, the bearded man was knocked away by Dian Wei, and blood spurted out. Die! The Liquan gun in Ning Fan's hand took advantage of the situation and accurately pierced the bearded man's chest, accompanied by a system prompt in his mind. You use the 13 deadly spears to kill a third-rate general. Since you kill the general for the first time, you will trigger 100 times critical hit reward and drop a gold treasure chest. Drop the treasure chest. A look of confusion appeared on Ning Fan's face. Is this man considered a military commander? System, what's going on? Back to master, you can gain proficiency in kung fu and martial arts by killing enemies. And killing third-rate or above generals will randomly trigger the dropping of treasure chests. There are 4 levels of treasure chests: bronze, silver, gold, and supreme. Ning Fan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. He felt that this system was not a summoning system, but more like a martial arts assistance or enemy killing system. Simply sum up the function of the system in one sentence: I become stronger by killing people. System, open the gold treasure chest. Chapter 91. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the ultimate divine weapon, the fierce dragon soul-severing spear. Gun. A look of surprise appeared on Ning Fan's face, and he subconsciously glanced at the Liquan gun in his hand. I have to say that this magical weapon is truly extraordinary and comparable to a standard long gun. Especially when masters are dueling, ordinary spears cannot withstand the physical strength of peerless generals. Pengju, take the gun. Ning Fan suddenly threw the Liquan gun in his hand towards Yu Fei. With the blessing of the hidden weapon attribute, it landed accurately on Yu Fei's side. System, release the fierce dragon soul-severing gun on the battlefield. Yes. Following the system's response, a dark-colored spear fell from Ning Fan's side at some point. This long spear is slightly heavier than the Liquan spear, weighing about 30 kilograms. The body of the gun was completely black, with a golden dragon engraved on it. It was so cold that it was quite difficult for Ning Fan to lift it. Kill. With his own magical weapon, Ning Fan suddenly became excited and picked up his spear again to kill the bandits. He obviously only had 60 points of martial arts skills, but with the support of the purple lightning flying dragon horse and the fierce dragon soul-severing gun, he suddenly showed the momentum of a peerless general. If you kill one person with the 13 deadly guns, Acacia proficiency will increase by 55 points. If you kill one person with the 13 deadly guns, Acacia proficiency will increase by 52 points. You use the 13 deadly guns. System prompts sounded one after another, and with Dian Wei on the side to provide support and protection, Ning Fan's eyes were almost red with blood, and all the clothes on his body were soaked in blood. Congratulations, Master, the first of the 13 deadly spears lovesickness has entered the Grandmaster realm. Do you want to check the martial arts support page? Check. 13 deadly spears. Grandmaster, 7. 3000. Ning Fan felt relaxed and refreshed all over his body, as if his blood had returned to his body. He was already exhausted, but with his breakthrough in marksmanship, his body was filled with strength again. My force value seems to have increased again. The hard training in the past few days and the blessing of hidden weapons have allowed my martial arts to reach 60 points. Now with the breakthrough in marksmanship, it has increased by 5 points. It seems that it won't be long before he reaches the threshold of a third-rate general. Ning Fan looked at the frightened robbers who were killed by him in front of him, with a fierce light in his eyes. If the three of him hadn't appeared in time today, I'm afraid this caravan would have died tragically under the butcher's knife of these strong men. So Ning Fan killed them all without feeling guilty. After all, people had already been killed in King Yu's city, and now they were just exterminating a group of heinous people. Apart from a slight nausea, there was no pressure at all. Brothers, the third boss is dead, let's withdraw. These three people are all very skilled in martial arts. I'm afraid we are no match for them. Especially the evil god holding a spear, he is so fierce. Many bandits' eyes fell on Ning Fan with fearful expressions, and they also had the intention of retreating in their hearts. Although money and silk are attractive to people's hearts, compared with life, they are really insignificant. Walk! A tall bandit shouted and took the lead in rushing towards the dense forest. Haha, do you want to leave now? Pengju, evil comes, keep them. Ning Fan gave a low shout and took the lead in rushing out, while Yufei and Yufei were also unwilling to lag behind and followed Ning Fan closely. Uncle Chen, how's it going outside? The curtain of the carriage was opened, revealing a delicate face, looking at Qin Yuan with a worried expression. Miss, we have met a noble person. Thankfully those three heroes came to the rescue. Otherwise, we may not be able to go back this time. Qin Yuan's face was full of fear, and all his clothes were wet with cold sweat, and he felt a sense of pleasure from the rest of his life. Walk. Now, let's hurry up and find some guards when we get to Yanzhou. These bandits are really taking advantage of them. Qin Yuan looked at the fleeing figures with a look of anger on his face. Uncle Qin, since we are being helped, how can we say goodbye without thanking you? Besides, the three strong men are now chasing the bandits, and the fate is uncertain, so we just walked away like this, which is not what a gentleman would do. The woman's soft voice sounded from the carriage again, and Qin Yuan's face showed a tangled look. He hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. In that case, let's stay here for a while. Qin return to the capital quickly and invite some guards over. Yes, whoosh, whoosh, arrows were flying one after another. Yufei, holding a long bow, harvested the fleeing bandits one arrow after another. Ning Fan also kept throwing various hidden weapons, and his killing speed was even faster than Yufei. Yufei glanced at his lord in surprise. He didn't expect that hidden weapons could be cultivated to such an extent. Whether it was technique or range power, they were all impeccable. Lord, it's getting late now. Kong Ming must have arrived by now. We can't pursue him any longer. This mountain forest is very dense. If you lose your way, it will be bad. Ning Fan nodded in agreement and said softly, this group of bandits hides in the mountains and forests, and their traces are hard to find, but they are so bold that they cause catastrophe in the main road of Gyeonggi province. If we don't eradicate it, it will not only endanger the safety of passers-by, but also damage the emperor's dignity. Eli, tell Zhong Li when you go back, and ask him to check the bandits near the capital. Yes. After Ning Fan finished his instructions, he nodded with satisfaction. If he could go out and fight monsters every day, then improving his martial arts would be as simple as eating and drinking water. Benefactor, are you not injured? Back on the official road, Ning Fan was stunned to find that the caravan had not left yet, and nodded with a smile. Thanks to the three of you today, Otherwise, we would probably not be able to escape the clutches of these bandits. This is a little gift from my lady, please accept it. Qin Yuan personally dragged a plate of gold ingots and handed it to Ning Fan. Old man, there is no need to do this. As the saying goes, when you see injustice, you should help. It just happened that the three of us brothers met you today. It's just a small favor. It's getting late now. You should hurry up, Ning Fan said with a smile, and then left directly. Is it not enough to ask the three benefactors their names? Zhao Zilong of Changshan. A voice came from afar, accompanied by the hearty laughter of a person next to him, and gradually disappeared into the sky. Qin Yuan was stunned in the same place, and there was no sound in the car for a long time. Only at the window, a pair of beautiful eyes silently watched the three departing backs, and for a moment, they were a little absent-minded, and murmured, Zhao Zilong. Miss, let's continue on our way. Yes, my lord, who is Zhao Zilong from Changshan? You'll know later. Faced with Dian Wei's question, Ning Fan did not answer, but kept it secret. Brother Pengju also knows him. Yeah, Yu Fei nodded with a smile. I know him, I'm just afraid he doesn't know me. What does this mean? Ha ha ha. Seeing Dian Wei's confused look, Ning Fan and Yu Fei looked at each other and laughed. My lord, isn't that your carriage? Coming. Ning Fan watched a carriage slowly stop at the pavilion next to it. He quickly got off his horse and strode towards the pavilion. Lord, when Zhuge Liang saw Ning Fan's figure, his face showed a hint of joy, and he quickly stood up and saluted. Ha ha, Kong Ming, long time no see, how are you? Liang, meet my lord. Kaomin Shen Li, pay homage to His Highness King Zan Yang. When an old man next to Zhuge Liang saw Ning Fan, he bowed deeply and respectfully. Student Ning Fan, meet Master Shen. Ning Fan also bowed respectfully to the old man as a disciple. You must know that this was not only Ning Fan's former teacher, but also the former emperor's master. Former Teifu, Your Highness, I haven't seen you for many years, but you still have the same style. Master Shen is so complimentary. Ning Fan smiled awkwardly. If the old man knew what he had done in the capital over the years, he would probably blow his beard and glare in anger. A few people sat down in the pavilion. Now that the sun was setting, Ning Fan and the three of them were a little tired after fighting. Lord, did you encounter any accident on the way? Ning Fan spoke softly. When I met a few strong men, I took care of them. Zhuge Liang's face hardened, and he said in a deep voice, this is the capital of the capital. As we walked along, we encountered many strongmen blocking the way, but most of them asked for some silver coins before letting us go. Thanks to the support of these people along the way. Ning Fan looked at the palace guards not far away and said with a smile, these are all the masters of the palace. Sir, I have taken the liberty to invite you to the capital this time. I have no choice but to do so. Please don't blame me. Your Highness, you're welcome. Shen Li said calmly. I stayed away from the temple back then, and I was willing to be a country teacher. The most important thing is education. Now, the Imperial Court needs my old bones, how can there be any reason to shirk it? On this journey, little friend Kong Ming has informed me of the situation in Beijing. Once the situation in the court is stabilized, I will go into seclusion. Your Highness, please report this to Your Majesty. Hearing Shen Li's words, Ning Fan nodded heavily. Sir, don't worry, the student will definitely explain it to his father. I wonder where Your Highness wants me to start. Sir, I believe you already know that since the death of the former Right Minister, my position as the Right Minister of Dayu has been vacant. For many years, a large family has controlled the government and brought trouble to the government. Now, I am planning to become the Right Prime Minister again, so I would like to invite you, sir, to take over the position of Right Prime Minister. Ning Fan looked at Shen Li and sighed. During these days, the situation in Beijing has been changing day by day. Marquis Xuanwu colluded with the Chen family, formed a clique for personal gain, and conspired to rebel. And the Chen family has joined forces with the King of Huainan to secretly provide him with armor and weapons. I, Dayu, am now facing internal and external troubles. When Shen Li heard this, he also sighed, with a touch of anger in his eyes. When the late emperor was in power, I once mentioned the troubles of aristocratic families and the disasters of noble families. It's a pity that the late emperor was busy with wars in all directions and had no time to rectify the situation of the court. Until today, it has caused a catastrophe. Nowadays, court officials have so much fame and reputation, but it's hard for ordinary people to get ahead. Over the years, I have taught the world, and many of my disciples have great talents, but because of their humble backgrounds, it is difficult for them to serve as officials. Every time I think about this, I just feel helpless and sad. Seeing the sadness on Shen Li's face, Ning Fan said in a deep voice, "Sir, I have a plan to help the disciples from a humble family stand out." At this moment, not only Shen Li looked surprised, but even Zhuge Liang looked over with curiosity. Yu Fei looked at Ning Fan and asked tentatively, "Imperial examination system?" "Exactly." Ning Fan nodded with a smile and said thoughtfully, "In the Imperial examination, all those with both ability and political integrity can become officials, regardless of their origins." "Lord, what is the Imperial examination?" Zhuge Liang was the first to ask his question, and Shen Li also looked over with confusion. The so-called Imperial examination selection, to put it simply, is, regardless of one's origin, only those who are qualified will be selected. Whether you are a child of a famous family or a commoner from a humble family, if you want to be an official, you can only pass the exam and be hired. The examination is from bottom to top, with rural examinations, general examinations and palace examinations. Selection at all levels and admission on the basis of merit. Ning Fan explained the core of the Imperial examination system. For a moment, both Shen Li and Zhuge Liang had expressions of amazement on their faces, and Yu Fei also had a sparkle in his eyes. In this era, the Imperial examination system had not yet appeared. If Deu could be one step ahead, he would surely govern the Qingming dynasty and prosper. Lord, there was no hint of joy on Zhuge Liang's face. Instead, he looked solemn. He looked at Ning Fan and Zheng Zhou said, "What I said today must not be passed on to outsiders. This matter is of great importance and is not suitable for me, Deu. Once word spreads, I, the great Yu, may be in danger of overthrowing." Shen Li was startled, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He nodded heavily. Kong Ming is right. This Imperial examination system is really a killer weapon to break the monopoly of the aristocratic families. But I, Deu, am in turmoil now. If this policy is spread, the aristocratic families in the world will definitely rise up. Even at all costs, kill your highness. Don't underestimate the great families in the world. Even the court is extremely afraid of it. Ning Fan looked at the two people with solemn faces and realized the seriousness of the matter. It seems that it is much more difficult to implement the Imperial examination system than he imagined. If you are not careful, you will die in the wilderness, and even the country will be in turmoil. This world belongs to the aristocratic families. Before the court is completely stable, you will never dare to promote the Imperial examination system so ostentatiously. But, Zhuge Liang's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he pondered, although the Imperial examination system cannot be implemented temporarily, we can issue a decree to recruit talents. Recruit talents from all over the world, serve as officials in the court, and be assessed and employed. With you in charge, you will be able to call on scholars from all over the world to make up for the current talent gap in the court. Shen Li heard this, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he nodded gently. Kong Ming's plan is feasible. All scholars from all over the world will enter the capital. At that time, Master Shen will be the chief examiner, selecting the virtuous and capable, and selecting a group of elite children from the aristocratic families. Promote small aristocratic families, win over middle-class aristocratic families, and suppress large aristocratic families. After the court is stabilized, the Imperial examination will be implemented, and the world will be settled. Royal Palace. Royal Study Room. You mean, Zhao Chengying and the other three old guys went to Prince Xuanyang's mansion? Exactly. What did you say? This. Jian Nan had a look of embarrassment on his face, and Emperor Yu also realized that Ning Fan was in charge of the Jinyi guards, so how could the secret guards detect Prince Xuanyang's palace? The deputy commander of Jinyi Wei has rushed to Shuzhou. In just one day, a lot of the Chen family's dirty secrets were revealed, causing uproar throughout the city. The reputation of the Chen family has also plummeted, and the people of Shuzhou are very resentful. When Jianan mentioned the information about Shuzhou, Emperor Yu suddenly looked serious. This Jia Shu is a talented person. First, he will defeat the Chen family's reputation, and then with a thunderous blow, the resistance will definitely be reduced a lot. Having won the hearts and minds of the people, it is justifiable to attack the Chen family again. Your Majesty, Jianan said softly with a solemn look on his face, former Grand Tutor Shen Li has arrived in Beijing. Now I'm staying at Prince Xuanyang's mansion. At dusk today, His Highness and his 2 guards will personally go out of the city to greet you. This boy actually invited Mr. Shen here. Emperor Yu had a look of surprise on his face and murmured, how on earth did he do it? Your Majesty, Jianan said with a respectful salute. His Second Highness did not come forward this time, but an aide from Prince Xuanyang's mansion went to Jiangnan in person. It's not that simple. Back then, the teacher left Beijing angrily and swore not to enter the temple, full of anger. Nowadays, great changes have taken place, but I am willing to recertify myself. This staff is not simple. Emperor Yu pondered for a long time and then said softly, since the Jin Wei are ready to take action, you should also go to Jiangnan in person to prevent any unexpected events. Promise, Shuzhou, the Chen family mansion. As one of the 4 prominent families of Deu, the people of Shuzhou might not be able to find the county governor's mansion, but they would never be able to find the Chen family residence. This house has been located in Yuzhou for hundreds of years, which is even longer than the history of Deu. Over the centuries, rulers have changed one after another, the world has been renewed, and the world has changed. But in front of this house, Lao Wai the tree has gone through hundreds of years, and no one has cut off a single branch or leaf. Because this is Chen Mansion, ranked among the 4 prominent families. In the courtyard, the pavilions, terraces and pavilions are staggered and magnificent, no less than a royal palace. In a majestic hall, an old man in rich clothes sat at the head, his face as sinking as water. Have you checked it out? Father, someone is causing trouble secretly. The untouchables who made trouble back then were bewitched by others and came out to criticize our Chen family. Now the matter of the second child has caused a stir in the entire Shuzhou. Asshole. The old man slammed the table and said angrily, Shuzhou is the territory of my Chen family. Who dares to make trouble in front of our house? Inform the county magistrate to put all those untouchables in jail and find out who is behind the scenes. I want to see who dares to pull out a tooth from the tiger's mouth of my Chen family. Yes, the 2 middle-aged men standing respectfully below bowed respectfully. The old man gradually calmed down his anger and said calmly, is there any news from the capital? Father, none of the people we sent out have ever come back. Wrong. The old man seemed to have thought of something, his expression suddenly changed, and he said in a serious voice, what can be found in the weapons private workshop? Never. The 2 middle-aged men lowered their heads with shame on their faces. The head of the Chen family looked increasingly gloomy, with a deep and tranquil look in his eyes. First there was an incident at the weapons private shop, and then there was a loss of contact with the capital. Now my Chen family is being pushed into the spotlight. Who has so much energy? Is it possible that that person is planning to attack my Chen family? Listening to his father's murmur, Chen Yunlin, the eldest son of the Chen family, said, Father, even the barbarian god temple of the southern barbarians and the Yanlong guards of Dian are getting involved in the private affairs. It may not be the fault of the Imperial court. Moreover, there is a 4th son in the capital who is in charge of the new army, and the 3rd son has even attracted a group of important officials in the court. How dare Emperor Yu take action against us? Don't forget that if Deu leaves my Chen family, the country will perish. Brother is right. The second son, Chen Fan, also nodded in agreement and said softly, Father, I guess that some aristocratic families may be behind this secretly. Over the years, my Chen family has grown day by day, and naturally the other 3 families are. Some can't sit still. Shut up. The head of the Chen family looked increasingly gloomy and shouted angrily, don't talk nonsense. Boss, please send someone to investigate this matter immediately. Go to the sheriff's mansion in person and see if there is anything unusual there. Second brother, immediately send more manpower to go to the capital to investigate. Yes. The second son left in a hurry, and a figure wearing a black robe walked out of the side of the hall and said softly, Master, if my prediction is correct, the one in the palace should not be able to sit still. Patriarch Chen's expression became condensed and he murmured, did he notice something? We have to guard against it. In your opinion, sir, how should we deal with it? The old man in black robe pondered for a long time and said softly, inform the direction of Wainan and let them move. Secretly mobilize our Black Dragon army into the valley outside the city to prevent any unexpected events. Hearing the words of the old man in black robe, the head of the Chen family instantly looked grim, and sighed. If so, even if the court knows nothing, it should have noticed something unusual now. Head, this is related to the century-long plan of my Chen family, we have to be on guard. Okay. In an ordinary house, a man in a plain long gown and a headscarf sat quietly in front of the desk. There was a knock on the door, and two burly men walked in. Sir, just now, the Chen family sent out another group of spies. Did they stop them? Yes. Have you found out what I asked you to investigate? Jia Shu asked calmly with a sharp light in his eyes. Sir, the Chen family has hidden more than 10,000 elite soldiers in a valley in the west of the city. A sharp light flashed in Jia Shu's eyes, and he said in a serious tone, is the news accurate? Our people went to investigate in person, and the news is accurate. What a Chen family. Jia Shu chuckled. A noble family can secretly raise more than 10,000 private soldiers. If I hadn't personally gone to Shuzhou, I'm afraid he would have been able to hide it from the world. Sir, the people in the city have been aroused by public anger. Should we take action? No. Jia Shu sighed softly and said sadly, we can't move for a day without removing these more than 10,000 elite soldiers. Quickly pass the news to the capital, report to His Highness, and let him decide. As you wish. After the two Dian Wei Qinhu left, Jia Shu's face also showed a deep look. Now that the Chen family raises private soldiers, they will not let them control them. Once the army of the three dukes arrives, they will definitely alarm the enemy. It might even force the Chen family to join forces with Wainan to start a rebellion. This is really troublesome. Yuwang City, Xuanyang Palace. Your Highness. An excited voice came. Ning Fan pushed the door open and saw Fatty Shen walking in hurriedly. Greetings, Your Highness. Shen Wanson strode forward and bowed respectfully, with a look of joy on his face. Hee, looking at your expression, is it possible that all the wine in the wine cellar has been sold out? Hearing the question from his own prince, Shen Wanson was speechless and smiled bitterly. Your Highness, today we sold nearly 13,000 jars of Fugaichun, and even nearly 2,000 pots of Chengxiangxi. A good start. Moreover, just when we closed, many people came here to hear the news. Tomorrow's sales will definitely be higher. Hearing Shen Wanson's words, Ning Fan's face did not show much surprise, but just nodded lightly. Now that the brand of our Huasha liquor store has been established, we will open branches throughout Yuwang City within 7 days. Within a month, we will establish sales channels for our Huasha liquor store in all the county cities. Do you understand? Hearing Ning Fan's instructions, Shen Wanson couldn't help but reveal a bitter face. Your Highness, is this a step too big? Why, can't you do it? Yes. Shen Wanson nodded heavily and said softly, Your Highness, the profit of 10,000 jars of Fugaichun is not as good as that of 200 jars of Chengxiangxi. Should we all strive to produce Chongxiangxi? No. Ning Fan shook his head slightly and said, the reason why Chongxiangxi is so popular is because of the contrast of Fugaichun. Otherwise, there will be good products only if there are inferior products. Besides, the reputation of my Huasha liquor store has not yet been established among ordinary people. In a few days, the sales of Fugaichun will probably increase several times. Tomorrow, we will take advantage of the opportunity to launch Yuchangjiang, and each branch will sell 100 pots. Yes, Shen Wanson responded respectfully and retreated silently. It was late today, but Ning Fan was waiting for news from Zhong Lin. My lord. Not long after, Zhong Lin came with big strides. After greeting, the two sat down in the hall. Marquis Xuanwu has confessed, and all his cronies have been arrested. There are still some doubts that have not been investigated clearly. Oh, Ning Fan showed a look of surprise on his face, and heard Zhong Li said in a deep voice, my subordinates found some secret letters in the Marquis Xuanwu's mansion, which not only have contacts with the Chen family but also secret letters with Wainan. There are also some people who are called by code names, but their identities have not been found out. It seems that they are not the forces of the Chen family or Wainan. Ning Fan's brows suddenly frowned into a ball, and he said in a concentrated voice, "How does Marquis Xuanwu answer?" Marquis Xuanwu directly denied it and claimed that he had no knowledge of it. Haha, it doesn't matter. Ning Fan smiled faintly and said, "As long as the Chen family is annihilated, the court will take back the Chen family's private military workshop and horse farm. Through this time, we will clean up the government affairs. No matter how many demons and monsters Deu, have hidden, they are nothing to be afraid of." Zhonglin, now the Chen mansion and Xuanwu's property have been confiscated, I am afraid that they can't be concealed from Shuzhou. We have blocked the Chen family's intelligence routes, but with the merchants and people coming and going, such a big thing happened in the capital, the Chen family will definitely know. Jia Shu is ready, I am ready to let you. Second Master. When Ning Fan was talking with Zhonglin, Lin Yang's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. 1,000 household master of the Jinyiwei came and asked to see him outside the hall. Let him in. Ning Fan showed a trace of doubt on his face, and saw a burly man strode in, bowed to Ning Fan and Zhonglin one after another, and took out a secret letter from his arms. Your Highness, a secret letter from Zhonglin. Show it to me. Zhongli opened the secret letter and handed it to Ning Fan. Seeing the other party's face changing, he asked softly, "My lord, what happened?" "Go, invite Kong Ming and Peng Ju to come to discuss matters." "Yes." Lin Yang outside the palace responded. Ning Fan handed the secret letter to Zhongli, and said in a deep voice, "The Chen family really has more than 10,000 fine armors." This. Zhongli's face also changed drastically, and he said in a deep voice, "My lord, why don't you let the 3 dukes send it overnight?" "Soldiers." "No." Ning Fan shook his head slightly. "The army must cross the river to go south, and it will definitely be difficult to arrive in one day. Now, the Chen family is not prepared for us, so we must not alert them. Once the army goes south, the Chen family will definitely hear the news. They hold more than 10,000 fine armors in their hands. If they take risks, there will be turmoil. I still underestimated the Chen family." Ning Fan frowned. If there were no more than 10,000 soldiers and armors, and the Jinyiwei was stationed in Shuzhou, the Chen family would definitely not dare to act rashly. But now, the Jinyiwei in Zhongnan has only more than 1,000 people, and they have to use all their strength. These more than 10,000 fine armors are carefully cultivated by the Chen family, and the armor on their bodies is even more carefully made. Ordinary palace soldiers may not be able to resist. My lord." While Ning Fan was pondering, Zhuge Liang and Yu Fei came together and saluted respectfully. After everyone sat down, Ning Fan informed the two of the intelligence he had just received, and Zhuge Liang's face also showed a gloomy expression. "My lord, as long as the Chen family is not destroyed, the 3 dukes may not be able to go south. If we can't wipe out these more than 10,000 elite soldiers with lightning speed, once the king of Huainan raises his army, with the support of the Chen family's private soldiers, the counties in the south of the Yangtze River will be in danger. Now that the Chen family has more than 10,000 elite soldiers, it will be very difficult for the Jinyiwei to destroy Chen." Zhuge Liang explained the current situation in just a few words, and his eyes gradually became deeper. "If I ask my father to mobilize the county soldiers to encircle and suppress, will it work?" "My lord, the county soldiers around Zhongnan are only more than 10,000 in total. Moreover, once they are mobilized, they will definitely not be hidden from the eyes and ears of the Chen family. The more than 10,000 private soldiers of the Chen mansion must be elite soldiers and good generals. Ordinary soldiers may not be able to fight against them." Before Ning Fan spoke, Zhuge Liang said, "Why not let the elite of the Eastern Border Army be drawn, disguised as a grain transport team, and go straight to Shuzhou after crossing the Li River. Also send a message to the southern border, let Qingyanhu beware of the mobilization in the direction of Huainan. As long as the Chen family is stabilized, when my eastern border army after crossing the river, we can wipe out all the rebels in one fell swoop." "My lord, this method is feasible. Although the Chen family has more than 10,000 elite soldiers, they are definitely not as good as the border troops who have experienced hundreds of battles in terms of combat power. Give me 3,000 elite soldiers and we can destroy them." Yu Fei directly asked for a fight. Ning Fan nodded slightly, with a cold murderous look on his face. He said softly, "Send a message to Jia Shu and tell him not to act rashly." I will go to the palace immediately and ask my father for weapons and armor. My lord, Zhuge Liang hesitated for a moment and said softly, don't make a big fuss. It's better to ask for a secret decree. Yes, it was late, the moonlight was cast on the snow, the silver light and the white crystal were set off. Ning Fan led Dian Wei on a flying horse towards the direction of the palace. The cold wind was biting, and there were a few sparse figures on the street, all in a hurry. When he arrived at the palace gate, Ning Fan took out the Imperial gate order and went directly into the palace. Your Highness, His Majesty is still in the Imperial study to deal with official documents. Please wait a moment, I will report to you. Well, Ning Fan stood quietly in front of the palace, his face was pondering for a while, and with Wei Ying's report, he strode into the Imperial study. Your son sees the Emperor. No need to be polite. Emperor Yu seemed very surprised by Ning Fan's late-night visit. He put down the wolf hair in his hand and looked at him tiredly. What happened? Father, this is a secret report from Jiangnan. Ning Fan directly presented the secret report sent by Jia Shu, and Emperor Yu's eyes narrowed into a slit in an instant. After checking, his face sank, and he slammed his fist on the dragon case. This group of traitors. Father, the Chen family now has a large army, and the army may have to wait for a few days before going south. Otherwise, the Chen family may be desperate. Yes, Emperor Yu nodded in agreement. After thinking for a while, he looked at Ning Fan and said, what suggestions do you have? Father, I want to lead 5,000 elite soldiers, disguised as a grain transport team heading to the southern border, and when we reach Jiangnan, we will go to Shuzhou. 5,000. Emperor Yu frowned slightly, glanced at the letter in his hand, and said lightly, the Chen family has more than 10,000 elite soldiers. How can 5,000 soldiers fight against the enemy? Father, the soldiers of the Chen family are private soldiers. Although they are well armored, they are no different from a mob compared to the veteran soldiers who have experienced hundreds of battles. Father, you only need to issue a secret decree, and wait for the court to after the troops arrive, let the counties in Jiangnan send their troops to help. By then, the Chen family's 10,000 elite armors will not be a threat. After hearing Ning Fan's explanation, Emperor Yu nodded in agreement and looked up at him. From what you said, are you going to Jiangnan in person? That's right. Ning Fan nodded heavily. This matter is of great importance, and it is handled by my son alone. If I leave this matter to my son, it will be fine. You haven't even been on the battlefield. How can I arrange the troops if I give you 5,000 troops? Father, although I don't know how to lead troops, there are many good fighters under my command. Looking at Ning Fan's confident look, he changed his usual low-key and restrained style, but instead surged with a sharp breath. Emperor Yu couldn't help but look startled, pondered for a long time, and nodded slightly. The next day, accompanied by the ringing of a bell, it means the official start of the morning court. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue has been piling up official documents for several days. The position of the minister should be decided early. Yes, Emperor Yu nodded slightly and said calmly, I have made a decision on the position of the Minister of Revenue. Order Chen Qinghe, the governor of Nanhe County, to arrive in Beijing today and take up the position of the Minister of Revenue. Chen Qinghe, seeing that Emperor Yu actually made the decision directly, many civil and military officials were surprised. Didn't this person leave the central government a long time ago? Now he can make a comeback. Emperor Yu looked around and continued without waiting for the ministers to speak. Now the position of the right Prime Minister of Deu has been vacant for a long time. I intend to appoint the right Prime Minister. I wonder what you think. Your Majesty, the Minister of Personnel Zhang has been in office for many years, working diligently and exhausting all his energy. I recommend Zhang as the right Prime Minister. Your Majesty, I recommend the Minister of Revenue Zhao Rui. Your Majesty, the position of Prime Minister is related to the national destiny of Deu, so we have to be cautious. Everyone spoke up. Their eyes were full of brilliance, and each of them made their own calculations. Father, I recommend Mr. Shen Li. Who is this Shen Li? Hearing Ning Fan suddenly speak, a group of civil and military officials cast their eyes over, with a look of surprise on their faces. Xie Xingxian, the Minister of Works, was startled, as if he had thought of something, and looked at Ning Fan suddenly. As the Shen Li mentioned by Your Highness the former Grand Tutor, Mr. Shen Li. That's right, Your Highness, do you know the whereabouts of Mr. Shen? Ning Fan nodded with a smile, looked at Emperor Yu, and spoke again. Father, Mr. Shen was once the Grand Tutor, and he is very prestigious among the scholars in the world, and he was also an important minister during the previous emperor's time. Both in terms of ability and qualifications, he is qualified for the position of right Prime Minister. Please grant me your permission, Father. Ning Fan bowed respectfully, and the Minister of Personnel Zheng Zan sneered. Your Highness, Mr. Shen has long left the court and his whereabouts are hard to find. Besides, he is now old, how could he agree to serve as the Prime Minister? Yes, Your Highness, you are not here to attract attention, right? Zheng Zan's cronies also sneered, looking at Ning Fan with unkind eyes. I'll ask you one question. If Mr. Shen agrees to serve as Prime Minister, will you agree or not? Ha ha ha. Xie Xingxian looked at Ning Fan with a confident look and laughed. If Mr. Shen is really willing to serve in the court, it will be a blessing for me, Deu. Yes, with Mr. Shen's qualifications and abilities, he is more than qualified to serve as Prime Minister. Ha ha, if you can really invite Mr. Shen, I will have nothing to say, but I'm afraid. Your Highness, you boasted but. Ning Fan ignored Zheng Zan and looked at Emperor Yu. The latter nodded slightly and said softly, in that case, King Xuanyang, are you sure you can ask Mr. Shen to come out? Reporting to my father, I have sent people to find Mr. Shen's whereabouts a few days ago. Now he has been invited to the capital and is staying in my house. As long as your father issues an edict, the old gentleman can take up the position. Good. Emperor Yu nodded slightly, looked at Wei Ying who was standing aside and said, now we can draw up an edict and ask the former Grand Tutor Shen Li to appoint me as the right Prime Minister of Yu the Great. According to the order. Seeing the two of them singing and immediately settling into each other, Zheng Zan's face instantly became extremely ugly. All the courtiers also realized that something was wrong and subconsciously glanced at Ning Fan. Seeing the ridicule on his face, they all understood. Your Majesty, Mr. Shen left the capital angrily back then, how could he agree to be the Prime Minister? I suspect that King Xuanyang has evil intentions and intends to control the government. Zheng Zan gritted his teeth and spoke, looking at Ning Fan with eyes full of anger, he cupped his hands and said to Emperor Yu. Presumptuous. Emperor Yu's face instantly darkened, and he said coldly, Zheng Zan, how can you tolerate your nonsense in the court? Ha ha, Mr. Zheng, I can't bear the hat of controlling the government. Why don't you ask Mr. Shen to go to the palace and explain it to you? It will be clear by then. Father, Mr. Shen is waiting outside the palace now. Please ask Father to announce his audience. After hearing Ning Fan's words, Zheng Zan looked as if he had eaten a fly, but Emperor Yu nodded slightly. Zan, former Grand Tutor, Shen Li comes to see you. The shouts reached outside the Meridian Gate, and an old man wearing a plain robe was seen walking slowly towards the Zhengde Hall. On the long steps, it seemed like only this old figure was left at this moment. Outside the palace gate, a shambling figure gradually came into view of the ministers. Lin Chushi's expression changed slightly, while Xie Xingxian and others were extremely excited. They all bent down and held their hands as disciples. Emperor Yu, who was sitting on the dragon chair, was also shocked. He stood up slowly and stared at that figure closely. Kaomin Shen Li, see Your Majesty. Mr. Shen, please get up quickly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shen Li saluted again, stood up slowly, straightened his clothes, and stood in the center of the hall. His eyes swept over the 2 rows of civil and military figures, and he felt a little dazed for a moment. Mr. Shen, I intend to let you serve as the right minister. Are you willing? Your Majesty, I have already made a decision before I left the mountain this time. Hearing Shen Li speak like this, Zheng Zan's face showed a look of hope again, as if to say, refuse quickly. Father, now that Mr. Shen is willing to leave the mountain, he has shown his attitude. As the saying goes, worry about the world's worries first, and rejoice after the world's happiness. A person as noble and upright as Mr. Shen is far beyond comparison with some of the treacherous people in the court. Old Shen has been teaching all his life and has many disciples and disciples. Now he is able to return to the center because of his ambition. He is always ambitious and aims for thousands of miles. Listening to Ning Fan's words, Shen Li couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and he murmured, "Be worried about the world's worries first, and be happy after the world's happiness." Your Highness's words are really good words. Well said. Emperor Yu couldn't help but admire him, and looked at Ning Fan with some surprise, as if he saw a hen giving birth to a golden phoenix. I'm an old man who has great ambitions. This is the perfect word to describe Mr. Shen. Thank you so much, Your Highness, I thank God for your grace. Shen Li saluted Emperor Yu. After arriving here early in the morning, Ning Fan had nothing to worry about. The system beep sounded, instantly making Ning Fan drift away. Congratulations to the master for completing the task, planning the right Prime Minister. Task reward. Upgrade the system once and open the system mall. After system evaluation, the task rating is S level, and you will get a God level lottery. Ning Fan's eyes lit up when he saw the information on the system mission page. This was the first time he had received an S level mission evaluation. God level lottery, I wonder what good things can be drawn. Congratulations, Master, for successfully upgrading the system and opening the system mall. System mall. Ning Fan saw a slight change in the light curtain in his mind, and couldn't help but look a little excited. Click on the system mall section, and a dazzling array of products appears in front of you, including magic weapons, panacea, and even some daily necessities. You can find it all. System. This system mall seems to use reputation points for purchases. Exactly. After the system upgrade, the reputation system will be officially launched. How to obtain reputation points. Back to Master, the so-called reputation value is reputation. The greater your reputation, Master, the more reputation value you will get. I see. Ning Fan's eyes couldn't help but shine as he looked at the rare treasures. Daily use category. Toilet paper. 100 points roll. Paper. 200 points package. Sanitary napkin. 500 points package. Small umbrella. 1000 points box. Skills. Piano art. Beginner 1000 points, Master 10,000 points, Master 50,000 points. Chess. Introduction 1000 points. Calligraphy. Obtained the highest level. Archery. Beginner 1000 points, minor success 5000 points, great success. Crops. Pepper seeds. 50,000 points. Cucumber seeds. 50,000 points. Ning Fan looked through it roughly and found almost everything he could think of, but the required reputation points ranged from 100 to 1 million points. Of course, most of the products offered in the system mall are products of this generation. At least, I haven't found anything like aircraft or cannons in the mall yet. I didn't expect that troop summoning cards also require reputation points. Looks like we need to find a way to gain some reputation. Ning Fan was deep in thought when he was pulled back from his thoughts by a loud shout to retreat. Your Majesty, please wait in the Imperial study room. Ning Fan responded and was led by Wei Ying to the Imperial study room. Not only him, but also Shen Li, who had just taken office, Lin Chuxi and Ji Sui, Minister of the Ministry of War, were all gathered here. Your Majesty, the three princes have arrived. Let them in. Yes. Zhao Chengying and the other three walked into the hall with long strides. After receiving the greetings, they stood aside. You all already know the matter. Lord Zhengguo will immediately transfer 5,000 elites from the border army and hand them over to King Xuanyang to command. According to the order. Ji Sui. Emperor Yu looked at the Minister of War again and said in a deep voice, inform Marquis Qingyun and ask him to closely monitor the movements in the direction of Huainan. Once he discovers any changes in the army and horses, he can act easily. According to the order. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the entire hall became extremely solemn. Lin Chuxi said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, after all, King Huainan has an army of 300,000 people, and Marquis Qingyun still needs to beware of the southern barbarians. Don't worry, Lord Zuo Shang. Once I wipe out the Chen family, the three dukes can march south. Your Highness, the Chen family controls a private weapons workshop and can raise an army of more than 10,000 elite soldiers. I'm afraid it's not that easy to deal with. I'm sure of it. Seeing Ning Fan's confident face, the ministers stopped trying to persuade him. Emperor Yu said in a deep voice, the Chen family is secretly colluding with Huainan. Let's talk about it. How should Huainan be dealt with? Your Majesty, the Minister of Rights Zhao Rui is still in Huainan. Moreover, Lu Kan has always been cautious. He would never dare to take risks without complete confidence. After all, there is Qingyan Hu looking around. Whether it is war or peace, the initiative is in our hands. Shen Li, who had never spoken, also had a deep look in his eyes and said softly, Your Majesty, if you want to conquer the land of Huainan, with the current national strength of Deu, I am afraid it will be a bit difficult. The borders are unstable, and the court is not stable now. I am afraid this account can only be settled later. Emperor Yu nodded slightly, looked at Zhao Chengying and the other two, and said in a serious voice, After Ning Fan's troops arrive in Shuzhou, your army will set out immediately to guard against Huainan. Yes. The night is long and the full moon is high. On the ancient road, Ning Fan is wearing a white gown, and two men in armor are guarding on both sides. Behind him is a dark, grain transport army. Ning Fan was playing with a bone flute in his hand, his eyes gradually became deep. Pengju, you continue to lead the army forward, Eli and I will follow later. Okay. Watching the army gradually go away, Dian Wei looked at Ning Fan with a puzzled look. Lord, what do we mean by this? Waiting for someone. Ning Fan slowly put the bone flute to his lips, and the melodious flute sounded in the silent night, accompanied by the dull sound of horse hooves. At some point, a black line appeared in the distance at the level of heaven and earth, rushing over. It was clearly only 18 figures, but it seemed as if thousands of troops were passing through, overwhelming. Under the night sky, the moonlight was like a waterfall, and a man in white stood gracefully. Next to him stood a burly man in armor. His long hair was messy in the wind, but his eyes were fixed on the sky. The 18 riders in the distance were like a violent storm, sweeping in an instant. The two faced the murderous aura of the 18 people, and for a moment they felt suffocated. My lord, this is. Dian Wei looked as if he was facing a great enemy, his eyes were more solemn than ever, and his hands were tightly grasping the double halberds in his hands. Don't be nervous, we are one of us. Ning Fan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the 18 people in the distance, and said calmly, My king's dark cavalry, the 18 riders of Yanyan. Hiss. Dian Wei looked at Ning Fan in surprise, only to see that the 18 people's galloping momentum did not decrease at all, until 3 feet in front of Ning Fan and the other two, they all reined in their horses. Kang, Kang. As the scimitars were unsheathed, Dian Wei's face changed instantly, and he looked at Ning Fan and said, My lord, have they rebelled? Shua. As soon as Dian Wei finished speaking, 18 people knelt down together, their scimitars hitting their armor, their heads drooping, and they remained silent. Everyone, you have been dormant for so long, it's time for you to show up. I am willing to die for His Highness. System, use the God-level lottery. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained a soldier summoning card. Ning Fan showed a touch of joy on his face. He didn't expect that the God-level lottery would directly draw a soldier summoning card at once. You know, in the system mall, a soldier summoning card requires 100,000 reputation points. System, what functions are enabled in this system upgrade? Master, after the system upgrade, the detection technique is obtained, which can detect the 4-dimensional attributes and basic information of each person. Interesting. Ning Fan's face showed a gleam of brilliance. This detection technique is simply a magical tool for the superior. Seeing through everyone's ability attributes, even loyalty and basic identity information at a glance, even a fool can distinguish between loyalty and treachery, and know how to use people. It is detected that the master has been upgraded for the first time, and the reward is an upgrade gift package 1. Do you want to open it? There is a surprise. Ning Fan's face also showed a hint of expectation, and he directly opened the system. Congratulations to the master, you have obtained 5 Hercules balls. Congratulations to the master, you have obtained a set of Teoti treasure armor. Congratulations to the master, you have obtained the ancient sword Xuanyuan sword. 3 system prompts sounded in succession, and Ning Fan's face showed a touch of surprise. The system was so generous this time. Give away treasure armor and magic weapons. System, check the effect of the Hercules pill. Hercules pill. Made by ancient wizards, each pill can increase 100 kilograms of strength, and each person is limited to 10 pills. Ning Fan directly took out the small jade bottle containing the Hercules pill from the system space, with a gleam in his eyes. In the more than 1 month since he traveled through time, his prestige in the court has been growing day by day. In terms of power, he has the Dian Wei holding great power, the Underworld dominating the world, and even the 18 riders of Yanyan. But his martial arts is a big shortcoming. Due to his physical strength, the progress of his spearmanship is also greatly limited. Unexpectedly, he has obtained 5 Hercules pills now. Can 500 kilograms of strength allow me to enter the first-rate threshold? Now my strength has reached 65 points, only half a step away from the threshold of the third-rate general. I just don't know how far 500 kilograms of strength can take me. Thinking of this, Ning Fan silently exited the system, looked at Dian Wei beside him, and asked softly, "Eli, how many kilograms of arm strength do you have?" "My lord, my left arm is 700 kilograms, and my right arm is about 900 kilograms. Don't criticize if it's fictional." Hiss. Ning Fan's face showed a deep shock. I didn't expect that the ancient saying of strength against 1,000 kilograms was not an exaggeration. Dian Wei's strength is probably the threshold of a peerless general, the peak of a top general. In this way, the strength of a top general generally does not exceed 1,500 kilograms. In this case, my 500 kilograms of strength. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Fan directly stuffed the 5 blue pills in the jade bottle into his mouth. The pills melted in his mouth and instantly flowed into his limbs. Hiss. Where? Ning Fan unconsciously clamped his legs together, and the purple lightning dragon under his crotch could not help but let out a hissing sound, and infinite power filled his arms, thighs, and spread to his whole body. In just a short moment, Ning Fan's body seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. A marrow-cleansing and bone-strengthening pill raised his body's flexibility, tolerance, and root bones to the limit, and now with the help of the Hercules pill, the 2 phases of achievement directly promoted a leap in Ning Fan's martial arts. System. Check my property page. Name. Ning Fan. Merit. 1000. Reputation. 0. Identity. The second most popular prince of the Dayu dynasty, the pillar of the Xuanyang Palace, the robber leader of the Dian Wei, the nemesis of corrupt officials, the chief coach of the 100,000 new army, and the hardcore customer of Fengxianglo to be cancelled. Power. Dian Wei directly affiliated Hades under the command the 18 riders of Yanyan personal attendants. Military power. 82. Intelligence. 83. Command. 75. Politics. 70. Magic weapons. Lilong Soul Breaking Spear, Xuanyuan Sword. Mount. Purple Lightning Flying Dragon. Skills. Photographic Memory, Calligraphy Master Level, Hidden Weapons Grandmaster Level, Gentle and Elegant Temperament Cooking Master Level. Items. Luwei Dawang Pills, Suiyang Gujing Pills, Jingkui Shenqi Pills, Wuzi Yanzong Pills, Ancient Body Quenching Recipe, Refined Salt Purification Method, Ancient Winemaking Process, Sun Tzu's Art of War, 36 Stratagems, Potato Seeds 1000, Sweet Potato Seeds 1000, Curved Plow Manufacturing Drawings, 1 Unit Summoning Card. Unique Skills. 13 Deadly Spears Grandmaster of the First Style Picking Leaves and Flying Flowers Beginner. Summoning Outstanding People. Dian Wei, Shen Wanson, Qin Chong, Zhuan Zhu, Jia Shu, Zhu Liang, Yu Fei. Summoning Units. 18 Riders of Yanyan. After reading his own attribute page, Ning Fan showed a look of surprise on his face. This time, the 4-dimensional attributes are completely different from the last time. The force value has increased by 17 points, the intelligence and command have increased by 2 points, and the politics has increased the most, a full 3 points. The page seems to have been updated, with more data such as reputation, merit value, and power. The future is promising. Although the force value has not reached the first class 85 points, 90 points, it is enough for him now. On the battlefield, Dian Wei is the one who charges into battle, Yu Fei is the one who strategizes, and Zhu Liang and Jia Shu are the ones who give advice. As long as he quietly brushes up his proficiency, when the 13 Deadly Spears complete set of spear skills is perfected, he will be invincible in the world. System. Use the unit summoning card. Congratulations to the master. The use is successful, and the Han Dynasty Shenzhen Camp 800 is successfully summoned. Shuzhou. Chen Mansion. The splendid hall is studded with luminous pearls, and candles are hung up, illuminating the hall brightly. It is indeed the Imperial Court. Looking at the information delivered from the capital, Mr. Chen's face instantly darkened. He looked like he had lost contact. Quote, "Father, from what the merchant said, it seems that both the third and fourth brothers are being imprisoned in the Dian Wei prison. What kind of organization is this Dian Wei? Father, the Dian Wei is a new supervisory agency established by Emperor Yu. It is extremely powerful and controls the life and death of all the courtiers. In just over half a month, Dian Wei raided the homes of dozens of important court officials." Mr. Chen's face was deep and his eyes were flickering. He pondered for a long time and said softly, "Has the Black Dragon Army been transferred here?" The eldest son Chen Yun nodded slightly and said solemnly, "The Black Dragon Guard is now hiding in a valley outside the city. Pay close attention to the movements of the Imperial Court and the surrounding counties. If there is any trouble, report it immediately. Transport all the weapons in our private workshop to Weinan within 3 days. We must pay attention to their confidentiality. Inform the King of Weinan and ask him to speed up the progress. The troops must be launched within half a month." "Yes, Father." The two sons of the Chen family walked out of the hall one after another, and the black-robed figure appeared again. Looking at Chen Jingshan with a sad look on his face, he said calmly, "Master, a century-old plan is about to come true. Our Chen family will leap into the sky, just around the corner. I'm just afraid that the uprising failed but ruined the hundreds of years of foundation of my Chen family. The current Holy Emperor is more powerful than the previous emperor, strategizing and planning, making it difficult for others to see through. Over the years, the Imperial Court has never stopped infiltrating us. Now I have no idea how many of their people are in my huge Chen family. I even speculate that even the theft of Japanese arms private workshops was the work of the Imperial Court." Chen Jingshan spoke slowly, with a deep light in his eyes. The man in black robes beside him also fell into silence. After a long time, he spoke softly, "Master, we have survived all these years. Is it possible that we still can't hold on for half a month? Even if the Imperial Court is aware of it, for the sake of the overall situation, they will never use troops against us. Even if the Imperial Court mobilizes troops, it will never be hidden from our eyes and ears. By then we can take advantage of the situation and go to Weinan. Don't forget, we still hold more than 10,000 fine armors in our hands." After hearing the reminder from the man in black robe, Chen Jingshan calmed down and nodded slightly. "Hope everything goes well, on the banks of the Li River. Ferry, Your Highness, this is the only guandu in our capital. All other major ferries are under the control of the Shui family. Besides, the ferry on the other side belongs to the Shui family." Ning Fan looked at the dark river surface and said calmly, "Ask the soldiers to ferry and go straight to the nearest ferry." Promise. 5,000 people boarded the boat in a mighty manner, and thousands of sails were spread on the river, drifting towards the south bank. After landing at a Shujia ferry, it turned out to be very smooth. Ning Fan directly led an army of 5,000 people and rushed towards Shuzhou until dawn the next day. "My lord, the city of Shu County is right in front of us. Mr. Wen has been waiting for a long time." Ning Fan nodded slightly and said softly, "Let Wen he come to see me." "See my lord, when he doesn't have to be polite." Jia Shu sat down in the tent, and Yu Fei hung up the map of Shu County and said in a deep voice, "According to Sir's information, Chen's private soldiers are now hiding in this valley. There is an open flat land in this valley, and the entrance of the valley is an important pass. One man can guard the pass, and no one can open it. If we take the initiative to attack, I'm afraid it will be difficult to break in." Yu Fei's eyes sparkled and he continued, "However, if we can lure the snake out of the hole, our 5,000 elites will ambush on both sides of the valley entrance and attack it with strong bows and crossbows. Retreat with one blow and suppress the Chen family's morale to the greatest extent. Once we take action against the Chen family, their private soldiers will definitely come out of the valley. We only need to retreat into the county and hold on, and when the reinforcements from each county arrive, we can form an encirclement." After listening to Yu Fei's words, Jia Shu nodded in agreement. "Lord, Peng Ju's plan is feasible." Ning Fan also nodded slightly, only to hear Yu Fei say again, Lord, the Chen family will definitely set up soldiers to patrol at the entrance of the valley. If we want to be buried quietly at the entrance of the valley, we must first deal with their outposts and secret sentries. Even be prepared to be discovered by it, and if necessary, surround it with huge rocks. Report. While everyone was discussing, an urgent call was heard, and a scout wearing armor rushed over. Your Highness, Commander-in-Chief, the Chen family's rebels have left the valley. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly condensed, and Yu Fei also raised his head suddenly, with an incredible look in his eyes. My lord, the Chen family must have heard some news and become a little restless. Jia Shu's eyes flashed with a dark light, and he said softly, in this case, there is no need to wait any longer. Announce the 3 princes and we can cross the river. Now that we are hiding, the Chen family doesn't know that our 5,000 soldiers and horses have secretly crossed the river. This is our advantage. Yu Fei pointed at the map and said softly, Lord, sir, please look at this. This is the only way from the valley to the county town. If we set up an ambush here, we will immediately withdraw into the county town after one attack and wait for reinforcements. We have 5,000 soldiers, which is more than enough to garrison a city. Once the soldiers from various counties arrive, we can wipe out the rebels in one fell swoop. Ning Fan nodded slightly, looked at Jia Shu and said thoughtfully, send a message to the 3 dukes, and immediately march south. Send a letter to Qingyunhu to let him beware of Weinan. Pengju, you lead the army in person, set up an ambush on the official road, and wait for the private soldiers of the Chen family to arrive, and retreat in one blow. Yes, my lord, our army has been attacking all night, and the soldiers are probably very sleepy. There is not much advantage in this battle. With Pengju here, our army will not lose. Ning Fan's face was filled with confidence, and his hands in his sleeves kept rubbing a token, and he spoke lightly. When you return to the county city quickly, we can close the net now. Beware of the county governor's mansion. Looking at Ning Fan's solemn instructions, Jia Shu nodded heavily, don't worry, my lord. Ning Fan took out the armor from the system space. The dark armor pieces were full of ferocious aura. A Teoti head was engraved on the chest armor, with a hideous and terrifying face. Teoti treasure armor. So handsome. The material of this set of armor doesn't seem to be ordinary fine iron. I just don't know how it works on my body. Ning Fan looked at the armor and murmured, then put it on directly. The Xuanyuan sword was also taken out from the system space and worn on his waist, and a compelling heroic spirit swept over. Official way. A large army marched in the direction of the county town, with a mighty formation that stretched for several miles. This army has no military flags, and the armor on its body is quite different from Daew's standard armor. There is even a dragon head engraved on the breastplate. Coming. Arbalistas, archers, prepare. Yu Fei slowly raised his hand, and as the Black Dragon army continued to approach, he gave an order, and thousands of arrows shot out from the jungle in an instant, leaning towards the Black Dragon army from both sides of the official road. There's an ambush. Quick, retreat. The commander of the Black Dragon army was a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe. There was also a touch of panic on his face at this moment. He saw his soldiers falling down in pieces like wheat, and he shouted again and again. Soldiers, don't mess up. Get ready to meet the enemy. Seeing the Black Dragon army in chaos on the official road, Yu Fei also had a look of surprise on his face. My lord, it seems we overestimated them. It was just a wave of arrows, and they were in chaos. A rabble. Pengju, maybe you can take this opportunity to defeat him in one fell swoop. Hearing Ning Fan's question, Yu Fei shook his head slightly. My lord, the soldiers have been fighting all night, and they are lacking in physical strength and energy. Besides, we have only a few generals and only infantry. We don't have much advantage against their tens of thousands of people. It's better to withdraw our troops first. Seeing the cautious look on Yu Fei's face, Ning Fan pondered, I still have an ace in my hand that has not yet appeared. What if I add them? Seeing the confused look on Yu Fei's face, Ning Fan softly uttered 3 words, trapped in the camp. Trapped in camp. Yu Fei's expression was shocked, with a deep look of shock on his face. Your Highness, the trap camp you are talking about is the trap camp in the hands of Gao Shun under Marquis Wen in the late Han Dynasty. Exactly. How many people are there? 800. Where now? You can come to our rescue at any time. After hearing Ning Fan's words, a flash of emotion flashed across Yu Fei's face, and he muttered, "My lord, if this is true, we will be 70% sure that all these tens of thousands of fine armors will be annihilated here." Good. If that's the case, then kill him. Soldiers, the Chen family maintains private soldiers, colludes with traitors, and plots rebellion. In accordance with His Majesty's secret order, we will attack the rebellion. Kill me. Yu Fei gave an order, and the longbow in his hand made a sudden crash, and an arrow shot out, accurately hitting the chest of the middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes. Kill these beasts. I am working hard outside to protect you. I didn't expect these white-eyed wolves to want to overthrow my empire, Deu. It's just wishful thinking. A veteran cursed angrily. Over the years, they don't know how many old brothers have stayed at the border forever. Isn't it just to protect the prosperity and peace within the Four Realms? But now, someone actually wants to start a war in the pass, or even seek to rule the country. This is a crime worthy of death. 5,000 old soldiers rushed towards the more than 10,000 fine armor on the official road. Ning Fan slowly took out a command talisman and whispered, "System, summon the trapped camp." Congratulations to the master. The summoning is successful, and the trapped camp will be put on the battlefield in 10 seconds. As a sound from the system sounded, Ning Fan couldn't help but look towards the rear of the battlefield, and saw a phalanx rushing towards the Black Dragon army in unison. The momentum of the charge is forward but never retreat. The ambition to be trapped in a battle will lead to death but not life. A loud roar resounded across the battlefield. At this moment, countless people glanced sideways at the He family's phalanx, with a look of shock on their faces. This is the elite of 100 battles. Hiss. What a terrible evil spirit. Where did this iron army come from? Do you even need to ask? An old soldier murmured with a look of confusion on his face. He must have been killed from the blood and bones of the corpse mountain. Kill. Ning Fan's eyes fell on the leading black-armored general. He saw this man holding a broadsword and commanding an 800-square formation. Like a majestic mountain, he rushed towards the rebels on the official road. Under this charging momentum, a mere 800 people did not show the slightest fear in the face of tens of thousands of people. The faces of every soldier trapped in the camp were filled with a hint of cold murderous intent. They were holding spears and broadswords, and they were constantly charging towards the enemy in front. Ning Fan couldn't help but feel excited as he looked at it. He looked at Dian Wei and said, "Let's come too. Lord, you'd better watch us go up." Before leaving, Mr. Kong Ming repeatedly told me not to let you, my lord, wait for me. Seeing that Ning Fan had already raised his gun and pulled it out, Dian Wei suddenly had a look of helplessness on his face and could only follow him silently, guarding him at the side. Ning Fan holds the fierce dragon's soul-severing spear, rushes forward with a single step, and swipes the spear with a strike of lovesickness. You kill one person with the 13 deadly spears Acacia and gain 54 proficiency points. You kill one person with the 13 deadly spears Acacia and gain 51 proficiency points. You kill one person with the 13 deadly spears Acacia and gain 50 proficiency points. You use the 13 deadly guns. System prompts sounded in his mind again, and Ning Fan became more and more enthusiastic about killing. 82 points of martial arts were enough for him to kill indiscriminately in the military formation. After all, the combat power of these private soldiers of Chen Mansion is not strong, and many of them have never seen blood. It is not unfair for Yu Fei to call them a mob. Why not try the second style of the 13 deadly spears? Ning Fan's eyes were shining with a gleam of brilliance. Almost every style of the 13 deadly spears has been completely integrated into his mind, but the first style has not been completed yet. Can the second style be used? How many one-night stands of lovesickness are there? The corners of the earth and the ends of the earth are not long. The second shot, heartbreak. Ning Fan followed the second shot moves in his memory, stabbed out with a shot, and thousands of cold lights flashed, directly killing all 4 enemy soldiers around him. You killed 4 people with the 13 deadly spears heartbreak, and gained 209 points of proficiency. Congratulations, Master, the second style of the 13 deadly spears has entered the realm of minor success. Do you want to check the martial arts auxiliary page? No. Ning Fan's Teodi treasure armor was already covered with blood, and the hair crown on his head was scattered with such intense movements. Seeing as false, Hearing is true, 3 fingers blind shot. The third shot, blind dragon. Ning Fan flicked his finger on the spear, and at the moment of contact, it seemed as if a huge force suddenly shook the spear apart, directly sweeping all the enemies around him to the ground. My lord, you are so powerful. Dian Wei's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect that his lord's strength was so strong. Could it be that he was really hiding his strength? No way. But that day in the West Camp, picking Yi Feihua with one hand seemed not something that ordinary people could do. Kill. Sure enough, with my current physical strength, the first 3 of the 13 fatal shots seemed to have no pressure at all. With the breakthrough of the second and third shots, the force value should have improved again. However, the difficulty of each shot will increase with the change of moves, and the requirements for physical fitness and strength will also become greater. Ning Fan clutched the fierce dragon soul-severing spear tightly and used the first 3 of the 13 fatal shots in a cycle. Facing the encirclement and suppression by more than a dozen rebels, Ning Fan seemed to be able to do it with ease. Of course, having Dian Wei protect him for a week relieved Ning Fan from a great deal of pressure and blocked many hidden arrows for him. The momentum of the charge is forward but never retreat. The ambition to be trapped in a battle will lead to death but not life. Accompanied by a loud roar, on the battlefield behind the rebels, the 800 formation was like a peerless sword that soared into the sky, piercing straight into the rebel square formation and tearing it apart easily. A whole spear, attack. The leader, a black-faced general, raised his broad sword forward. The battle formation of 800 people changed instantly. The warriors charging in front raised their shields, and spears pierced out from them. The rebels had never seen such formations before. One by one the figures unconsciously moved towards the back. Array of 4 directions, kill. The general shouted again, and the battle formation instantly turned into a phalanx. Deep in the enemy formation, his swords were slashed in all directions. Several times the rebels surrounded and killed them, but they were unable to shake the phalanx of 800 people. There was also a touch of wonder in Yu Fei's eyes, the reorganization of the trapped camp formations. If we look at China, I am afraid that only the Wei soldiers from the pre-Qin dynasty can compare with it. Ning Fan was shocked when he looked at the phalanx that was crossing the enemy formation but was able to maneuver with ease. There were only 800 people, but it gave people an aura like 1,000 troops, as solid as a rock. Tread, tread. The sound of horse hoofs trampling on the ground sounded from afar, and the next moment, smoke and dust rose everywhere, covering the sky and spreading like a strong wind mixed with heavy rain, making it impossible to see. Kill. With a hoarse cry, 18 figures suddenly emerged from the rolling smoke, instantly attracting the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Yu Fei looked at the 18 men galloping on horseback, and his expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have remembered something, and murmured softly, according to ancient books, King Yan of the Tang dynasty Luoyi had a very terrifying army with only 18 men. They wearing cold clothes, a machete on his waist, a mask on his face, and a black scarf on his head, only his eyes are exposed. Quote, they are also wearing long black cloaks and wearing barbarian riding boots. The riding boots are equipped with daggers. Everyone carries large bows on their backs. Each person carries 18 arrows. They are also equipped with full moon scimitars. The costumes of these 18 people are exactly the same as those recorded in ancient books. Could they be the legendary 18 riders of Yanyan? While everyone was in shock, they saw the 18 cavalrymen, waving their hands and pulling out their full moon scimitars, and rushing towards the military formation. Under a flash of sword light, the rebel formation was instantly overwhelmed, like cutting wheat. It fell down like a piece. Hiss. Ghosts. Are they humans or ghosts? Where did this evil god come from? There are only 18 of them, stop him. Before a general could finish speaking, an arrow pierced his face directly and he fell straight down. Among the crowd, Ning Fan's Teoti treasure divine armor had been soaked in blood, with minced meat mixed in between the armor's scales, and an evil aura swept over him. Whoever surrenders will avoid death. Yu Fei suddenly jumped up from his horse, stood firmly on the saddle with both feet, raised his spear horizontally, and let out a loud shout. Whoever surrenders will avoid death. Whoever surrenders will avoid death. Thousands of fine armors behind them all shouted loudly. Suddenly, the morale of the Chen family's rebel army was in chaos. Now the two armies had only been fighting for half an hour, but the battle situation was completely tilted to one side. Yanyan's 18 cavalry formed a human-shaped cone formation and directly cut through the rebel formation. For a moment, no one of the surrounding rebels dared to step forward. Down. These people are simply a bunch of lunatics. I've had a few lives on my hands, but the evil spirit in these people cannot be cultivated without hundreds of lives. Brothers, the Chen family is planning to rebel, and now we are all helping them. Now the Imperial army has arrived, but only 5,000 people defeated us. If the main army of the Imperial court comes out in full force, how can the Chen family resist? Besides, the generals are already dead. One after another, the figures dropped the weapons in their hands on the ground, and then the dots connected into pieces, and the fighting spirit of the more than 10,000 rebels instantly collapsed. Ning Fan held the fiery dragon soul-severing gun, waving his sleeves to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations, Master, the second move of the 13 Deadly Spears Heartbreak has entered the realm of great success, and the third move of the 13 Deadly Spears Blind Dragon has entered the realm of great success. Do you want to check the martial arts support page? Check. At the end of the battle, Ning Fan's whole body was drained of energy. A feeling of exhaustion suddenly hit his body. The cold wind hit his face, and blood gradually solidified on his face. 13 Deadly Guns. Lovesickness 1360. 3000. 13 Deadly Guns. Heartbroken 780. 1000. 13 Deadly Guns. Blind Dragon 254. 1000. Hidden Weapon. Grandmaster 1002. 3000. Picking Leaves and Flying Flowers. Getting Started 5. 100. Ning Fan took a quick look, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Just half a day of fighting was equivalent to more than a month of hard training. As expected, killing enemies on the battlefield is the fastest way to practice martial arts. Ning Fan suppressed his excitement and silently opened his attribute page. After just one battle, his martial arts value increased by 6 points, directly from a second-rate general to a first-rate peak, and he was only half a step away from being a top-level general. 88 points of force, just 2 points away from entering the top ranks. If I continue at this pace, it will be a sure thing that I can master the 13 Deadly Spears and enter the ranks of peerless generals. However, in the martial arts, the higher the level of cultivation, the harder it is to make progress. If you want to enter the peerless ranks, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do it without 3 to 5 years. Ning Fan showed a bitter smile on his face, but he was not discouraged at all. A month ago, he was still a scumbag who couldn't even beat ordinary people, but in just over a month, he could fight in the army under the protection of Dian Wei and kill dozens of enemies. Although he was a little shameless, Ning Fan's progress in martial arts was real. General Gao Shen, I pay my respects to the Lord. Just as Ning Fan was lost in thought, a burly man with a square face strode in front of him, knelt on one knee, and saluted respectfully. This man was the armored general who had just led the Shenzhen camp to kill people everywhere, the commander of the Shenzhen camp, Gao Shen. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.